right, so as we get started here, we're just about a minute away from getting started. Encourage you to jump on your camera. Just go and navigate to the three little dots that are in the corner of your screen, and then you can put start camera. We love to see smiling faces. This is a great group of people. Continue to put in there, hey, Querétaro, Mexico, bienvenido, Itza. Very good. We are going to do this in English, by the way, but whenever somebody chimes in Spanish and from the South, I got to say hi to them in Spanish. So yeah, thanks everybody for jumping on video here. Again, you just navigate to the three little dots, start your video, or down at the bottom, you can do start your video. So with that, it is time. Welcome to the Regenerative Legacy Summit, October 2024. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be here with you today. We have people from throughout the world joining us here. It's been an overwhelming amount of people who have registered for this summit. Over nearly 200 people are online currently, and we know that more will come and go and join. We realize that some of you are on a completely different day. Like, how many of us are from down under? We've got Colin Seiss that's going to be joining us. It's actually probably the middle of the night wherever he's at. Whatever time zone you're in, whatever the weather's like, whatever you're doing, we welcome you. We're grateful. We're grateful that you're here. We know that some of you, this is a Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon, depending on where you're at. It could be the middle of the workday. I can see people that are out multitasking. We appreciate the effort that you have to plug in your ear pods to join us and to be here live with us. So my daughter Charity is going to be helping me with some of the video here, and we're gonna dive right in. So this is the Regenerative Legacy Summit. And Charity, I had a piece of paper. There it is. There it is. Okay. Keep my notes here to keep me straight. This is the Regenerative Legacy Summit. So I want to ask a question here. How many of you want to be profitable or more profitable? Go ahead and type in the chat, me. I just want to see if you're in the right place. Because maybe you thought you signed up for a art class. Okay, me, pick me. Okay, yep, you're in the right place. We're going to talk about profitability. Absolutely. How many of you want to create a business that will last for generations? A truly legacy business? For that one, let's type in the chat, yes. If you're curious, yeah, it'll turn back on. If you want to know, yeah, so we've got lots of yeses. Trisha, Randy, holy cow, you guys are doing awesome. You've found the chat. Very good. Yes, yes, yes. A regenerative legacy business. It must be profitable and it must be regenerative. And we're going to focus on truly building out a legacy business here today. What does legacy actually mean? We're going to define that. My name is Jared Sorensen. My wife, Selena, and I, we're the co-founders of Ag Steward. Ag Steward is an education company that was created to help family farmers and ranchers become highly profitable, regenerate the land that they steward, and create legacy businesses that last for generations. That's our mission statement. It's what we eat, sleep, live, breathe, and strive to exemplify on the property that we steward. Our property is located here in northeastern Nevada. We're in a little valley called Clover Valley. I'm zooming in from our rental bunkhouse Airbnb house that's on the ranch. I want to acknowledge that you guys are here. 200 of you so far have taken time out of your busy days, your busy schedules to be able to join us here live. Many of you are on camera. We invite the rest of you who are able to navigate to and to jump on camera. Make this an immersive and an interactive. Even if you're out, I see somebody there. Randy, you're driving. Awesome. Appreciate you. Appreciate you doing your best to stay engaged and be engaged. That is just fine. We know that this is a work week. This is a work day. We love seeing your faces on camera. That makes it a better experience for all of us. Looks like Tristan might be in a tractor or something there. Welcome. We appreciate that. Lola, we see you. Thanks for being here. I'm also grateful for my family who's supporting me. One of them is right here with me. Can you wave? All right. And my wife and I have 9 children. So Charity is number, I don't know, she fits in there somewhere. She's number 7, right? 8, 9. Yep. Um, we've got my wife's breaking in a new milk cow that we just got delivered last night. My son's probably moving cattle on our other ranch on the other side of the mountain, my adult son. We all have family members that are supporting us in the background, making it possible for us to be here. And some of you have family members that are on here. Annette and Terry, welcome. It's great to see husband and wife team. I assume we're your husband and wife. If not, whoever you are, we're grateful that you're both here. Okay, yeah, we got that one. We guessed that one right. Absolutely, this is a family-friendly event. G-rated. We're we're going to keep it clean. Our presenters understand that. Your kids can be in the background. You don't have to worry about muting it. Like this is a family event. I also want to thank, and I'm grateful for the technology. Sometimes we cuss it, but my prayer is this morning, before we started this meeting, that the technology would be adequate, it would be sufficient for not only our end, but your end, for us to be able to deliver the message and for you on your end to be able to receive the message. And so if you guys could have that prayer in your heart as well. And again, thankful for you guys that are here. I really love the practice of gratitude. So would you join with me this morning in just typing something in the chat that you are grateful for? You know, if we were knee to knee and eyeball to eyeball, we could share that. But go ahead and put in the chat something that you're grateful for. Family, 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 family. Hey, that's a theme. Family, family, family for sure. Family and friends. Wow. Freedom and connections, lifestyle, family and farming. You guys are awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to keep this interactive. So please feel free to jump in the chat. Health, raising my children. This is scrolling way too fast. This is awesome. My family, my country, God, wife, family, life. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that way. I'm grateful for the speakers that are here, that will be here throughout these next 2 days. Like they've dedicated their time, they've prepared their messages, they've been preparing their whole lives to be able to deliver messages that you need to hear right now at this point. And be sure to, when they get done speaking, send them some love in the chat. Tell them of your gratitude. Tell them of the things that you've learned. Maybe even reach out to them on social media and say thank you. That goes a long ways because, you know, this is sometimes a presenter, it's kind of a thankless job. So I remember my first class, my first real learning experience. I went with some family member and went with a friend. And when we got there, we were split up. We sat at different tables and kind of had some worry, anxiety, some things that I was thinking that maybe you might be thinking is like, is this really right for me? Like I dedicated some money and I dedicated some time to be there. I realized this is a free event, but we're treating it like you paid $500 to be here because you should be at least making $250 a day, probably a lot more than that. So let's just pretend like you paid whatever amount to be here, $500,000. This is an investment of your time. I question, am I really going to get value out of this? Is this the right place to be? Is it worth it? Can the person in the front of the room really teach me something new? But I also had this internal struggle because some of the things that I learned in that class, they clashed with some of the things that I knew coming into the class. We call those things those ideas that we adopt, we call those paradigms. A paradigm is a way of seeing the world, our lens, our set of glasses through which we see the world, those paradigms. And I remember in that class, some of the things resonated and it was like, yeah, yeah. But some of the things were like, will that apply here? Does that work in my scenario? Yeah, that might work there, but it won't work here. And so to be able to avoid some of the clashing, I'm going to walk you through a little simple exercise. And it goes like, it goes like this. So basically take a couple minutes and write down on your journal. Let's see. Here's my journal. This is the most important tool that I have on the ranch. So let's write down all the things that you know about all the things you know. That'd take 2 days, right? But let's pretend like in 2 minutes we can write down all the things that we know about regenerative agriculture. Okay? So pull out a fresh page. Ready? All the things you know about regenerative agriculture, write it down. Pull out. If you're driving, just pretend that you're doing it. Just kind of you're on mute. Say those things to yourself. 4 soil health principles, or 6 soil health principles. The 4 ecosystem processes. Cover is important. Whatever it is, write those things down. Everybody getting something down on a piece of paper. What is it? What do you know about regenerative agriculture? What do you know about farming and ranching? What do you know about business, the business side of agriculture? Okay. Everybody got at least one thing in mind? So now, what I'm going to invite you to do is now tear out that page, fold it up, and we're going to set it aside. Got my fireplace here. I'm not going to put it in the fireplace, but I'm going to set it aside. Right? There it is. There it is. And for the next 2 days, I'm going to open my mind, open my heart, and be able to receive maybe some new thoughts and ideas that might have challenged those pre-existing paradigms, but now we have room to be able to receive. Because you see, when our cup is full and you dump something in, something's going to overflow. So we've just created, in this sense, silly as it might be, we've created some space to be able to receive new knowledge. There's an acronym that ties into that, and we're going to switch over here to Charity, my great videographer. Okay, so see if we can see that. All right, so just kind of glance back, raise it up a little bit. So the acronym, and you guys can write this in the chat, is FAST, F-A-S-T. Okay, and we're going to talk about fast learning. So the first principle, if we want to learn faster, how many of us want to learn faster? Anybody? Raise your hand. Okay, we want to learn faster, right? So F stands for forget. So we just did that. Check that one off. Okay, we've said, okay, those things that it's not what we know, it's what we know that just ain't so, as Mark Twain said. So we're going to take those things and we're going to set them aside. At the end of the class, we can always pick up that paper again. You can zoom out just a little bit for a second. We can always pick up that paper again and we can say, okay, but yeah, that piece fit, this piece doesn't. And I'm going to use this, but maybe this doesn't fit in my context. Okay, so A stands for active. So not passive learning. So what might passive learning look like? You can kind of zoom in on me. Passive learning might look like, this. You're going to teach me something? Yeah, right. Active learning would look like, it ties into the next one, but we're engaged in the chat. Yeah, thank you, Bridget, for typing in there. The acronym FAST, So what does F stand for? Everybody type it in. This is our chance to be able to practice active learning. You got it. Forget. What does A stand for? You got it. And S is for our physiological state. So that means, you can zoom out again, that means our presence, our body language. Again, are we slumping in our chair? Are we actively upright, participating? For everybody, if you find that maybe you're just feeling down, maybe even do this. Everybody just kind of roll your shoulders back. And automatically, Charity did it too. Automatically, you drew in breath when you did that simple act. So that's managing your state. And the last one in this acronym is T. Go ahead and write it in the chat. That stands for teach. Okay, T is for teach. We all know the principle that the teacher learns the most. So this is fast learning. This is what I invite you to engage in today and tomorrow. After that, you're on your own. So that is fast learning. Step number 2, why are we here? Simon Sinek wrote the book Begin with Why. Sorry, Charity's having to multitask here. The phone, she can't see me unless she's looking up there. So I'll try to look at you. Okay, so begin with why. Why isn't an acronym. I haven't thought of anything catchy. But what I do want you to do is to type in the chat what your intention is for being here. Again, pretend like this is a $1,000 event, $500 per day. Why is it worth it for you to invest your time to be here with us for the next 2 days? And what is your intention? So take a minute. Might be a soil health thing, might be a business principle. Many of you have said you want to be more profitable. This is the right place to be able to do that. Why else? So let's just go over here, follow me over here for a minute. New ideas. You guys can read them off in the chat. Learn new techniques and or processes, less input, more output, soak in new ideas. Yeah, thank you for this. And we will go through these throughout the day. And this will help other presenters to be able to know how to dial in their messages. So my why for being here for you guys is to give you clarity on what the next step is on your regenerative journey. So if I can do that, then I can check that off. So clarity on what the next step is on your unique regenerative journey. So thanks for typing in the chat. We appreciate that. You guys are active learners. We appreciate those that are on. Our first presenter is getting queued up here. Margot's getting him ready to go. Okay, so the last piece of housekeeping here that's important to go over. We've defined our why. I don't know which color. We'll stick with black. That's probably going to be the best. Okay, come right in here a little bit more. Okay, so whenever we engage in a game, there are some basic rules that help to keep us safe and make it fair and a good environment for everybody else. And so the 3 simple rules that we have when we engage in these summits are, first, again, remember to teach this principle. You can type it in, RESPECT. I think there's a song about that, right? First rule is a high level of respect. That means be respectful in your engagements in the chat. Enough said. Just strive to be respectful. Number 2, give 100%. So as best you can, you've dedicated, you've signed up, you've showed up. Now give 100% to learning. When we say type it in the chat, as silly as it might be, type it in the chat. This is about your learning experience. And the last rule is be Present. Okay. That would mean, what did that look like? Minimizing the distractions, turning off your notifications, putting your cell phone on silence or airplane mode or shutting it off. Being present, because really our attention span is less than that of a gnat. It's like 0.03 seconds. And so we haven't been programmed most recently to be able to sit and focus. So if you participate in these rules, it will help you to be present. If you are typing in the chat, if you're playing out 100%, it'll kind of remind you, oh yeah, I'm here. I'm not out there worried about these things. Like this is where I'm at. Silent cell phones, be respectful, 100%. Stay on mute. Raise your virtual hand if you have a question. Most of the questions will be answered in the chat. Some of the presenters will give a short Q&A. So kind of the way that the flow of the program is going to work is there will be either 30 minutes or 60-minute speaking slots over the next 2 days. You will be responsible for taking your own breaks, bathroom breaks, getting your own snacks. Like I tried to prearrange snacks for everybody. I thought beef jerky would be a nice touch, but we couldn't quite pull that off to get it to 700 people that registered. So you're responsible for your own snacks. Stay hydrated, be sure, and that's super important part of learning. Drink lots of water. That's going to mean you're going to be up and going to the bathroom. Just shut your camera off when you go to the bathroom, obviously. And I think that's about it. Did I miss anything, Charity? She's shaking her head. I think we got it. I think we got it. So with all that, welcome everyone again to the October 2024 Regenerative Legacy Summit. We're honored that you would take the time to be here with us. We appreciate, okay, we can shut that off. I'm back on this one now. We appreciate that you're here. Our first speaker today is getting queued up, and let's make sure, Kit Farrell, we'll go ahead and ask you to unmute. Let's pull up your presentation. Oh, let's see.
Here I am.
Okay, we need to make you co-host. People have also asked about the recordings. We know that not everybody's able to be here live. We appreciate those who are. Okay, you are now co-host. Nope, that's good. Thank you.
Are you seeing what you're supposed to be seeing?
Not quite yet. Nope. So just go ahead and hit share. Down at the bottom, select wherever your presentation is.
Yeah, I forgot to do that.
Yep, if you just open it up, we should be good. We got a few minutes. Yep.
Having
Yeah, we
trouble
understand that some of you may need to jump in and out. Absolutely encourage you to stay as much as you can. There have been times when oh boy, there's been some amazing speakers on these summits, and it's been like, man, I'm sure glad I was here to hear that. Like that little nugget was the piece that I needed. Okay, looks like it's coming up there, Kit. Okay, then if you just go into presentation or share presentation mode, that's good. Okay, everybody should be able to see it. I can see it.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you.
Good.
Okay, very good. Well, Kit Farrell, he's probably not anybody that we even need to introduce in these circles, but he is a bull producer from Colorado. He's definitely built a name for himself of producing forage developed bulls. And you probably were one of the very first ones to ever really do that on scale, would you say? I mean, in this modern generation, certainly in the past, that's all that bulls were produced. It was on forage because nobody could afford to feed them corn. But
In the modern generation, you're right.
Yeah. And how long have you been in business, Kit?
We've been in business since 1985. We sold our first bulls in 1991.
Very good.
Six bulls in the first sale, and we're now selling over 1,000 bulls.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. So it done a lot of good for the agriculture industry, but specifically the grass-based genetics. And so Kit's going to talk to us about some principles to maximize profits. That's certainly been his focus in his newsletters and the talks that he gives. When Chip Hines used to go out and speak with kind of for the Faro brand, that was a big part of what he was teaching about as well. So, all right, I think we are ready, Kit. Let's jump right in.
All right. Thanks, Jared. I guess I'd like to start out by saying that in a 10-year period, the average cow-calf producer does good just to break even. And he makes money maybe 4 or 5 years out of 10, and he'll lose money 5 or 6 years out of 10. Unfortunately, a break-even business is not profitable and it's not sustainable. And when I talk about sustainable, I'm talking about a business that can be passed on to the next generation. And I think, that's one of the most important things about what we're doing. If we can't pass on what we're doing to the next generation, it's just we're just kind of spinning our wheels. So in contrast, I know several ranchers, probably many ranchers now, who are very profitable every year, even when prices are bottomed out. And all of these ranchers adhere to the 10 steps that we're going to discuss today. And that's why I think this is important. First, I will introduce you to Faro Cattle Company. Our headquarters, we've got cow herds in 13 different states. We have bull sales in 6 different states, but our headquarters is still located 8 miles north of Cheyenne Wells, which is a small town in eastern Colorado. Our seed stock program consists of Angus, Red Angus, South Pole, Polled Hereford, and Composites. And as you mentioned, we sell over 1,000 grass developed bulls every year in 7 different sales and in 6 different states. So I'd like to get started with these 10 steps. I'm going to go through them very quickly. I'm going to do them one at a time. I'm not going to show you all 10. So I want to make it possible for you to request a copy, a brochure that these 10 steps are all listed on, along with what we're going to see today, just so that if you want to, you can refer back to it. So, and I'll give you another chance if you may to request that copy. Just send an email to bulls, BULLS, at farocattle.com. I'll show that again at the end. Step number 1, focus on pounds and profit per acre instead of pounds and profit per animal. There's a big difference. Trying to increase pounds per animal will always have a negative effect on your profits. It doesn't matter how big your cattle are if they're not profitable. And this is kind of where Chip Hines and I mean, this is 30, 40 years, 35 years ago. We said, the industry's headed the wrong way at a high rate of speed. They're trying to make cattle as big as they can, as fast as they can. And we said, that's silly. We don't profit off of big cattle. We profit off of doing things right. So there's a reason step 1 is step 1. This is the most important step. Unfortunately, it is also the most difficult step for a lot of people. It requires a paradigm change. There's nothing difficult on here in all of these 10 steps, but whenever we have to change a paradigm, we have to admit that we were on the wrong road and we need to change some things. That means I have to admit I was wrong, and now I have to go forward. So for the last 50 years, cattlemen have bred and selected almost exclusively to increase production per cow, or weaning weight. And that's what we need to change. We've been programmed to think that way. Most of us need to be deprogrammed to think a different way. As a result of the incessant selection for bigger and bigger and bigger weaning weights, bragging rights have increased. Well, we all like bragging rights, but you can't buy anything with them. Cow size has increased. There's no way we can increase weaning weights without increasing cow size. In fact, cow size has increased in the last 50 years, has increased a whopping 40%. If cow size has increased, then stocking rates have decreased. It takes more acres per cow. If cow size has increased, cost of production has increased, and production profits have decreased. So we spent the last 50 years working on the wrong things, and we just need to turn around and change that. The first step most producers need to take to maximize their profits is this: stop focusing on pounds per animal, which is nothing more than bragging rights, and start focusing on pounds per acre, which is profit. That's where the profit is. The best analogy I've ever heard about this came from Johan Zietzman, who is a cattleman and a consultant from Zimbabwe. And while I read what Johan says, I'd like you to focus on this corn plant in the foreground of the picture to the left. Johan said, if corn farmers thought like beef producers, they would space their plants far apart and try to maximize the number of ears per plant and the number of kernels per ear. They would think nothing about yield per acre. And in the end, they would all go broke. You know, that makes it easy for me to, I'll look at this corn plant in the foreground and think, okay, this is a cow. If my goal is to increase pounds per cow, I'm going to have to do almost everything wrong to increase profit. However, in the background, we see corn that's planted close together. Each plant's probably not producing as much, but profit is there. So that's what this is. Step one is about. Again, I'll repeat this: stop focusing on pounds per animal, bragging rights, and start focusing on pounds per acre. Step two: purchase low maintenance bulls that will produce cows that fit your environment. This is much easier and more profitable than artificially changing the environment with inputs to fit your high maintenance cows. After the industry spent 50 years selecting for bigger and bigger weaning weights, there aren't very many cows out there that actually fit their environment. And, things happen so gradually that we really don't recognize how far off we are. So most producers have high input cows that require expensive outside inputs to keep them in production. So I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. These are two bulls, low maintenance bulls that I'm referring to. These bulls are 3.5 to 4 frame in size. They're very thick. They're very easy fleshing. Again, three to 4 frame bulls that weigh more than most people's 5 and 6 frame bulls, simply because there's more bull here and less airspace. The right type of animal, low maintenance animal, is going to be 2/3 body and 1/3 airspace. Here's a red example. Notice the horizontal happy lines on his ribs. That's I see that in a lot of our cattle year round. I don't see that in very many other cattle. Step three: increase stocking rates by over 30% with the right size and the right type of cows. Smaller, more efficient cows can wean a higher percentage of their own weight than bigger cows. They will always produce more pounds per acre. Stocking rate affects profitability or lack thereof more than anything else. Now, when I say smaller cows, what I'm referring to here is frame size, not weight. Weight, if you tell me how heavy your cows are, that tells me nothing if I don't know their frame size or their body condition score. So to help you understand what I'm saying here, I'm going to show you a picture of two cows. These two cows are very different, but they are the same weight and the same age. Both cows calved 60 days prior to this picture being taken. Both cows are being fed exactly the same. The low maintenance cow is putting on fat and is ready to breed back. The high maintenance cow, which is about 8 inches taller than the low maintenance cow, weighs the same, has not met our maintenance requirements, and will not breed back. Now I'm going to show you a couple of cows. These are cows in my pasture. This is a 10-year-old black cow. She's about a 3-frame cow. Again, weighing about 1150, 1200 pounds, 2/3 body, 1/3 airspace. A red Angus cow, same way. Weighs a little bit more, a little bit taller, 3.5 frame cow. She probably weighs 1250. 2/3 body, 1/3 airspace. Okay. Step number four, implement a rotational grazing system to increase forage production and stocking rates by another 50 to over 200%. We talked about increasing stocking rate by 30% with just the right kind of cows. This is like having someone give you another farm or ranch for free. Once again, nothing's more important for profit than stocking rate. 50 years ago, and I find this hard to believe, but 50 years ago, the average value of ag farmland or ag land, real estate, was $200 per acre. And I know at that time we thought, man, that's expensive. Today, the average price of ag land is $4,000 an acre. We need to get the most out of every acre we control. And, that's just the gist of it. If we don't, we don't. Greg Judy says, mob grazing has made it possible for me to double my grass production. That's like having someone give you another farm for free. Greg Judy's in Missouri. That's fescue pasture. This is a herd of Mashona cows, mob grazing in Florida. Mashona is a breed indigenous of Zimbabwe, a heat tolerant or tropical breed, actually, that's indigenous from Zimbabwe. We're heavily using this breed to create some heat tolerant composites. This is a favorite ranch of mine, Las Damas Ranch in Chihuahua, Mexico. Alejandro Carrillo. This is his ranch. I was down there several years ago. I love this fence line comparison, though. Obviously, the neighbor thinks Alejandro gets more rain, but that's not true. Both ranches are about the same size. The ranch on the other side of the fence runs about 100 to 150 cows, and they feed hay half of the year. On this side of the fence, Alejandro runs 600 cows, feeds nothing but salt, no hay, no supplements, just salt. What's a percent gain increase right there just from proper grazing and holistic management? I ate supper with Alejandro 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he says that picture is not going to be true very much longer because his neighbor's on board and starting to do the same thing. And that's the way it should be. I mean, the better the land is around you, the better the land is you have. Okay, step number 5. Do more grazing, less feeding. The easiest money you will ever make is the money you don't spend, and that money is tax-free. So Ben Franklin once said, a penny saved is a penny earned. That's true of $100, $1,000, $100,000. $100,000 that you save, that's $100,000 you just added to your income. We need to learn how to grow more grass and let the cow be a cow. That was a Chip Hines quote right there. Let the cow be a cow. There's a reason every cow comes equipped with a mouth and 4 legs. This is a customer of ours in northern Utah. These cows are grazing through 10 inches of snow, temperatures ranging from 0 to 30 below for 30 days with no hay, no supplement. These cows are moved daily. It doesn't take very long to move a fence and a set of cows from one place to another. But you know, this is what profit looks like. You know, putting up hay and feeding hay, that's not profitable. I got ahead of myself there. I want to share a Jim Garrish quote here. Jim says the more petroleum and iron you put between the sun's solar energy and your cow's belly, the less profitable you will be. You know, the cow has legs, she has a mouth, let her do the work. You know, this is a simple business. We just make it complicated. Step number 6, remember you are in a solar energy based business, not a fossil energy based business. Properly done, you won't need much in the way of vehicles, tractors, equipment, and fuel. Let your cows do the work for you. I want you to think about this. In the last 50 years, the cost of inputs has increased nearly 10 times faster than cattle prices. You know, it's no wonder we're struggling. Number one, inflation. Number two, we've taken a cow that knows how to work for herself and we're making her dependent on us. Another revelation to me anyway is in just the last 20 years, the cost of inputs has doubled. Now we're experiencing high priced calves right now, but that's not going to last forever. When calf prices go down, and they will, they may drop as much as 50% from where they are now, half of what they are. What's going to happen to the cost of our inputs? They're not going to drop, are they? Calf prices are going to go up and down, up and down, up and down forever. The cost of inputs, for the most part, will go up, up, up. So what we really need to do if we're going to survive and prosper in this, we need to get back to a business that is powered by free solar energy. I can't read the top of this. I hope you guys can. The only difference between men and boys is the size of their toys. And I'm convinced that a lot of people, especially in the eastern states where they have 20 or 30 cows, the only reason they have 20 or 30 cows is so they can own some toys. And that's fun, but that takes a really good off-farm job to keep that business going. Step number 7, work with nature instead of against nature. This can increase profits by at least $100 per cow. We need to calve in sync with nature or in sync with our best forage resources. The cows need to be gaining weight prior to and during calving. You know, calving when there's no green grass and there's snow out there, you can't make money doing that. You've got to be calving on green grass, gaining weight. Calving in sync with your best forage resources, however, does not always mean that you're calving in sync with nature. For example, fall calving works best in fescue country, but that's only if you can learn how to graze year round. You know, there's a lot of people in fescue country, that's great winter grazing, great fall and winter grazing, but they have too many cows, so they can't stockpile the grass. Therefore, they're not going to benefit anything. I'd like to spend a little more time talking about this. I just don't have time, and I don't think I need to. You know, it's just make sure you're calving on your very best grass, and the cows are gaining weight. If the cows can lose weight prior to calving, they can lose weight during the winter months. That's okay. Nature does that. But we need to be calving on green grass gaining weight. If the cows are gaining weight when they calve, they're going to be hard not to get bred back. This, however, you know, in sync with nature would be where most of us are going to be calving. Deer have their babies around the middle of May to the 1st of June. That's when we should be calving, not in the snow, not you know, not before the green grass. But that's not necessarily true for fescue country. As I said earlier, fall calving works best for fescue if you can stockpile your grass. Some places along the Gulf Coast states, fall calving works better. Mediterranean environment in California, that's a little different too. Step 8, use calving ease bulls to reduce death loss, to decrease labor, increase enjoyment, and increase your conception rates. If you don't have calving problems, those heifers and cows heal up a lot quicker. They're ready to breed quicker. You should properly done. 90% of your calves should be on the ground in 30 days. Also, use bulls that were bred and selected for gentle dispositions to decrease labor, decrease repairs, decrease medical bills, and increase enjoyment. Life is too short to live with your heifers and to put up with wild, stupid animals. Most of our customers have their first calf heifers out with the cows on open range and get along fine. That's the way it should be. Most of our customers don't know where they left their calf puller. It's been years since they've needed a calf puller, so they don't know where it's at. Again, I'm going through these very fast. I hope you will send me an email to request the full list, because I can't get them to all show up at the same time. Step 9, use genetics to fix problems. Every problem in this business has a genetic factor involved. Use genetics to fix problems instead of spending money on chemical, technical, and mechanical solutions that won't last very long. Parasite problems are a perfect example of this. For example, the heritability of hornfly resistance is so high, the problem can be reduced by at least 80% in just 2 or 3 generations. That blows my mind. But at the same time, most people continue to use toxic chemicals to treat the symptoms of the problem. The problem is genetics that are not resistant to parasites anymore. 60 years ago, let me go back 80 years ago, there were no insecticides, there were no wormers, we didn't have anything. The cows were naturally resistant to parasites. Since then, we've created inferior cows and super parasites. What happens when we use toxic chemicals to treat the symptoms of the problem? Well, number one, flies develop a resistance very quickly to these chemicals. Since 1940, we have not created a chemical that they have not become resistant to. So that's why I said we've got inferior cows and better. The flies are getting better. We also, with toxic chemicals, we're killing all the good bugs like dung beetles. Step 10, the final step. Stop associating with whiners, complainers, and blamers. In addition to associating with people who are positive and profitable, you need to be careful about what you read. Most of the information that is being circulated out there is still focused on increasing production per animal. That's what put us on the wrong road in the first place. So when farmers and ranchers get together, what do they talk about? Think about that a couple seconds. The weather, the markets, and the government. Sometimes sports. What do these 3 things have in common? The weather, the markets, and the government. We have no control over them. So why do we spend so much time talking about them? And I'm just speculating here, but I think I know what I'm talking about. We talk about this so much because we really don't want to take responsibility for our failures. If we can blame our problems, our failures on the weather, the markets, or the government, we don't have to accept responsibility. And, that's sad. But people hate change so much that they would rather continue to fail doing what they've always done than succeed if success requires change. I'm about to bring this to an end. The 10 steps to maximize profits. The cow-calf producers that I know of who have taken these steps are many, many more times profitable than all of their neighbors, in good times and in bad. When we have high prices like this, I mean, these guys are expanding their business. They're putting together wealth. When calf prices are down, they'll still profitable. This is maybe more important. They have also substantially improved their enjoyment and their lifestyle to the point that the next generation is excited to become a part of the family business. Agriculture must be both profitable and enjoyable to be sustainable. And again, my definition of being sustainable is passed on to the next generation. If it can't be passed on to the next generation, that's just going to be a sad hurdle. Okay, once again, if you want to receive a free copy of these 10 steps all put together, just send me an email to bulls@pharaohcattle.com. As Jared alluded to, we also send out a weekly PCC update, Pharaoh Cattle Company update. If you want to receive our free and very opinionated emails, send your request to bulls@pharaohcattle.com. I'm done, Jared.
Very good. Yeah, I'd love to hear in the chat. Key takeaway and epiphany. This is your opportunity to implement that T principle, the teach what you took away. Question kit. This time, we've got about 5 minutes for questions. What phase of the livestock industry do you consider to be the most profitable? Meaning cow-calf, stalker, finisher. If within the context that we get a lot of questions of like, where should I start? Should I buy cows? Should I go buy a bunch of cows? Or should I start with a sell by marketing enterprise? Should I go buy finisher cattle and direct market them?
Are we talking about somebody that doesn't have anything?
Yeah, let's come from it from that context because that, and I think it'll overlap to those of us that already are in business.
I think, and you guys, most of the people here are here for a reason to learn. But I think before we do anything, we need to learn about managing, intensive grazing. We need to learn about buy, sell, or sell by marketing. You don't have to have very much to do some custom grazing. You don't have to have very much. You can lease land, custom graze on it. You can go to learn how to do the sell by marketing. I'm convinced that a few people have made $1 million in 1 year just doing a good job of sell by marketing. And if that's a good way to get into the business and then go buy that ranch, make the money, then go buy the ranch. And if you like, I like cows and calves, but that's probably not the first place to start. As far as running stockers, I talk to a lot of people in the northern climates where it's snow all the time. I would say, let's run stockers or grass finishing programs up there when we have long days in the summer. Do something else in the winter when it's covered with snow.
Yeah, good. Sell by marketing, the question for that. Doug Ferguson's actually going to be on the summit here. He'll be talking about that. So that question will absolutely be answered. A lot of people attribute it to Bud Williams, and he taught stockmanship and marketing. So
It was a Bud Williams thing, original.
yeah. Um, so these 10 principles, is there kind of a common denominator, one thing that stands out that people get wrong the most when they try to ranch? Is that too broad of a question? Something universal that you've seen from the places you've
Yeah.
been, from Zimbabwe to Alaska to everywhere in between?
We're way too dependent on outside inputs. And I've said it before, but inputs are going to continue to increase and increase and increase. Survival is going to go. We got to go back to solar energy based business, uh, and that's going to involve managing your every drop of rain and every ray of sunshine falls on your land. But I think we've got to get away from the outside inputs. That's when calf prices go down, and they will. Those that are still running high input calf, they're going to struggle. I mean, I think I'm afraid we're going to see a bigger fallout this time than we've ever seen. We have cattle cycles every 12 or so years, ups and downs. But I think there's going to be a fallout in this one only because a bigger fallout because the cost of inputs have increased too much. We've just got to get away from that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good point. I mean, we're seeing, man, extreme cost increases and inflation that affects each of us. So, well, this has been great, Kit. Any final thought that you have for us before you jump off?
One final thought, and I didn't get into it, but if you want to take it a step farther than the 10 steps here, we
So
need to be selling a product
your number you showed me maybe worse.
instead of just a commodity.
Yeah. Yep. So again, oh, sorry for the background noise there. Let me reiterate that. Sell a product, not a commodity.
Yeah, like a
Perfect.
grass-fed beef, this tenant deal that we've just come across. I think this is going to blow the doors wide off of the beef industry. If we can sell beef that's guaranteed tender, I've got to the point where I will not order a steak unless it's a fillet or a flat iron because most steaks are not tender.
Yeah.
We don't have the right genetics anymore. But the tenant genetics that we're just opening up on, I think that's going to be huge. If you can
Yeah.
produce guaranteed tender beef, I think we could probably triple our profits.
Very good. Very, very good. Well, everybody, please send some appreciation to Kit in the chat. Again, Kit, I know this isn't your wheelhouse to be in technology and to be able to share, but man, what an awesome presentation. Every point completely applicable to this crowd and to the focus of this summit. So we thank you very much for being here today, Kit.
Thank you.
Perfect. Our next presenter up is Chris Miles. So Chris Miles, let's get you queued up here and joined in. I've known Chris for, oh, sheesh, it's been probably 12, going on 15 years. He identifies as an anti-financial advisor. He's going to tell you a little bit about why that is. He understands money. He understands how it works. He understands economies, and he also is an entrepreneur. He started businesses. He gets the entrepreneurial spirit. Chris, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, perfect. All right. Let's what do we need to do to bring you up? Margot, can you bring him up? Or maybe other people can see him and I just can't, which is not the end of the world, as long as everybody else can see him. There you are. Hey,
Here I
okay.
am.
There you are. All right.
Thank goodness
Chris,
you're dealing
welcome.
with technology and I'm not, right? Just like Kit was dealing with right there.
Yep, that's right. That's right. We love it and we hate it. It's kind of that love-hate relationship, but it's what we've got. So, Chris,
That's
welcome.
right.
We're glad that you're part of this. So let's
Yeah,
roll right
same here.
presentation. I wish we had about 3 days to listen, but we've got unfortunately 30 minutes, and you've got lots of podcasts, lots of other learning opportunities that are out there. So definitely look him up on those and continue the journey. But here for the next little bit, we get to learn from you firsthand.
Yeah. Well, do you want me to share my screen, or how would you like me to do it?
Yeah,
Or
let's
would you-
do it. Let's.
All right. So I promise I'm gonna try to make this good. And just because we're kind of switching gears here a little bit, just because we're talking about money, like he mentioned, I'm the anti-financial advisor, and I'll talk about what that really means. But pretty much, I just think that a lot of the stuff that you're taught by financial advisors is crap, and that's pretty much the simplest way to put it, right? Good people, good hearts, but at the same time, they're often not really in your best interest. And that if you know what I'm talking about, go ahead and type a Y in the chat just so I know you guys are still here. If you know, like, oh yeah, those financial advisors are out to get my money a lot of times, and although they're good intentioned, they usually are still looking after their own pocketbooks or families and things like that. But I used to be that guy, right? And here's what I'm going to talk about today, just to make sure that you guys, get the best out of what today is I'm going to show you how you can actually store your money where it's getting higher returns than the bank, which most time pays 0.nothing% anyways, and still safer than often the banks and stocks. It's tax-free, protected from sue-happy predators and creditors. In most states, you guys can have millions stored in here, and they cannot touch it. No one can get to it, except for the IRS. They can get to anything. But even then, this is still tax-free. So in some ways, they can't get to it. This also builds your family's legacy, which I know is part of this whole regenerative summit that we're talking about here. And of course, this can also be a passive income booster that will pay you twice. It'll shave years off your financial goals. So if you guys are interested in how to do that, like hundreds of my clients and I've already done over the last few decades, and even I know Jared's been doing it too, guys, I would say hang in here because it's going to be awesome. All right. Okay, so this is my inspiration here. This is my dad. This is back, as you can see, 94. This is exactly 30 years ago when I was my senior year of high school. And I'll tell you, like my dad, and maybe he's like some of your guys' parents, he taught me to work hard. He told me things like, your word is your bond. Don't ever half-a anything, all that kind of stuff. But he also taught me things when it came to money that, one, we don't have enough. We can't afford it. Money doesn't grow on trees. And what do you think I am, made of money? I don't know if any of you guys, the rest of you have been that way, but if you heard that from your parents too, or maybe you even said that to your own kids, type Y for yes, because that was definitely my growing up. It was all about scarcity, never enough money. And even my dad would say, he's like, you know what? My job is going to literally kill me. My dad worked in a blue collar industry that he already had strokes by his 40s, heart attacks by his 50s. I mean, this guy thought he would be dead. And so my inspiration was when I grew up, I wasn't going to be like that. Right. So I went to college. And of course, as I go to college, I start to realize all professors are just, 9 to 5 or 9 to whatever, broke people like everybody else. And so I decided to go in business. And I thought, well, if I'm going to become a business consultant and help people with business, maybe I should have real life business experience and not just rely on that. So I dropped out of college with one class to go before I got my bachelor's and decided to actually go and find some business to start. And the first one that became intriguing to me was a financial advisor. I know, the one I just ripped on, right? The salesman in a suit, AKA, right? And so I decided to become a financial advisor, thinking, hey, worst case, I learn about money. Best case, maybe I can help my dad get some of his life back, because I had heard so long that, just work your tail off, work hard, save lots of money, which is what he taught me to do. He's like the ultra penny pinching saver. If he didn't get good service, he did not just tip, he would steal the salt and pepper shakers off their tables. I mean, that's how cheap my dad was, right? Anyways, I wanted to give him his life back. And so 4 years after being a financial advisor, he says, Chris, are you going to advise me at some point? I sat down with him at his kitchen table out in Oregon, and we were looking at his finances for the very first time ever. And I said, okay, Dad, this is great. I mean, you've stuffed money in your 401k, you got your match, you've paid off all your debt, you've been debt free for years. Here's the deal. If you want to retire today, especially after Y2K, hurt you a little bit, you better hope you die in 5 or 6 years, because that's when you're going to run out of money. I said, that's not what I wanted to hear, Chris. What can I do? I don't know. You did everything right from what I teach as a financial advisor. And that's when I realized there was a problem, because it was just a few weeks later, my friends asked me, he's like, well, how many of your clients are financially free? Well, none. They all worry about money. Even if they're retired, they still worry about running out of money too soon. Okay, well, how about this, Chris? How many of you guys as financial advisors are financially free, not off the commissions by selling us this stuff, but actually doing these investments? How many of you guys are actually financially free doing the stuff you've been recommending? And as I was really honest with myself, there's about 100 people in our office. I said, well, none. There's your problem. And that got me on a journey, guys, to look for something else. And of course, when the student's ready, the teacher appears. I started looking into real estate investing. And the next thing you know, later that next year in 2006, when I was 28, almost 29 years old, I was able to retire. And really, that's kind of what I've been teaching people to do, is how to do that. Now, what I'm talking about today is just one strategy. This is not a strategy that will get you financially free by itself. There's a lot of strategies that help you do that. But this is one key strategy that I didn't even know as a financial advisor. In fact, you're going to end up knowing more than a lot of the financial advisors that try to talk to you, or even insurance guys or whoever else, because this is a strategy that works great if you're an investor and or business owner, which I know some of you guys are both. Especially because even if you think you're just in a business, the ranching business or farming business, the thing is that still, despite having that business, you guys a lot of times are investors. You're dealing with these commodity prices. You're worried about, what is it for a calf, right? Like, you're starting to worry about these kind of things. You're in this game every day. And this is a strategy that works great with that. I love this quote by Coach Bear Bryant. Says, offense sells tickets, but defense wins championships. You got to have a good defense to go with a good offense. Tom Brady would not be Tom Brady if he did not have a good offensive line defending him, right? So we got to have both. But the challenges we have going out there today, we got stock markets that are way overinflated, that we are starting to wonder when the bottom's going to drop at some point. You got the government, of course, wants to tax the crap out of us because, now they got $35 trillion plus of debt and growing every single day, and wonder where they're going to get their money, right? They're going to try to get it from us. We got banks failing, and even if it's just a few banks, we start to wonder, well, is that just a few, or could there be more, right? And then even Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett just a few weeks ago just sold off $400 million of his shares in Bank of America. Do you think that Warren Buffett, who's heralded as the greatest investor, sees something coming down the road? Possibly, right? Not to mention we got interest rates are just going Amber Heard crazy right now, right? So it's just insane what we've seen happen just recently. And just so you know, we got guys like I talked about Warren Buffett. He's got almost 300 billion just sitting in cash right now. That's a number reported before he sold off his 400 million of Bank of America shares. So guys, he's got so much going right now, and we're starting to wonder where they do this. Where are banks storing their money? By the way, what I'm talking about today, I actually know people that there are families that own banks that will not save money in their own banks. They refuse to use it, but they'll hold it in these kind of places, just like here, where they'll hold anywhere from at least 10 to 20% of their own cash in these very places I'm talking about. And guys, it's not just banks, it's not even just wealthy people too, guys. This is something that's been used for hundreds of years, even middle class to upper class, everybody's been using this. It's just been kind of distorted because of all the noise lately, especially with social media and everything. But guys like Walt Disney, he actually built this, he actually bought a bunch of swampland using this strategy to create this happiest place on earth in Florida, right? This guy, Ray Kroc, to pay his executives that when he took over, he had to use the same strategy. And this guy, you may or may not recognize him, but you probably recognize his store. During the Great Depression, he even paid his payroll, trying to keep his company afloat during hard times, because this is the only place he was able to get liquid money because he couldn't even trust the banks. Fortunately, 2020, he wasn't so good. Well, he was dead by that point. But by 2020, things were a little bit harder. And so what is that tool that they've all been using for years? It's definitely not the bank, guys. It's right here. And what we refer to in trademark as max ROI, infinite banking. This is a strategy that we've been using for many years ourselves, and so have many other people too. The vehicle you use to do this is you use the most boring thing possible, which is this high cash, low cost, whole life insurance policy. So yes, it's life insurance that actually can store the money, but it's not like the death insurance, which is just an expense. Your term insurance is your death insurance. It's an expense. Whole life is actually an asset that has the death benefit, but most importantly, for the here and now, it's got this tax-free, supercharged, like high yielding savings account that you can actually make a lot of money in, storing your money safely, even safer than what the banks do. And just, a lot of the guys out there, they don't get it, or they see the traditional crap that insurance agents sell you. And of course they're going to rip on it, because I do too, but they don't understand it. But there's guys that have, again, made hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, that have been using this for many years. This guy I had on my podcast, Eddie Wilson. He's actually third generation. His dad was a bank president, was teaching him this very same strategy for himself as he started to try to make his own way and become an entrepreneur. And now this guy's actually sold companies for hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's utilized this strategy all the freaking time. Now, if you guys have ever read this book by Nelson Nash, a lot of people recommend this, Becoming Your Own Banker. This is kind of like the grandfather of the infinite banking concept. Shout out to the Nelson Nash Institute for that too. But this is not the same. And the reason I say it's not the same is because I bought a policy in 2006 after I retired, being a financial advisor and everything. I went to real estate. All these real estate investors were telling me about the strategy. Never heard about it before as a financial advisor. So if you've never heard of it, guess what? I didn't either. And they were telling me like, this is the best thing ever. This is the best way to use instead of using banks. Okay, cool. And I drank the Kool-Aid, took it hook, line, and sinker, and I bought it from a guy. And understand, I had an insurance license, so I wasn't a stranger to how life insurance worked. I just taught people that whole life was a waste of money and a ripoff, But he was showing me how it wasn't. And I asked him, I said, listen, this is pretty expensive in those first years because term insurance gets more expensive each year. Whole life starts out a little bit more expensive, but then gets cheaper each year. So it's front loaded and then gets cheaper, and you have it your whole life. It's something that you don't have to renew. It's protecting you forever. And so I said, well, is there a way to make this cheaper? And he said, no, if you try to change this, you'll be taxed. And of course, like every other good American, I don't like to be taxed, right? Just like you probably. So I said, all right, fine, I'll trust you. Well, 2 years later, 2008, we're getting the depths of the recession. My real estate's having a hard time. I started a brand new business in 2007, marketing towards real estate investors. It was actually that business that I even met Jared in the first place. And we were almost bankrupt by 2008, 2009. I was in the hole. I went from millionaire to upside down millionaire. I was over $1 million in debt. I couldn't keep making these $1,000 a month payments. And so I lost it. There was no money to keep it going. Here's the thing, guys. A couple months later, I found out that this guy that sold me the policy lied to me. I found out I could have actually made it better. In fact, I could have made it so good that even during the recession, I would never have lost it. I put in 25 grand into that policy, and yet I had nothing to show for it. It was like the most expensive ripoff ever. So when Dave Ramsey says a ripoffs, yeah, the one I bought, it was. But when I discovered you could actually do it differently, I actually approached him. I actually slid the office door shut for 2 hours of debating him. And I showed him my own numbers. I said, I ran my own numbers because I had a life license. I said, look, I was able to do the same thing, but better than what you did. And we went back and forth about, why mine wasn't better, whatever. But after I knocked down all his objections, finally, after 2 hours, he admitted to me, he says, Chris, I designed it that way because I could not afford to cut my commissions. I said, there, now we got the truth finally. And by the way, I'm never going to send you a person again. Just so you know, this guy now works for Wells Fargo. So just so you know, people that fail in that industry go work at banks. Another reason why I hate banks, right? But I'm just kidding. Banks are great. I use lots of them. I leverage them, but in my favor, not the other way around. And so anyways, I mean, I vowed it from that point forward. I'm like, we got to change this because people are literally wasting hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars over their life in these unnecessary fees when you can actually design it better to the point where it actually becomes more like a tax-free savings account versus just an expensive life insurance policy. And that's why a lot of times I'll kind of nickname it no BS infinite banking, right? Is that we don't have to BS you around. You can get the best every time when you do it. Now, here's what the strategy is not for. One, if you're in poor health, maybe you've had a heart attack recently, maybe you've had a brain tumor, something like that, then this probably won't work for you because the costs are going to be so big that savings account is not going to make much money, right? Because all the money is going to go to paying for the cost of the insurance. However, you could do like what one of my other clients did where, he was like 400 pounds. He was in his mid 50s. He said, Chris, I'm pretty sure even if I get approved, it's going to be expensive. He says, but Chris, can I put it on my wife instead? I said, well, tell me about her. Well, she's younger than me. I said, well, that's good. Number one. Oh, and two, she's a woman. Women live longer. So that makes them cheaper already. Even if they're the same age, they're cheaper because of that reason. And then he says, three, yeah, she's in great shape. I said, great, let's do it on her instead. And so he's starting to pack away over $100,000 a year, storing this money away, keeping it safe, making guaranteed money, even when he's had investments fail at different times in his life. And so if you're in bad health, it's not going to work for you, but it could work for somebody else in your family. If you're over the age of 70, this may not be the strategy you want to use. It could work, but you're probably going to look more like estate planning stuff. And then, of course, if you can't save at least $5,000 or $10,000 a year, I wouldn't do this strategy. I would just buy cheap term and just, let it be that way. So again, bad health, well into your 70s or 80s, or, if you have, if you can't save at least $5,000 a year, then this probably isn't the thing for you. I would just do cheap term until you get better cash flow. But if you're ever anyone else, this works great. Let me break it down what it can do. I already mentioned tax-free, right? This is tax-free now and later, just like a Roth IRA where you use after-tax dollars, you put it in, it grows tax-free, comes out tax-free. You know, it's same exact rules. But here's the great thing, guys. One, if the government ever changes the rules, you have a contract, you're grandfathered in. So even if they change the rules, you're protected, and which they've been talking about doing with Roth IRAs for years now. Two, the other thing that's great too is that, like I mentioned, it's protected from lawsuits and creditors 100% in most states. For those of you in California, sorry, they have partial protection. For the rest of you, you know, it's great. Safer than the bank, as I mentioned. Banks, you know, we have FDIC, but did you know that FDIC only has about 1.5% of savings saved up for us? So if 10% of banks fail, guess who they're running for? They're going to be running right to the Treasury, to the Feds, whatever, saying, can we print more money? And then it becomes like 2020 all over again, where they're saying, hey, we're going to get you money. And then they can't, nobody's getting money because they have no money, right? That's what it would be like if we start having big bank failures again, like we had in 2008. The other thing too, is that these guys are protected by insurance companies that guarantee all your money and your death benefit. And again, they rarely fail because they don't take high risk like banks do. Guaranteed growth, usually guarantee at least 3%, but right now they're paying at least 6%. There's no stupid limits or penalties like those Roth IRAs I mentioned. You can only pay in 6,000 or 7,000 a year. Here, you have way more freedom to do a lot more. Bank leverage, I'll talk about that in a second, what that means, but it's pretty cool there. That's what Walt Disney did. Protect your family legacy, but most importantly, it gives you access to cash now. This is money you can actually use for your emergencies. You can use it for whenever you need it in case you need it, right? Now, the best way to fund these, I don't recommend you just throw a bunch of money into it. An insurance agent would love it if you did because they would make big, big commissions off you. Instead, I tell people, let's break it up. So if someone's saying, I can save 20,000 a year, great. Let's put a max contribution limit around 15,000 a year. Someone says to me, hey, I can put in 100,000 a year. Great. Maybe do 80,000 max contribution, knowing that we don't have to do the full 80 or full 15,000 or whatever we set it to be. We can make it whatever we want. So those first 3 years, we break up those payments. We pay it in gradually. We just use your emergency fund. The money that you're not going to invest with or use in your business anyways for emergencies, that's the money we're going to put in, because that money can go right over, transfer over, just like you're trying to transfer to a high yield savings account. Yes, in those first couple of years, there's some initial costs, but as I mentioned, those costs are pretty minimal compared to what you would normally see. For example, year one, only about 20% or so, give or take, might come out in cost. The rest of it's available for you to use whenever you need it. There's no real restrictions. You can actually access it. You don't have to wait a couple of years. Some people will tell you that. Insurance agents say you have to wait 5 years to touch it. That's not the case here. It's 30 days because they want to make sure you're not a terrorist. So they say, wait 30 days. Let's make sure you're not just money laundering, and then we'll let you have access to the money. But after that, you build it up and you can actually use it for your business, for investing, or whatever you want. You can blow it in Vegas. I just don't recommend it. That's not a good way to invest your money, right? Now, I mentioned emergency fund or reserves. So my wife wants to keep 400 grand that we just keep in reserves, don't touch. Well, I can keep it in the bank earning 0.1% at my credit union right now. But you do the math, that's $400 a year, and then I get taxed on that $400. I might, if I'm lucky, walk away with $300 after I pay taxes each year. But I told her, I said, let's earmark 300,000 of the money that we have in our life insurance. We don't touch it. We don't invest it. We just leave it there for emergencies. Because why? Because it's earning almost 6% tax-free right now. And so instead, even if I only earn 5%, right? 5% on $300,000, I'm making 15 grand, not $300, 15 grand. And I still got 100 grand in the bank that I need to, if I need to rush to the bank to grab money today. To get the money access, it takes about a week to get this money, give or take, for it to transfer to your account. The cool thing is you can use it as collateral. I actually had a chiropractic client who wanted to buy an office building. And, but he's like, you know, I might want to buy it in cash. I have this life insurance policy with 300 grand in it. Maybe I should just cash it out and use that. I said, hold on, Sparky, before you just go and jump the gun, let's do this. Let's go talk to your bank and see if they'll use the cash that's in this account as collateral for the loan. Because yes, the building's already the collateral. He wanted to get more extra money for building it out and such. I was like, well, let's use this as double collateral for them. And so what did the bank do? They said, absolutely. We love collateral. We love having cash locked up for us just in case. And so they said, instead of giving you a 5.5% or 6% loan, we're going to give you a 3% loan. And so he was paying $1,800 a month, got the build out and everything done on the building, started renting it out to where the renters paid his entire mortgage payment for him. The cool thing is after a year and a half, when it was all said and done, when everything was built out, he went back to the bank and said, hey, can we take the lien off of my life insurance savings account in here? And they said, yeah, we're good. And we'll keep the interest rate the same. Understand that his payment would have been much higher had he just got a normal mortgage. But he was able to get this low payment, still have it paid for by renters, and he still has that 300,000 do whatever he wants with again. So cool things you can use there for collateral. This is actually what Walt Disney did. It's very well known. And if you ever read his books or his documentaries, he could not get bank funding. They did not believe that Disney would work. So what they do, that he got a home equity line of credit, and then he went and used his life insurance as collateral, not the death benefit, but the cash part of it, the savings part, used that as collateral for them to give him the rest of the bank money to create the happiest place on earth. Now, most people tell you it's for extra retirement income. Yes, it could be the tax-free retirement income. And here's a cool thing, guys. I mentioned no stupid limits or penalties. There's no 59 and a half age rule. So where 401ks, IRAs, even Ross will say, we'll penalize you 10% if you try to pull out before you're 60. This does not have any of those rules. So even if you're 30 years old, you could technically retire off of this. Kids savings. A lot of people actually are starting to use this instead of their college savings 529 plans because, one, they don't trust the stock market. Even if they have it in the stock market, it usually does worse than the stock market does. Two, the other problem is of course, you never get to pick where it's invested. It's always risky, right? And what if your kid doesn't go to college? What if they decide to become an entrepreneur? What do you do with that money? You got to use it for something that's college related, or they penalize you for your own money. Same thing. What if the kid gets a full ride scholarship and you don't need it? Doesn't matter. If it's not used for college, they will penalize you. So many people are starting to use this as a college savings plan because they can use it for whatever they want. Even if the kid later on decides not to go to college, great. One of the guys on my team, actually, his dad was a very successful business owner, set this up for him when he was a teenager. And even when he went to college, he just went and got tax-free, or sorry, not tax-free, interest-free Stafford student loans. And so the whole time during college, he was letting this build and grow. When he got out of college, his son's like, you know what? Let's not use it to pay for college. Let's use it instead to start a business. And that's what they did, right? And they started a business and making a lot of money there to more than pay off the student loans. So lots of ways to use it that way. Cash flowing investments. I'm going to show you how this works. This is the one thing I've taught Jared as well. It's pretty dang cool. Okay. This is why I call it double arbitrage. Now, if you don't know what arbitrage is, walk into any bank, and when you see those boards up on the screens they have there showing all the interest rates, you'll see that they'll show this 5-year CD paying you 3%. And then on the other board, they'll show you a 5-year car loan at 7%. That spread that they make between the 3 and the 7% is not 4% they make. They make more than 100% return because that's more than double the interest. That's arbitrage. You have the ability to do the same thing, but turn the tables and do it back to the bank where you can actually make it. I'm not saying you screw them over, right? Because they know what you're doing, but you can actually get a big advantage over them. Here's the thing, guys. When it comes to money, you can either use cash or you borrow it. That's it. You either pay cash for stuff or you borrow money from somewhere else to be able to pay for it. The thing is, you're always paying interest because even if you pay cash for something, you've actually, guys, here's the deal. Even if you pay interest or even if you've paid cash, you still lost the ability to earn interest of that money. That money is now trapped in whatever you bought. For example, last year, I actually bought a car. I could pay cash for it. But when they offered me a 3.9% bank loan, I said, you know what? I'm actually going to take the bank loan because I know I can make way more than 3.9% with my money. And by the way, I'm going to show you guys how I didn't even have to make 3.9. I just have to make about 2% to beat it. Here's how. All right. Just so you know, this is the concept that will blow your mind. This is one you probably want to see too. So if you're not looking, if you're not much of an Audible learner like I am, I mean, this is something you got to see to believe. Let's say you had a $300,000 mortgage that's at 6%. You're going to pay $347,000 in just interest over those 30 years. Now, some people say just pay extra payments on it, but you really save very little in interest when you pay extra payments on your mortgage. It's a big marketing ploy that they have out there. By the way, I was a mortgage broker. I used to tell people, I used to use this number, the $347,000, to scare people to pay off their mortgage early, which is exactly what the bank wanted. Why? Because the banks love it when you pay off your debt early, because that puts them at less risk and gives them more cash to then reinvest and use to make more interest off of you. That's why they give you a better interest rate on a 15-year mortgage than a 30-year mortgage. That's why they give you a better interest rate on a 3-year car loan versus a 7-year car loan, right? That's why they love it for you to pay off faster because that's more cash back in their pocket. They are investors. They love it. So that $347,000 interest, the best thing you could possibly do is pay it off from day one with $300,000. Well, let's just say you had that $300,000, but instead of paying off to say the 347 in 30 years, let's just say instead you just pay your normal 30-year payments, but you take that 300,000 and invest it somewhere else. Well, what if you invest it, and remember at 6% you paid 347,000. What if you earn just say 3% on that money? Guess what? You just earned 428,000 over 30 years on that 300,000 compounding at 3%. You earn 428,000. You're probably wondering, wait, how is that $100,000 more than what I paid? How is that even possible? Compounding interest is different than simple interest. You pay on loans at simple interest. As you pay the loan down, even if you just pay interest only, it doesn't compound against you. It actually gets smaller, not because the banks did this weird formula to rip you off. No, it's just pure math. As you pay the loan balance down, less and less is charging interest because you have less of a balance that they're charging interest on. The interest doesn't change. It's just the amount of interest you're paying goes down as you pay the balance down. Whereas compounding interest is the opposite. It compounds and grows on the way up. That makes sense?
And we've only got about a couple minutes here, Chris. We're doing great.
All right. So here's what happens if you don't pay it off, guys. At 6%, even if you earn the same interest rate, you earn 1.423 million. Do you think I care about the 347,000 if I can make 1.4 million? 10%, it's almost 5 million, 15, 20, and it gets ridiculous after there, right? It sounds too good to be true, but it's really not. You can do the same thing using this. So instead of just pulling the cash out, which you can withdraw cash from this policy, right? Where you put the money in, it grows that cash after it pays the insurance expenses. It grows the cash inside of there. But instead, we'll borrow the money from the insurance company, borrow from them at an interest rate. You do pay them interest, but they're also paying you interest tax-free. They're paying, like I said, they're paying about 6% a year, while your loan rate's about 6%. What happens is you pay that loan balance down, it goes down, but of course the money they're paying you goes up. And how we pay that loan balance down is we put that into something that cash flows. It pays us more money, whether it's your business. Some people pay their taxes with it and just repay their taxes. They save it back up to do it again each year. Whatever it might be, you're paying it back to get that loan balance down while they still pay you money because you don't pull the money out. Say you have $100,000 in there, you borrow 50,000 from them, your 100,000 is still in there compounding and growing. But now you got that 50,000, do whatever you want with it. Then you, of course, use that money to pay it back. The money you're earning from it or whatever you're doing with that money, it pays back. Then that way you're able to make money over here inside the life insurance. You net gain on the interest they're paying you, and you're making money in that investment at the same time, earning money in two places at once. Even use an apartment building, guys, even this example right here, if you use a savings account, you would earn $1,228 at 0.1% over 9 years after you pay taxes. Using this strategy, $126,000. I actually used my own numbers to ensure that this is true. That's how you make money twice. Now, here's the thing I want you to imagine this, right? And I'm going to skip right to the end because again, passive income, all this stuff is good, but I want to go back to my dad here. I kind of think of this quote right here. The most dangerous risk of all is the risk of spending your life not doing what you want on the bet you can buy yourself the freedom to do it later, right? That procrastination. Here's the thing, guys, is that what if it could be right now? See, my dad, he did everything he was supposed to do. He did it all right. And the thing is, he's not passing on millions of dollars to us, right? He's 80 years old. We just visited him this last July. This guy's alive, but he's not really living the life that he wanted. He loved to go fishing. He would love to go fishing and do karaoke. By the way, his moniker was Ronnie Cash because he loved Johnny Cash songs. But of course, as a result, he's homebound at this point. And he tells me, he's like, I don't have this money passed on. In fact, Chris, I don't even understand your life. I'm like, but Dad, you passed on something more important. You passed on a legacy telling me to work hard, that my word is my bond, to don't do anything half-aid, right? Don't do anything that way. Like always do what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it. I'm passing that on to my kids. That's the legacy I want to do. Yeah, I'm building my wealth. And yeah, I can use this tool as well to help pass on this wealth from generation to generation. The key thing is really, guys, it's not just about pass on the money. It's teaching them the very principles that helped you build that wealth. You pass that on to the next generation. That is what works. And it's not just the money. It's the values and everything else that makes this worthwhile. All right. So I'm going to stop that right there, Jared. And
perfect. Yeah. So I shared. Yep. I shared in the chat and Margot shared, okay, you've got a free gift. So talk, just briefly about what that gift is. people have asked, how do we get a hold of them? They've got some more technical questions about their own policies. So I've said, you know, look him up and get a hold of him. It's probably more than we can address right here. So what's your free gift?
Absolutely. So yeah, we're going to offer like an actual consultation, a free consultation to go with that. So because
Oh, that's
everybody
cool.
keeps asking me, they're like, how do I set this up? How does this work for me? What does it look like? We can actually run numbers right with you on Zoom, show it just, exactly what that situation is like. Even if you've got a policy, like many times people say, well, I already have one, but is it any good? We can
Yeah.
actually figure that out for you too.
Okay, then I think that answers the question. Hopefully it does. Somebody was up there that asked that. So anyway, book that. Super generous of you for doing that. Thank you for being here with us, Chris. I
Been
feel
such
like
an honor.
this is definitely, it might be like over your head. I get it. It might take, this is going to be recorded. Go back and listen to it. Check out some of his podcasts. And the more you hear it, the more you realize, no, this isn't like smoke and mirrors. This is absolutely legitimate, and it does make sense. And as far as building a legacy business, especially for those of us who are higher net worth individuals, this can be a really good tool. So how to be able to build a legacy, this can be a really key part to that. So appreciate it very much, Chris.
Appreciate it as well. Thank you.
All right, we have next up, we've got, let's see, where are you at, Elizabeth? There you are. Okay, I see you.
In here.
Hey, welcome. We are very grateful that you're here with us. You are joining us from California. That's right, from Singing Frogs
Absolutely.
Farm. And
Yes.
yeah, I think I heard you speak at maybe the Utah Farm Conference a year or two ago. I think you and your husband spoke on stage there, were kind of the keynote speakers for that. Is that right? And anyway, I thought, I should go visit them sometime. So we get to have a virtual tour here. We're grateful that you're here with us, and let's run with it.
Excellent. Thrilled to be here. Thank you for including us. I'm going to talk a little bit about our farm. Pulling up the presentation. Does that work? Do you guys see? Oh, wait. Hold the shift to see multiple windows. Okay. Share. Screen sharing has failed. Please try again.
Okay, let's make.
Try the desktop.
There we are. We can see it.
Can you see it? Is it the whole?
Yeah.
Is it the whole screen?
It
Okay,
is.
excellent.
Yep.
Well, it doesn't have my intro slide. I've accidentally went past that, but it's got the beginning of a video. I hope this ends up working over Zoom. So my husband and I, Paul, has started Singing Frogs Farm 17 years ago. We are in Northern California. We're in wine country. Sonoma County, we're about an hour and a half north of the Golden Gate Bridge of San Francisco. We have an 8.5-acre property. And as you can see, it's a lot of veg. It's super intensive veg. You can see our neighbor on the left-hand side is a vineyard, about 140-acre, mostly Chardonnay vineyard. But on our 8 acres, you can see there's a lot of bushes and trees and ponds and open space. And then within that, there's 2.5 acres of field space. We run a year-round CSA, community supported agriculture, where people get a box of veggies every week. In the wintertime, every other week, as we have less sunlight and less photosynthesis, and then therefore the plants grow less. And then we also do farmers markets, and our sales are split about equal between the two of those, and then a little bit goes to a few restaurants locally. So all of our food stays within 15 miles of the farm, and that's really important to us. Even though we have a big market down in San Francisco, building our local community, feeding our neighbors is just what we believe is an important part of resilience. So one of the things is we have a tremendous farm crew. So you can see me in there, but you can see a lot of other young folks who come to us to learn and grow with us. And then often will go off and start their own farms, or will work for other farms. There's a lady here who runs a school farm. There's a guy in this picture who runs another nonprofit, somebody else who is starting his own, another guy who started his own landscaping business. This picture is 2 years old now. So our farm is really focused on the soil, on no-till and regenerative, on being intensive, and on the ecology. It wasn't always that way because when we started out, there was no talk about regenerative. There was no talk about no-till. So we did that we best that we, could find organic tillage. So this is what it looked early. You can see a lot of bare and exposed soil. It was not very productive. We were getting maybe 2 or 3 crops per a space versus right now we're getting 3 to 9 sequential crops in a specific bed. We had a lot of pests and weeds. Here's a look down the farm. These are the same fields that you just saw the overview of. Not very productive, a lot of weeds in there. And this was us learning, and we ran our CSA the first couple of years this way. This is the exact same field from a slightly different angle, and you can see how much is going on in this picture. It's actually about the same time of year also. And because we're not having to run the tractor, we can get in there and plant earlier crops and go. I want to touch base on, I know this is a regenerative legacy, and I don't know how many other regenerative ranchers and farmers are talking, but we were thrilled to be a part of some nutrient density studies and building resilience within our community, building up our soil carbon and our soil biology, building up our ecology are all important to us. And also having high nutrient density is important in our vegetables. We were approached by Ray Archuleta, who's a no-till specialist, as well as a couple of authors who ended up doing some studies looking at regenerative ranchers, grain growers, dairies, and also vegetable producers, and having them find a comparison farm that grew the same products locally, and then they came out, tested the soil, and then we grew the same product in our case. It was cabbage from the same seed packet, and then that was sent off to be tested. First off, our soil biology was tremendously higher, and the assumption is if that you have healthier soil biology, you are going to have healthier food. Just like the biology in our body is important for keeping us healthy, so is the biology in the soil. And so here are some basic biology tests looking at some basic numbers. You can just see it go from 2,000 to 5,000 to 11,000 as we grew in our regenerative practices, which I'll talk about shortly, our no-till practices. And the results of that, here's the book. David Montgomery and Ann Bickley are the authors. If you go on our website, I have a whole page to nutrient density, and there's actually a link to the journal article. But some of the big, ABC vitamins, K, E, B, calcium, we were 30 to 60% higher. But once you started getting into your polysterols, your phytochemicals, the things that we are finding now are really more impactful on our health. It was much higher. And then when we looked at this was comparing our cabbage with an organic neighbor, but when we looked at taking some of our spinach and carrots with the versus USDA conventional, it was over 100% higher in those phytochemicals, phytosterols, and so forth. So really making us feel good about the extra effort that we're putting into our care. So I want to talk a little bit about how we grow, and I'm going to use the principles of soil management. And these are probably not new for most of you in there, especially if you're interested or already farming or ranching regeneratively. We want to disturb the soil as little as possible, keep living plants in the soil as often as possible, grow as many different plants as we can, keeping your soil covered, that soil armor, and incorporating armor. This is from the USDA, but there's many different versions of this. And I like going back to it because I've got 2.5 acres in Northern California, but you can do this in so many different ways. My husband and I did a talk with Gabe Brown about 6-7 years ago. And on the stage, we went through each of these principles and how did we do it on 2.5 acres of veg? And how did he do it on 3,000 acres with cattle and legumes in South Dakota? Same principles, just different manifestations. So that's why I like going back to them. Disturb the soil as little as possible. We know that tillage is destroying the soil, and there's 2 different ways. These are two quotes I like because they're from big organizations. The one on the bottom from the USDA, they have good science. Maybe their practice isn't the best for small farmers, but tilling the soil is the equivalent of an earthquake, hurricane, tornado, forest fire occurring simultaneously to the world of soil organisms. And what's really happening there is as the soil is being tilled, those aggregates are being broken up, and that's total ecosystem destruction. And I actually like this picture here because when we talk tillage these days, we often talk huge John Deeres, going across fields and so forth. But here's a guy with a plow behind some horses, and look at the seagulls coming in behind. They knew exactly what was happening. There was death right behind him. He was bringing up a buffet of earthworms and who else knows what, and they are just digging right in to that. We want to keep that life in the soil, don't we? So that's the biological side of it. The chemical side of it is when those aggregates are broken up, you're increasing the surface area of each piece of soil, each now micro aggregate. And it's sort of like a turbocharger on an engine, putting in more oxygen, and it volatilizes off a lot of the nutrients, a lot of the carbon, a lot of the nitrogen, which as farmers and ranchers, we need in our soil, don't we? So from when we started to now, our soil organic matter, our soil carbon has increased tremendously. It was 2.4%. So soil carbon is soil organic matter is everything that's in soil that's not minerals, air, and water. It's what allows the soil to take death and turn it back into life, right? And it's 57% carbon. And through these regenerative practices, we were able to bring our soil organic matter up to 8 to 11% at a depth of about a foot. It's higher, closer to the soil than that. And here you can actually look, these are samples we took with Ray Archuleta to do some slake tests. You can look at soil from a perennial crop that was in our same valley bottom, not on our property, and then soil from us. This was dug up on the exact same day. You can see the roots in the one from us on the right. And when we put these in water, the one on the left, we have a sandy loam soil. It just instantly disintegrated versus ours stayed intact for over 48 hours. Also really, really important for water. And we see this manifest. We live in a Mediterranean climate. So we had our first rain last week. It was about a ½ inch. And that was our first rain, a little on the early side, which is great, but now there's none in the forecast since March. And so water holding capacity is really important for us. And per the USDA, for every 1 percentage point increase in soil organic matter, an acre of land in the top foot can hold an additional 20,000 gallons of plant available water. We see this manifest in the amount that we have to irrigate. When we first started, we were irrigating in the summer 50 minutes. Every other evening. Now it's 20 to 30 minutes every 4th or 5th evening. So the soil is just holding onto that water and the plants are able to utilize it. Just giving you another view again of our place. Keeping living plants in the soil as often as possible. On a vegetable farm, this looks very different than say on a ranch, but the reason we want to do this is drawing down carbon from the atmosphere. Plants are photosynthesizing. They're taking CO2 in through their stoma. They're taking off the carbon. They're resynthesizing that into glucose and then a myriad of other carbon-based products. And then they're exudating that in the soil. That is the primary food for the entire soil food web. They're exudating those carbon-based products into the ground. And then you've got the humification, the building up of your soil organic matter and your soil health from there. This is a slide that I think a lot of you have probably seen. It's in a Petri dish. And what we're looking at here is a plant root hair, and it is pushing sugars. We got this from Ray Archuleta, and he's just called it liquid sun, just pushing that out, in this case into the Petri dish so we can see it, but this is happening into the soil, feeding initially the bacteria and fungi that have the symbiotic relationships with the plants. But from there, you've got the buildup of the entire soil food web. And this is what we want in order to grow healthy food. So we want to be intensive on our farm. 3 to 8 sequential economic crops in any one bed in a 12-month cycle. You may be saying, hey, they're in California. Yeah, we had frost the other day. We don't get super cold. We'll get into the mid-teens or something like that. But we do utilize hoop houses. We do grow a lot outside, even through the winter. We are thankfully able to do that. But just having one crop be done and immediately getting the next crop in, we are keeping that photosynthetic capture of young plants going. And that's super important for us for the soil, but then also as a farmer, it means more young crops to be harvesting and selling so I can pay my employees and myself and or feed our community. Grow as many different species of plants as practical. Here's an example of something we love doing, which is intercropping. What you're seeing here is a cauliflower that has a pretty wide spacing, and we've got 100% crop cover of this cauliflower in these beds right now. But then guess what? We stacked some functions. We added about a 60% crop of this oak leaf lettuce in there. So now we've got 1.6 crops coming out of the same space, but we've got more photosynthetic capture, more exudating into the soil. Plus the lettuce plants are suppressing weeds, they're maintaining water in the beds. So it's a win-win-win. And just as the cauliflower, our closing canopy, is just the perfect time to harvest the lettuce. If you're in midsummer, it's amazing because then the cauliflower or broccoli or whatever plant you're doing this with is providing light, both sun and wind shade to the lettuce, which makes them nicer and more tender as well. So here are the same crops, maybe about 4 weeks after they were planted, and then once the lettuce is harvested out, and now the cauliflower is starting to put on its heads. You'll see here in these couple of pictures, tomatoes. We'll do the same with tomatoes and have full crops of lettuce down them. Here you've got broccoli, and then we have favas in between. Broccoli and other brassicas don't necessarily feed the mycorrhizae fungi, but they definitely utilize those networks. And so by having a completely different plant, in this case, fava, which we're not using as a cover crop, we're not harvesting with the bean, but we're actually harvesting the light greens. We've got a couple of restaurants that love this. So we'll let it grow up a little bit and then we'll chop it out. And they did quite a lot and helped the broccoli along. And now the broccoli can continue to grow and mature. And one of the reasons that we appreciate the legume, the fava bean that I was just looking there, is because of the little round balls you see there, which are the nitrogen fixing nodules. So these plants are actually serving a very different function with the soil biology and with the soil bringing nitrogen directly in there. Here's a very different one where we've got scallions and status. Status is a flower crop. The scallions are ready to harvest and the flowers are continuing to grow up. So we grow about 90 different crops of vegetables, and then we also grow about 90 different crops of flowers. Aside from our flowers are somewhat new on our farm. We've only been doing them about 6 years, but they take up about 3% of our bed space and they give us about 15 to 18% of our revenue. So people unfortunately pay more for things that are pretty than things that they put in their body. That's one of the unfortunate things of our society. We don't seem to value food quite so much, but I also really love it because of the pollinator, the beneficial insects it brings in, the climactic stabilization and the beauty, of course. And it gives us more climactic resilience as well as economic resilience. Another different types of plants in the ground. Remember, I'm on the third principles, keep a diversity of plants in the grounds, are perennials. We do a lot with hedgerows, and that's what you're looking at right now. This is a native pollinator friendly habitat here at between two fields. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to go into hedgerows a little bit more later. The perennials you can't move, but it's still important to have them in the same space. Keeping the soil covered at all the time. Some people call this soil armor. For us, Green photosynthesizing plants is, of course, the ideal of soil cover that we want. But sometimes we can't do that, in which case we'll use artificial covers. Here you've got burlap when we're direct seeding. So these were a couple of beds of carrots that went in. They have to be direct seeded. They cannot be transplanted. We generally want to do transplants. So like say the kale crop that's behind Tommy and Carly here. If we were to take out that, well, the kale crop's not ready, but say it's done for some reason, we want to take out that photosynthesizing plant and replace it with another photosynthesizing plant as quickly as we can, to feed the soil biology, but also to continue producing crops as much as possible. There are a few crops you cannot do that with. The primary one on our farm is carrots. You can't transplant carrots, but there's a few others like cilantro and spinach in the winter and arugula and things like that. So here's an artificially covering the soil. Also could be with an organic mulch, like the straw mulch that we're using around these broccoli plants, which will just become food for the soil biology as well. And then sometimes we will actually use a plastic covering. This is a January picture. And so when we're in the dark of winter, yes, we have our overwintering plants that were planted in the autumn and even summer. And when those come out, we really can't get new plants in until, say, February. So we will artificially cover those because for us in Northern California, winter is weed season and they'd otherwise just be full of grass. But we'll also utilize this when, say, we have a bed that gets too weedy and we don't want to pull out the weeds because that's essentially tillage. So we'll just cover them like this and the weeds just compost in place. This is an overview shot where you can see lots of different covering of the soil, everything from straw mulch to red plastic for strawberries, to pathway fabric, to the occultation right in the bottom front at about 5 o'clock. Okay, so I alluded to this, but how do we transition our beds? This is really, besides harvest, sort of the meat and potatoes of the work on our farm. We grow up one crop, we harvest it, we sell it, but now we've got to get the next crop in. So this is a stop motion, and what we've got here is on the far right, we've got a Asian green that has flowered. This is probably April. And then we've got 3 beds of a cauliflower that are done, and in fact, a couple of them flowered. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to cut these all out at the soil level using loppers on the left, just harvest knives on the right. All of that biomass is going to go to the compost pile. Then we're going to take our permanent irrigation over to the side. We will apply some organic fertilizers. As a farmer, my job is to export nutrients off the farm every day, so we do have to bring some of those back. And then we'll cover those with a layer of compost and then transplant the next crop. Oh, you got to make sure to have a coffee break. And then we'll transplant the next crop. And you can actually see they're doing an interplant. In the right beds, there's only the primary crop in, and now they're coming through with a secondary crop, which is a lettuce. And water it in, and we are done. If you want to see this video again, it's on our website. It can just run sort of continuously there for you if you wish. But this is how we are taking, again, I think I have it right here, the carbon and biology from the old plants, recycling it, and that will then help the new plants thrive. And that's without any disturbing of the soil. It's very quickly. I think that was 45 minutes to transition those 4 45-foot beds. And now we have the new crops growing in the ground. Yesterday, for instance, we transitioned over 11 beds to some of our late winter light greens and so forth on the farm.
Perfect.
Okay.
About five
The
minutes,
last one is
Elizabeth.
incorporate animals. We do have animals on the farm. I have some goats, I have some chickens and so forth, but they are not incorporated in the same space as the vegetable crops. We have formed beds and they're highly productive for us and so forth. So we think about it a little bit differently. We think about it in terms of the soil biology. And many people will call that the underground livestock. And then we also think about it in terms of our compost. Because we will bring manure into our compost piles. We use quite a lot of compost. About 50% of the initial stock of that is what comes out of our field, but then about 25% is horse manure. I wish I had more diversity, but I have a good friend who boards horses and uses his own feed and so forth, and I trust him. I know my farmer, right? So we'll use his manure, and then we purchase in municipal compost from our community. But just animals in general, we really strongly believe that we want to live together with Mother Nature. And we as humans can produce food and can work and yet still foster a beautiful Mother Nature. Life improves the capacity of the ecosystem to support life. We are Singing Frogs Farm. We have a lot of Pacific chorus frogs. I took this picture yesterday morning. This is right down the main road. We've got beds on either side. You can see some little Brussels sprouts peeking out right past that fox's tail. This is a California gray fox, and he is a hunter on our farm. We actually love the predators on our farm. Our biggest pest are rodents, and so they will come in and do some rodent management. We also are doing our own trapping, but I guess I did get into that. Uh, um, just providing as much habitat as we can for Mother Nature, we find works better. I'm going to get into talking about hedgerows a little bit with this. This is a lot of California agriculture, right? Large scale, and you've got your cash crop there, and then at the edge of the cash crop, there is nothing, right? There's a dirt road for the trucks to come in. This is our farm, right? Our roads are green with clover and native grasses. Yes, you can see some tractor and truck pathways through there, and we have a tremendous amount of perennials throughout the farm. Hedgerows are amazing for bringing in beneficial animals, both of the insect variety as well as reptilian, as well as mammalian, like you just saw with the fox there. And people ask us if we use sprays, if we use pesticides, if we're certified organic. We use no sprays of any kind. We don't want to because of our own health, but also its effect on the soil biology. And here, just a little bit of the talk, let's see, where are we time-wise, on predators versus prey in the insect world. Pest insects are truly herbivores. We call them pests because we don't like them and they do, bad things to our crops, versus beneficials are your predators, right? So having the habitat, and hedgerows are your ideal habitat for your predatory insects because they are longer lived, they have fewer progeny, and they will travel further to go hunting, just like a fox will, versus say a bunny rabbit or something like that, who will have a lot of progeny very quickly in a small amount of space. That analogy is very similar to, say, aphids and lady beetles. Aphids are going to procreate right in their place. They're born pregnant, for crying outside, versus the lady beetles will live up to a year and then come in and go hunting for them. Our hedgerows are also super important for climatic stabilization, wind breaks, but also cooling things down and warming things up when we need that. And then just to show you, studies have shown that the beneficial insects from hedgerows will go up to 250 feet into the field. Well, we designed our farm so that every annual crop is with 125 feet of a hedgerow. Here's installing some, here's them growing up and maturing. I guess I don't have time for climate change, so I'm going to skip through that.
Just about need to wrap up, Elizabeth, but this is great.
Yep,
and encourage
absolutely. If you do want to see more, we have a bunch of lectures and all sorts of other resources on our website. I don't have a gift. I would love to give you a bunch of beets, but most of you are not in Northern California. That is my product.
Awesome.
But definitely do check out our website or our Instagram. And since it is the Regenerative Legacy a summit, I did just want to quickly touch on legacy. What is our legacy? It is
Yes.
definitely building up the soil, but it is also all the people who come through here. On the right, well, that's my family. My kids are now honorary teenagers, and they're taking whatever they learned and ate from this place and going off into the world. But also every year we get a cadre of amazing people, and usually one or two go off and start their own farm. So we love having people come through in that way, also do workshops and so forth. So there
Hey,
you'll
wonderful.
go. I'll leave you with a pile of cauliflower.
Hey, we love it. We love it. Well, thank you so much. That was wonderful. if you have a few minutes and want to respond to some of the questions in the chat, I wish we could go through them all. But there's some really good questions in there, Elizabeth. But please put in the chat what you've learned, what your key takeaways, and specifically, we know that one of the key soil health principles is context, right?
Yes.
Context
Yeah,
doesn't
thank you.
matter. Like what you said, you might be thinking, yeah, that's 2 acres. How does it apply to 2,000 acres? How does it apply to 200 acres, or even 20 acres? The principles absolutely apply, and I appreciate that you brought in Gabe Brown and how they apply on whatever scale we're at. So again, remember, we wrote down what we knew and we set that aside. We're going to pick that up later. Right now, we're making room for increased knowledge. So, yep, go ahead, type in the chat what your epiphanies are. Elizabeth, thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Appreciate you joining us here today. For those that are on camera, thank
Amazing.
you.
Thank you so much for having me.
We got to go see, yeah, you bet. We got to go see Gail go do her chores. I'm not sure what she was doing, but appreciate you taking us on that journey while you went and did your chores with us. Katie, thanks for being on. Randy's out. Maybe are you harvesting something, Randy? Feeding cows? I don't know what you're doing. Looks like you're in a tractor. Our next speaker here is my friend Kirk Duncan. Kirk, you're zooming in from somewhere, Utah area, right?
Eagle Mountain. Yeah, out here in Eagle Mountain.
Awesome. Well, we really appreciate you. There we are. Now you're front and center. We appreciate you being on this. It might seem like you're kind of the outlier here. I thought maybe we should buy you a hat or something so you could feel like you could fit in, but
Right.
but no, Kirk is a wonderful person who has been a mentor to me and my family for over a decade, and it's just an honor to be able to have him here. So, Kirk, let's jump right in.
Super cool. Let me get my screen all set up here. Give me just a second. Super good to be with you. Wow, Elizabeth, that was amazing. Great content.
Yeah, and I see on social media that you've got a little backyard garden going on.
Yeah, I got that started, and I just learned a lot about what I got to change. So that was
Okay.
awesome. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
That was great.
we'll have to go send you the whole recording, go back and watch that because it's all very applicable.
Beautiful. Well, great to be here. Thank you, Jared, for giving me the opportunity to be here and be able to share something I find extremely valuable when it comes to any type of relationship and any type of business. I'm going to just go through a little bit of a story here, and then I'll jump right into what I have here for everybody today, which I know is going to be a game changer and for sure a life-changing experience. I grew up in Lander, Wyoming. I don't know if anybody knows where Lander, Wyoming is. It's not a big town, but it's not a small town. Lander, Wyoming is kind of in the middle. It's right against the Wind River Mountains, right here in the middle. And fantastic. I just love Wyoming. I was constantly in the outdoors, constantly horsepacking, camping, fishing. I mean, fished every lake, every river I could find in Wyoming. And this picture right here is of Red Canyon, and just fantastic views, beautiful mountains. Fun fact about Wyoming, up above Lander, above Lander, there's this canyon called Sinks Canyon. And the funny thing about this is if you decide to go up there and see what it's all about, you head up the road, and as soon as you come into the mouth of the canyon, you cross a river called the Poposia. It's not called Popo Aggie. We always know when somebody's out of town because they call it the Popo Aggie. It's called the Poposia. Well, this river goes down the canyon, but as it goes down the canyon, it goes into this place called the Sinks. And what happens is the river turns and it goes straight into the mountain and disappears into the mountain. So that's why they call it Sinks Canyon, is because this main river that comes down the canyon turns, goes into this cave, and it's gone. For example, like here's the water going into the cave, and then after the cave, the riverbed is dry, unless it's like on high runoff time of the year in the springtime. But yeah, the water turns and goes into the cave, and then it goes down through some different caverns, goes down the canyon, And then it comes up, which they call the rise of the Poposia. And what's really interesting about this is if you ever get to Lander and you go up Sinks Canyon, you're going to have to go to where the river comes back up out of the ground. And so you walk out on this platform, and the platform hangs out over the top of the river. And when you get out to the edge of the platform, you look down, and the water then is coming up or boiling up underneath, coming up out of the ground. But the cool part about this whole thing is the fish that try to come up the river, they have nowhere to go. Like there is no more river. They come up the river and they just run into a mountain because they can't go down into the ground because it boils up through the sand. And these fish that are right here at this point in the river, these fish are anywhere between 10, 20, 30 pounds trout. And they're just huge. And so what you do is you stand on the platform, you chuck bread off the edge and you feed the fish. And it's just like this massive feeding frenzy. And any friend that I've ever taken up there, they're just thinking, like, hey, let's take our fishing poles and go up there. But there is a sign that says that there's no fishing up in this area. So that's a fun fact about Lander is this Sinks Canyon. And later in my presentation, you're going to find out another reason why I bring this up about rivers that disappear and that go into the mountain and then come up later. Well, Wyoming is also the place where I did my proposal of getting married. I just had to do it Wyoming style. So this is our wedding announcement, our photo for our wedding announcement. I had my wife climb up on my horse, and then my proposal happened on a deer tag after deer hunting. That was the crazy part is I thought of all the romantic things I could do for my proposal. I thought I would write on the back of the deer tag, "Will you marry me?" And now some people who don't like hunting, that probably like, oh, you can't do that. But I thought it was pretty romantic. So when I first got married, I did not have a job. I did not have a job and we had nowhere to live. And so we borrowed my wife's dad's camper, my father-in-law's camper. So this is where we started out at, was living in a single axle camper trailer to get started in our relationship. And I had always had the hope, and I always deep inside wish that I could be a motivational speaker. But I did not have the education, I did not have the experience. And obviously, when I first started out, I had no money and I had no job. But anytime I saw a motivational speaker, I thought, oh, it'd be so cool someday to be able to like help people, and help them solve problems and change their life. But obviously, I had a long ways to go first myself to get me in a better place. Well, over the last 33 years, I have learned a lot, and I've had a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties, and there's a lot of things that I've learned about how the mind works and about how our emotions work. Mind and emotions. That the mind and the emotions are like the root of everything. Our mind and emotions are mixed into everything we do, every business we do, every relationship we have, every choice we make. And if our mind and emotions are a little messy, well, then our decisions are not going to be the best. Then our actions are not going to be the best. And then our results are not going to be the best. So over the years of me learning and having different jobs, I finally started working on myself with personal development. And about 19 years ago, I started into personal development when my kids were little. And I started working on myself and my mind and my emotions, and my life dramatically changed. And quickly, family members and friends were like, what are you doing? Like, what is it that you're doing that's helping you make such good changes in your life? And so I started teaching people. Well, as my kids grew up, and now as I've got grandkids, and my grandkids are crazy. They're just crazy fun. Now that I've had grandkids and kids, I now get to teach them how to manage their mind, how to manage their emotions. So my time spent on my own personal development not only has helped myself, it's also helping my family, it's helping my grandkids, and I'm able to help people literally all over the world. And so in the last 19 years, I've been teaching live seminars where my wife and I have been able to work together, teaching classes, inspiring people, motivating people, and really teaching them how their mind works and how their emotions work. Because the better that those function, the better decisions that you're going to make. Now, along the way, we've also had the chance to be on TV a whole bunch of times, which I never in a million years thought it would be possible, but we've been on TV like over 85 times. So here I started out living in the single axle camper trailer. And then now here I am like teaching the world, teaching classes, teaching webinars, speaking engagements, all these things that I'm doing. And it just like really still is quite a shocker to me. So, but I love it. I absolutely love it because I know that what I teach works. There's no question. And what I like to do is I like to help people who are struggling in how to get through that struggle. Whatever that struggle is, if it's a struggle with a relationship, if it's struggle with money, if it's struggle with motivation, if it's struggle with their business, with their income, with their relationship with money, like whatever their challenge is, time, people, their home, their structure, I love diving deep into that and helping people sort this out. It's just a thing I love to do. And I've been able to work with people literally all over the world. So I'm going to dive into this and I'm going to talk to you as though I'm at your house and it's just you and me. So right now it's just going to be between you and me for the rest of the time that I have to speak here, because I want to teach you something that you need to pay attention to. It's something that if you overlook this, you're causing extra problems in your life if you overlook what I'm about ready to show you. Because you put in a lot of time and effort every single day. You really try hard. You try to figure out what to do. You try to how to fix things. You try to figure out what things to adjust. But deep down inside of you, there's something that's controlling you. And I want to talk about what that is so that you understand it better and so that you can perform better, because now you understand how this works. So I'm going to just dive right in and talk about this. So in your head and in your heart, there's a whole bunch of information. And all this information comes from all of your life that you've lived so far, all of your experiences, and it all comes together and it affects how you interact with people, how you interact with love, how you interact with success, how you interact with money, how you interact with time. But sometimes along the way, what happens is, as we're going through life, we feel like we like hit a wall. Like no matter what we do, we're trying all these things, and then it just feels like something's stopping. Like it just stops. And it's like, it feels like there's all this energy you're putting out, but it's like, why are we not moving forward? Or you feel like you're in the pit and you feel like you're down in this deep pit and it's like, wait a minute, I can't get out of this. Or you feel like you're pushing uphill something. It's like, it's just so heavy and it's so hard. And every time you take a break, it feels like it's about ready to roll over and crush you. Or it might feel like there's all these things from the past that you're like dragging along with you, like a lot of attachments. And then one more is maybe you feel like you're just carrying the weight of the world and it's just wearing you out. Now, here's something we want to look at. This is really important because what happens to us as people is we think to ourselves that we're living right now in the present, right? Like we have our to-do list. We're trying to like do the things we want to do, and we got to talk to people, do this. You know, we got certain things we do at certain times of the year, and we're trying to get our work done. But what's affecting us, what's behind us, is our past. Now, some people I coach, they don't want to talk about their past. They're like, nope, don't want to go there. And it's like, okay, but just so you know, as you move forward, your past back here is going to affect you. It just does. Because your past is not a long ways away. All of your history, all of your past is all stored inside your head. And your head is like on your shoulders. It's not that far away. It's like literally your past is inside you. Now, I'm not talking like we have to like figure out everything in your past, but I'm going to show you something that if I were you, I'm going to teach you some steps today that are very simple that take about 15 minutes each day. And if you're willing to do some small work on yourself to be able to put yourself more in order on the inside, it will improve your abilities that you have today. If you can put a little bit of your past into better order, you will find that you perform a lot better in the today. Like you'll be able to think more clearly, make better decisions, connect to people and understand people a lot better if you could do a little bit of mending and healing from the past. Now, this sounds like wait a second, I thought we're supposed to be talking about, you know, farms and people and your produce and your products and what you're doing in the future. But I'm here to talk about this because the condition of how you are on the inside is going to dramatically impact the decisions you're going to make today. And what I care about is your ability to make the right decision. That's what's on my mind all the time is, are you in a place to make the best decision possible? And right now it's, you do what you can, right? But there is some work that we could do to be able to improve this. And what I want to help you is I want to help you get in the zone. So like right now, this is me, but I'm going to put you. When you're in the zone, you're going to get inspired. You're going to find new ways to innovate what you're doing, which will save you time, save you money, and put you in a more productive place. When you're in the zone, everything's great. You understand people, you understand time, you can see the money, you know where the money's at, you know how to manage it, be a better steward. But when something knocks you out of the zone, you are going to struggle because you're out of the zone. And what I want to help you do today is I want to help you understand how to get into the zone so that you can perform your best. Or maybe it's your spouse who's out of the zone. Maybe you're in here, but maybe your spouse is struggling, or maybe a business partner. But the other person, maybe they're out of their genius zone and they're the ones that are struggling, and that's difficult. How do you help somebody who's not in the zone? And so I'm going to put another box right here. We'll just call them you, and we'll call them number 2. You number 2. So this is the other person. This could be your spouse. This could be a business partner. It could be an employee. It could be somebody that you're doing work with, but they dramatically affect the outcome for what you do. So first off, I want to talk about this. You know what it's like when you're in the zone. It's like you're on top of it. I mean, you pay attention, you notice the details, and you get this inspiration on like a daily basis of like, what's most important to do next. And this is like the best place to be because you're not wondering, you're taking action. You feel good about what you're taking action on. And if you got a challenge or problem, you can solve it quickly, but you're in the zone. But something's going to come along, because it happens to every single one of us. Something's going to come along and knock you off or out of the zone. Something's going to happen. And usually what it is, it has to do with somebody else. Something's going to go wrong between you and another person. Now, if you got kids, you know how that goes. If you're married, you know how that goes. If you have a partner, you know how that goes. Like some days it just doesn't work. And so what happens is you get knocked out of the zone, but you still try to keep working. You got to still make decisions. You still got to handle what's on the task list for the day. But what I'm noticing through my coaching, which I do coaching every single week. I've got personal clients. I have group classes I teach. I mean, I've been coaching and training now for 19 years. And what I find is that they'll get knocked out of the zone, but they'll start to come back into the zone, but they have like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So when I'm working with somebody one-on-one, this is the first place that I look is, are they in their zone? Are they in there getting inspiration? Are they getting ideas for innovation? How are they with time? How are they with money? How are they with people? Are they in a good place? And if they're not, then we need to do some work here. Now, here's what happens to you as a person. So there's different functions that you have inside of you. And these different functions affect you every single day. How you feel, how you talk, how you see things, and how you think. Now, when difficulties happen, they usually trigger us, and we usually have feelings about what just happened. And so our feelings can get hurt, we can get offended, we can get bugged, irritated, overwhelmed. Overwhelmed is a big one right now. Or we feel like lost or confused about what we're doing. So our feelings can get kind of buried. But what happens is, if we don't clear out those feelings or do something about those feelings, then the next difficulties start to stack up. And now when we try to talk to people, we actually don't make sense. You actually start to sound cryptic. I know it kind of sounds weird to say cryptic, but like you think you're talking clearly to your family, your spouse, your team. You think you're talking, in details, but the way that people are hearing you, it's like you are leaving out details. Because when your heart is heavy with difficulties and these start to stack up, they affect the way that you talk. And maybe you're married to somebody like this, where it's like, what are you talking about? It's like, it doesn't even make sense. All these pieces are missing, or it's just, but they think they're being straight with you. They think they're talking well, but it's either you or the other person. Communication's not going well. It's like it's very broken up and you're not on the same page. Okay, so what happens is, if this person doesn't do anything about this, and maybe this is you, it starts to stack up even more. And then you start to lose vision of where you're going and what to do next. And so now this person who, and maybe this is you, your feelings are full, your talking is a little bit more cryptic now, and it's not quite making sense, which is causing communication problems. You're starting to lose vision about where you're going. And all along, you don't know what's wrong. You're not sure exactly what's affecting you or affecting the person you're working with. But when you start to lose vision, you start to lose hope. Like everything becomes like super hard, super difficult. And it's like, how are we going to solve this? How are we going to make this better? And it's like the ideas just aren't there. And then if this continues, you can see where this is going. It stacks up so much that it starts to block the thinking. And then this is where a person starts to think about quitting what they built, everything that they've been working hard on. But this is a very sneaky thing that happens inside of us, and we don't even know that this is stacking up inside. But there are signals that tell us that this is stacking up. And the first signal that we want to watch for is, can this person talk in a way that makes sense? So if somebody's questioning you and saying, what? I don't understand what you're saying. And if people keep asking you, to clarify what it is that you're talking about, you could be stacked up on the inside where it's affecting your language. Or if somebody's like, oh, I just don't see how this is going to work, and they're very pessimistic or negative, you now know that the internal difficulties have stacked up so high that they've lost vision. Or if you find yourself where you can't even think, like this right here, this whole image right here that you're looking at, this is what's called overwhelmed. It's when you can't think, you can't see what to do, you can't quite explain, and your feelings are so buried, it's like, I just feel like I'm numb. This is how overwhelm happens. It's a stacking up on the inside. So what I do as a coach is I teach steps of how to decrease this. Because if you could learn how to pull this off of your thinker so you could think, and if you could think a little bit more clearly, you're going to make better decisions. You're gonna cut down on the unnecessary problems you keep creating because your thinking has been blocked. And if you could do the steps to be able to clear off your vision of where you're going, not just I'm not saying just your eyes, I'm talking about the vision of the future, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, then you could be more inspired and more intuitive about what it is to do next. But we can't have that until you know how to clear this off, or to be able to remove this negativity off of your mind and off of your internal eyes. And then even to do a little bit more work so that it can get off of this part of your body where you're talking, your throat, your lips, your tongue, so that you make more sense. Because it's super frustrating when you give instructions and then you go see if they're doing your instructions and it's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? And they're doing it completely wrong compared to what you thought you explained. You could be the one who's not really being clear to the people, and so it's messing up the work. And so what I like to do is I like to help people clear off their thinker, clear off their vision, clear off their ability to communicate so that the problems are reduced. That's a huge part right now in the world right now, is how to reduce unnecessary problems. There's already normal challenges. We don't need to have more unnecessary problems to deal with that we're creating ourselves. And then the last part is to continue doing the work so that you can pull this off of your heart, so that you can be connected to self, and so that you can feel good about what you're doing. To me, this is what I do as a coach, is I help people step by step to be able to reduce this so that they can be at a higher level of function. And what that does is it puts you back into the zone. Because right now, moving forward, what I see that's happening is people that can be inspired are going to know the necessary adjustments they need to make to be able to adapt, because the world is changing. There are people changing the way things work out there in the world. And if we're not inspired, we're not going to know what to do. And so I am all about teaching people how to clear out their mind, clear off these different functions of who they are, so that they can receive inspiration. Inspiration comes to people who are seeking for ideas. And I really believe that, you being in business, that means you are right on the edge of being able to receive inspiration on how to innovate, what it is that you need to do to be able to support your business, to be able to function at a higher level, innovation. But if we could clear off your mind, clear off your vision, clear off your language, clear off your heart, you definitely, even if a little bit of that could happen, you're going to find yourself being more in tune about what it is to do next. And I'm going to show you those steps here in just a moment. And then I'm going to have some time to be able to answer any questions once I give you these steps, because I want to help anybody here, because this is a really big deal. I wish I had more time to help you, of course, because I usually am doing like 3-day seminars every single month. Okay, really quick, I just want to tell you a quick story that supports what I just shared with you. This is my 3 boys, and my son on the right, he chose to be a race car driver, which is super fun. I never saw that coming. I had no idea he would ever become a race car driver. So what he does is he drives drift cars. So these cars are the kind that they go around these big corners and they slide around the corner and they burn tires and there's smoke everywhere, and very, very technical driving. And it's crazy and it's fun. It's almost like an amusement park ride when I get a chance to ride with him. But he's built his car. He knows his car inside and out. And he has, added a lot of things to make it faster, turbos and better suspension, better framework. I mean, he knows his car really, really well. Well, one particular day he was heading out on the track, and he'd already gone around the track like 20 or 30 times, like a lot of times. And he was heading out on the track and the whole car turned off. The whole entire thing just shut off. And his car comes to a stop and it's just dead. And he's gone around the track so many times. We pull it in, we pop the hood, and we're trying to figure out what killed the car. Like, it just died. Nothing works. In one quick second, nothing in the car worked. So we started looking at things. We started looking at fuses. We started looking at wiring. We checked the battery. We checked everything. It's like, what in the world happened? And we could not find anything. And we started bringing other drivers over and then other mechanics. And we literally had been looking through this car for about 4 hours trying to figure out what killed the car, because it still won't start, like nothing at this point. It was like, what happened? Well, as we were poking around after about 4 hours of going through all these fuses and all these wires, we looked up into one corner of the car, way up here in the corner, because we finally had to start following every single wire in the whole entire car. And back up here in this far corner, there was this little red wire, this little tiny red wire. And as we got looking at this little tiny wire, oh, whoops, I lost my arrow. Hold on. As we're looking at this and we're looking in there, we find this little tiny red wire. A red wire means power. And you see that little tiny spot right there? Let me get closer. So this little tiny wire had rubbed against this metal. It wore off the plastic coating, and the wire inside touched the metal frame of the car and grounded the car and killed the car. That little tiny spot killed the car. It shorted it. And we're like, you've got to be kidding. This one thing took away the power of the car. I mean, this massive, like, go fast, super fun, big horsepower car, it literally shut it down because the edge rubbed on it and touched the wire and just boom, shut it down. Now, what that did is it also blew the fuse, the inline fuse. For those of you who are mechanics, you know what I'm talking about. It blew the inline fuse, which is a big deal. That means it was a really big short that happened in the car. So we fixed the inline fuse. we fixed this little tiny thing that caused everything to lose power. We fixed it. And then we turned the key on and the car started. One small part drained the power, like turned the power off. So when I point at you, and if you want to know where your power gets turned off, it's when this is a symbol of some negative experience or difficult situation with a person or with yourself gets stuck inside you. When one of these gets stuck inside you, it begins to turn your power off. Doesn't matter what business you're doing, doesn't matter who the people are around you. If inside you, your red wire shorts out, you lose power. And when you lose power, you don't function well. You just don't function as good as you could, and it could actually turn you off and shut you down. So if you've ever felt that before or ever experienced that before, where it's like, whoa, that I don't want to do anything, it's because you got something on the inside that is shorting you out. Okay, so these little circles here with these negative signs or this subtraction sign inside that little blotch there, these are difficult situations that have happened that have not been forgiven. That's what these are. These are unforgiven moments. A situation with somebody or a difficulty you had. But the thing that shuts down a business or shuts down productivity or shuts down inspiration are unforgiven moments, either where you didn't forgive yourself or you didn't forgive the other person. But this is a symbol of an unforgiven moment. And when our unforgiven moments stack up, because we just don't have time to forgive people, or we don't want to forgive people, these actually stack up and start to block our natural abilities. So over the years of coaching, I have lots of different things I teach people and coach people on to develop skills to improve their performance and their progress. But when none of them work, and the person's trying hard and they're putting in time and effort, and they say they've tried everything, now I know, hey, you got something going on in your past. Something happened. And they're like, no, that wouldn't affect me. I'm like, yeah, your past is inside your head. It's inside your body. It's not 20 years ago. It's not 40 years ago. It's not a long ways away. Your past is inside your head, inside your heart, inside your body. And sometimes for some people, it takes a while for it to stack up. And I don't know, some people it stacks up really fast. Some people it takes a while. But when nothing else works, when you've tried everything and you've learned a lot and maybe you've hired coaches and you've taken classes and you're like, something else is wrong. And if you start thinking something's wrong with me or something's wrong with my business, I want you to stop and consider for a moment that you've got something in you that is unforgiven. And you haven't forgiven that person or you haven't forgiven yourself. That's kind of how far it goes. It's either you or them, but something happened. And it is finally stacked up enough. It is literally starting to shut you down. Now, I don't know what your understanding is about forgiveness. And it seems weird, like, why is this guy talking about forgiveness? We should be talking about, the future of farming and the future of having a ranch and future of all this. But I'm here to tell you, I want you to be able to be in your genius. You're going to need inspiration and innovation moving forward. Those are the two things you're going to need a big amount of, is to be able to have inspiration and innovation to help you adapt. If we as people can't adapt, then we shut down. We don't make it. And we're going through, as a human race right now, we're going through a massive adaptation to how things have been to things are going to keep changing. And how are we going to adapt? Well, if you're not in the zone, it's going to be really difficult for you to know what to do for your particular circumstances and what you're doing and how you're going to keep moving forward. Education is huge. We got to get educated. You got to attend events like this. Got to surround yourself with smart people. They know what they're doing, but it's still going to come down to what's going on inside you. Because you could be really smart, but you could be shut down. And believe me, I've met really intelligent people who their power is turned off. It's like the car. It's like the red wire. It's like their red wire shorted out and they can't figure out what happened. And when I get a chance to talk to them and we talk through it and I show them this exact diagram and I ask them, what has not been forgiven? They just look at me and going, well, we're supposed to be talking about my business. I said, yeah, we are. You affect your business every day. You affect it. And how you are on the inside, forgiveness has to become a daily experience. It used to be where if you're a churchgoer, I don't know where you're at with what you do, but people would, forgive each other often. But these days, for some reason, forgiveness is being put in the back seat. It's not being used. And in fact, it's becoming difficult for people to actually identify what are the steps to forgiveness. Now, again, this kind of sounds like churchy, but it's not churchy. This is like humanity. We as people existing together, the way we stay connected and be inspired so we can be innovative, as we've got to forgive those people that have wronged us and forgive ourselves for the dumb things we've did and the mistakes we've made. But this is like, after 19 years of coaching and literally coaching people all over the world, it's like, this is a difficult thing for people to do, is to forgive. Because number one, they don't know what to do. And then number two, they don't think this is happening. It really, I've talked to lots of people who say, oh, that doesn't matter. I'm like, okay, well then tell me why your power is turned off. Why can't you get inspiration? Why do you not have vision? Why do you not have motivation? If your motivation died, what turned it off? And they can't answer it. They have no idea. But the lack of forgiveness is going to crush businesses. The lack of forgiveness is crushing relationships. The lack of forgiveness is dividing the family. And it's dividing the community, and it's dividing our nation. The lack of forgiveness is dividing us. So I got to ask myself the question, am I forgiving somebody somewhere about something every day? Am I using forgiveness on a daily basis? If I'm not, I am falling out of practice. Because you only get good at something when you practice it. And you need to check yourself. Are you forgiving? And are you expressing that forgiveness on a daily basis? Not just once a week, not just once a month, not just when it becomes super painful or it's one of those situations. It's like, this needs to be something that's practiced, because a lack of forgiveness is dividing you. It's shutting you down. It's going to get between you and your closest relationships. You will not perform at your best ability until you forgive. Now, this could be like, oh, Kirk, but I got so much to forgive about. And I'm like, okay, well, today's a good day to get started. And I'm not preaching repentance. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking about forgiveness. Now, if you don't know how, I'm going to give you some short, simple steps that are going to help you. And you can also type in on the internet, how do I forgive somebody? And when you type in forgiveness, this is what I typed in this morning. I just typed the word forgiveness and this popped up. And it's like, oh, here's the benefits of forgiveness: improved mental health, less anxiety, less stress, less hostility, fewer symptoms of depression, lower blood pressure, a stronger immune system, improved heart health, improved self-esteem by practicing forgiveness. I mean, look at those. Those 7 bullet points would make you a better person. It would make you amazing. Like you would be in a place of making decisions, knowing what to do, how to interact with people. You would go to bed happier. Happier. You would go to bed happier. It's not money that makes you happy. It's forgiveness that makes you feel better, which then causes you to feel happy. And now you can earn more money because you can be inspired and be innovative in what you're doing. But forgiveness is not happening. It's not thought about. So I'm going to introduce to you the idea of forgiveness every day. And this is how you do it. There's some really short, simple steps here about how to do this. At the end of the day, you grab a pad of paper, a notepad, maybe even jump on your computer, write down what frustrated you that day, that particular day. So before you go to sleep at night, you're going to go to sleep after you do forgiveness. because I want you to be better. Because if you be better, you will, that's proper grammar, right? If you can be better, you will do better. But it's got to start with you. So at the end of the day, write down what frustrates you. Number 2, then write down who frustrates you. Now pick out people. Like, okay, this person frustrates me. Write it down. You're not going to send this out to them. You're not going to take a picture of it and give it to people. You're not handing this stuff out. You're unloading your emotions and thoughts on paper. Then number 3, review what you wrote. What frustrated you and who frustrated you? On a new piece of paper. So this is a second piece of paper. Write down what you learned from these experiences, from what frustrated you and who frustrated you. Because when you look at it and you ask yourself, what can I learn from this? And they're frustrating moments, but it's like, wait a second, let me see what I could learn from this. And what could I do different tomorrow? What could I do? So we're going to turn a frustrating experience into educational and a forgiveness experience. So step 5 is take that first piece of paper about what you wrote down about frustration and who you're frustrated at, and you crumple it up or tear it up. Now, if you're like me, I like to burn stuff. So I'm going to go take it out on the barbecue. Boom. I'm going to light it on fire and burn it. But I'm going to say crumple or tear it up. You choose if you want to use the fire pit or not. But you take that first paper, this one up here. At the end of the day, you write down what frustrates you and why. Then you write down who frustrates you and why. And so step 5, take that paper, crumple it up or tear it up or burn it. But do not share it with anybody. Don't give it to the person. It'll melt their brains. Don't read it to somebody. It'll melt their brains. Like, just don't do that. It'll hurt people. And then number 6, out loud, you say, I forgive them for what happened. And I forgive myself for my part. Tomorrow, I will apply what I learned. Okay, get a picture of this. Super easy. Get a picture of this, get a screenshot of this. This is going to get you started with forgiveness. Super important that you start tonight. You have unforgiven moments in your past, unforgiven moments yesterday that are sitting on your heart, that are coming up your throat. It's going to block your throat. It's going to block your eyes. It's going to block your brain, and it's going to mess with you. And I can't sit here at my home and think, I'm just going to let that happen to you. You need to know that this is super, super, super important to start tonight, to clear off your system. So when you write about these things, they come out of you, they go onto the paper, and now that they're on the paper and you go to crumple it up or tear it up or burn it, now it goes away. Comes out onto paper and it goes away. Comes up, out, and away. Up, out, and away. Up, out, and away. Because you got to have some kind of process to be able to extract this, or it's going to sit inside of you and it's going to stack up and your sensibility is going to be blocked. And you're just going to be bummed out, frustrated. You're going to blame and complain about things. And that's not who you are. You are a creator. That's what God created us to be, as creators, which means we get to be inspired and we get to adapt. And through that inspiration and that adaptability, we're going to find the innovation we need to be able to move forward. That's what I love about this. You're human. You're human. I'm human. This is a thing that we need every single day. So instead of watching TV, I'm not going to take your TV away. If you watch TV, I don't know if you watch the TV, but add this to your routine for the evening. Take 15 minutes to be able to do something about forgiveness. Now, when you start doing this, what happens is your soul is going to go, oh, you're forgiving people? Oh my gosh, I have more to give you. It's like your soul is like, hey, we're cleaning up house. Let's get all this out of us. And you'll notice it's like, wait a second, I just thought of some more people to forgive or more situations to forgive. Just do 15 minutes a night. Even though you thought of like 10 things, just do 15 minutes a night so it's doable. Now you're welcome to like do it for a half an hour if you want to, because it speeds up the process. But 15 minutes of forgiveness at night is going to clear you out. It's going to get all of this off of you step by step by step so you can be inspired. That's what I want for you, is that you can receive pure inspiration of what to do next, to keep your family safe, to keep what you're doing productive, to be able to be profitable. You need inspiration. You have to have inspiration moving forward. It's going to be the big thing. It's the big deal. People who are inspired are going to know what to do. And people that are not inspired are going to be scared and they're going to crash and they're not going to know what to do. So if you're a reader, here's 3 books that I find to be super helpful when it comes to forgiveness. Great books. They've helped me a lot. I think it's super important to study this topic and to get good at it, because if you're not, your life is more miserable. And if you can learn about this and do this 15 minutes a day, you're going to be so much more happier, so much more clear. But 3 great books to be able to make that happen. Now, I'm not done yet, but I got to be done. So I got to be done. So we have next speakers coming up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you to a forgiveness coaching next week. Next week on Wednesday, October 30th, I'm going to be doing on Wednesday evening from 7 to 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. I'm going to be doing a forgiveness coaching class. And it's specifically for everybody here, because I have about another hour of content to give you and then more questions to answer next week about forgiveness. Because there's other ways to do this forgiveness that might fit you better, but I want to help you understand this even more. So I'm going to invite you to be part of this. What I need you to do is text me your name and email. So I'm going to give you my phone number. So get ready to write this down. Text me your name and email, and then that tells me to send you the Zoom information to be part of this forgiveness coaching class next week. And it's normally like $197 for a 90-minute coaching appointment with me, but you get it for free. We're going to do a full-on group experience so I can show you more about this and more of what I've learned how to do this, so that you can feel like you really deeply understand how to do this. So you're invited to be here. Now, what I'm going to do, though, this is going to be kind of fun, is if you want to be part of this next week, I'm going to give some one-on-one coaching appointments away right now. If you are the first person to text me, you win a 1-hour one-on-one coaching call with me. And I'll send you my link. You can look at my calendar, pick out the best day and time, and let's jump on a 1-hour coaching call and I'll help you. It's totally free, totally free. And at the end of the coaching call, I'll say thank you. And we'll just be like, this is awesome. And if you're the fifth person to text me, you also win a coaching appointment. So everybody gets to be part of the group. But if you want to text me, if you want to be one of the first, the fifth, or the 10th, I'm going to give away a 1-hour coaching appointment to the person who's the first, the fifth, and the 10th. So if you would like to have some help personally about forgiveness or anything I can do to help you with what you're working on, then you want to text me right now and be the first, the fifth, or the 10th. So there's my phone number, 801-639-0317. And that comes straight to me. And so if you, oh my gosh, okay. I got to tell you who was the first. Who's 925-596-0827? Who's that? You were the first person. So, okay, it just totally took off like really, really fast, but I caught the first person. So I can see exactly who's first, who's fifth, and who's 10th. So I got to go here in like 4 minutes, but what you want to do is I'm going to also add to this. So just so you know, there's still room to make this happen. I'm going to give a coaching appointment to the 1st, the 5th, the 10th, and also the 20th person, and also it's 30th person. So if you haven't texted yet, there's still a chance for you to get one of these coaching appointments. Okay. I see that happening over there. So it's all kept in order. Nobody is going to get, it doesn't go out of order. And so go ahead and text that number, 801. I got 3 minutes left here, but 801-639-0317. And I will send you the link tonight for the Zoom webinar next week. And let's talk more about forgiveness. Cool. So go ahead and text me. Let me just glance really quick. Okay, the 30th one is still available. So if you text, there's still this coaching appointment. So there's 5 1-hour coaching appointments I'm giving away. And so if you're like, oh, they're already all gone. No, it's super close. So if you hurry and text, it's like within just a couple, it's within a couple here. And I see some of you actually trying to text twice. That's awesome. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll send you the email tonight. We'll jump on that call tomorrow. And then I will message all of you who won the coaching appointment, 1st, 5th, 20th, and the 30th. I will message you this afternoon that you got the appointment, because I have some coaching appointments I got to go do right now. But that way I'll give you the link so you can schedule your appointments. So looking forward to this next week on Wednesday. This is a big deal when it comes to who you are and how you are as a person. Take it seriously. If you don't know how to forgive and you're an adult and you don't know the steps to forgiveness, it's time to figure this out. It really is. Your past can become heavy and it can weigh on your soul. And every day you try to be strong and every day you try hard. But what happens is the past doesn't get cleared up until you forgive them. And I know there's some terrible things that can happen to us as human beings. I'm going to cover more of how to forgive next week. So I got another hour and a half. I can go more. And I'm happy to share more with you next week too. But at least start this today. It'll make you feel better on the inside. It's doable. It's real. And today you can start to move into that space of getting into your zone. Get into your zone through forgiveness. It's a massive, massive important part for your family, for your marriage, for your business, to be inspired and to have the innovation that you need. Super cool. Okay, my time's up. I got to go. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Jared, for inviting me. And I hope what I shared made sense. I hope it made sense.
It absolutely did. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What a timely message.
Cool.
Let's go
Very
ahead
cool.
and type in the chat what you learned from today. Let's put it in there. Practice that. Remember the FAST principle of learning, that last piece, the T. We got to teach each other. We're going to do this here in the chat. Kirk, do you have time for a quick question?
Sure.
Okay. So you've kind of alluded to, the things that might be shifting. We're seeing a lot of things from natural disasters, political unrest, wars, and some people say maybe it's the end of times. How does one remain calm when there's chaos brewing all around us?
Okay, so chaos plus unforgiven experiences in your life is like a wildfire. So chaos is going to happen. It's always happened on the planet. It is increasing, which tells me my forgiveness has to increase. Because if I can be peaceful on the inside, I can be the calm in the center of the chaos. But if I have hard feelings and if I have difficulties inside of me of unforgiven moments for myself or other people, then the chaos is going to erupt that because I am not stable on the inside. So to me, the thing I have found that has helped me and the people that I'm working with is you got to get inside and you got to clean up your insides by using forgiveness and find every person you can to forgive so that you have nothing to be disturbed or nothing to be erupted on the inside. And because you're doing that forgiveness, you're going to receive inspiration, which will help you be more prepared. And I know for me, that is the number one thing I need to do for my preparedness is to be able to be inspired. And that will happen at its best because I'm forgiving people.
Thank you. Yep. Way to bring it around.
Cool.
I really.
Thank you, Jared.
Hey, everybody give Kirk a big round of applause. Give him some love and some thank yous in the chat.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Thanks for letting me be with all you guys. Love you. Bye.
Hey, take care, Kirk. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, well, everybody, we're at noon my time. And as I mentioned before, we're just going to roll right through. We're going to keep going here. But for this next piece, those of you who are able to, please turn your cameras on. We want to see you, and it's going to be fun, what we're going to do here. So if we were in a live audience, we'd have some interaction, but we can't do that. So we'll just give each other some virtual high fives. But what we're going to do, because we've been sitting, I encourage you to stand up. So I'm standing up. And remember, just roll your shoulders back and hands above your head. And we're going to lean to the left, even though it's looking like I'm leaning to the right. And we're going to lean to the right. And we're going to lean forward as far down as you go without falling on your head. And we're going to lean back as far as you can. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. We took some breaths. Hey, you guys, I see some people on there. Thanks, Courtney, for playing along with us. Chris, good to see you on here. Brent, awesome. Okay, what'd you guys think? Like, Kirk was awesome, right? Might be like, man, how did that apply to ranching? But absolutely it did. We appreciate one of my visions for this summit is that we can get out of some of the siloed thinking that we have and expand. And sometimes that takes somebody from the outside. So I appreciated what people said in the chat. Like there were things that you realize that, hey, this was pertinent to me. Did you know in the agriculture industry that suicide rate is reported to be the highest among all industries? So definitely, do we need forgiveness in agriculture? Do we know somebody? Did anybody have anybody come to mind that they needed to forgive? For me, absolutely. And this is something that I've been working on. I've personally worked with Kirk about 10 years ago, and still it's like, wow, okay, there's still some work to do. There's still some work to do. So thank you very much. Yes. What you do. So thank you, you guys. That was genius the way he did that, to be able to enroll people in taking action to help and better themselves. That's what good leaders do. He did that. If you go up, Margot, if you want to paste that again in the chat, the gift page. What the gift page is that some of the presenters, many of the presenters here have offered something, either for free or for a super good deal. And that is the link to that page. Basically go to that page. So for Kirk's example, you would go there. It will take you to the Zoom page to be able to register for his class next week. So don't get too confused, but I would definitely encourage you to bookmark that page, copy, paste it, send it to your wife or somebody so you can always go back and find it. Cool. Okay, well, how are we doing so far? Everybody good? As you notice, during Kirk, I had to go out and get some sunlight. You guys were sure welcome to do that. Get up, stretch, drink water. I've got my water here with me, and we're gonna keep right on rolling. So pull up my presentation here. There we go. All right. Okay, so this is where we're at. We all know where we are, right? The Regenerative Legacy Summit. So my wife is joining in. She's at the other house. Appreciate that she's able to be there. My kids are off in different places. Each of us have teams that are supporting us. My presentation is called, I've entitled it Dirt Rich, Cash Poor, because that is something that a lot of us in the agriculture industry, that is our, I'm not going to say it's not our reality, that it is our reality, but that's how it is. Sometimes we look on our balance sheet, and that left-hand side of our balance sheet shows some big numbers at the bottom of them. But on the right-hand side, it's like, and not so shiny, especially when we transpose that over to our cash flow. We're like, yeah, we've got all this equity, but dang, you can't eat equity. So what do we do? How do we pay for kids' braces? And how do we get to the point where, you know, we are actually have more cash flow, staying in the business and being channeled in the right direction versus just going out of the business. So my goal for this presentation is to help you discover the path to create a profitable regenerative business that not only enriches the soil, but also builds financial stability for you and for future generations. How does that sound to you guys? How many would like to have that? Just go ahead and put that in the chat. Like, sign me up. And I'm not saying that at the end of this, you're going to have that accomplished, but key in on this, the path to create a profitable regenerative legacy business that not only enriches the soil, but builds financial stability for you now and future generations. So next question. Yeah, thanks. Thanks you guys for chiming in there. Appreciate that. Yeah, sign me up. That's me. What is this worth to you? What would that be worth to you? This is not a hypothetical question. And this is a question not well, I mean, man, it's priceless. It'd be worth everything. I invite you to take out your journal. Remember that important piece that is our most important tool on the ranch, that journal, and write down a number, whatever comes to mind. What is it? What is that number for you? What would that be worth to know that you are on that path towards getting that goal that you have in mind? Oops. Plug in my, so everybody got a number? Everybody got a number? Okay. Can everybody still hear me? I just plugged in my external microphone. Hopefully we're good. So this next presentation is for you. If you're willing to change, you're not stuck in the past. You're not saying, well, this is just my circumstances. This is my lot in life. If you are committed to regeneration, if you're willing to maybe buck the system a little bit and say the conventional system, while it's highly productive, there's some huge flaws in it. We're not here to point those things out today. If you want to be profitable, and if you want to focus on stewardship, then this is for you. On the other hand, if you're not willing to change, if you're not committed to regeneration, if profit doesn't really matter, profit, however you determine that, and if stewardship isn't your thing, then, you know, that's okay. We love you, and that's just fine. We hope you'll still join us, but this is who we're talking to. So when you stay to the end, we have a special offer, just kind of like Kirk did, for those who take action and are willing to invest in themselves and in their future. This is my wife, Selena. We're grateful to be here and to be the host of this Regenerative Legacy Summit. A little bit about our family. So we've been married for 28 years. We got married in 1996. We're third generation ranchers. Both my wife and I come from ranching backgrounds. I've invested in my education, been blessed to work with some great leaders in the industry like Bud Williams. Bud Williams said was one of the top, Bud and Eunice Williams were the top 10 most influential people in agriculture. And just honored that I could work with them firsthand. He's been to our place, and I've been to his classes both with stockmanship and marketing. Studied leadership, really dove in like many of you in recent years on the soil health, studied with the Savory Institute. I was blessed to write a book called Searching for Home, Finding Grace. It's a novel, highly recommend it. Our ranch is certified regenerative with the Savory Institute, and about 2 years ago, we kicked off our journey with Ag Steward, and that's our company. We started doing virtual summits and twice-a-month webinars. So that's what you're experiencing, what we started a couple years ago, and we've carried that on. Also the Profitable Steward podcast, and it's an honor to be able to go and speak at other people's events as well, throughout the West and even throughout the United States. So that's a little bit about us. Our ranch is located in northeastern Nevada, kind of the northeast corner. We're closer to Utah and Idaho than we are to Las Vegas and Reno. We have to make that distinction clear. We're not in the desert. This is the high desert. We actually have 4 seasons, and it's a beautiful place to live. We're honored to live here and carry on the legacy that my grandfather started. Our ranch started with sheep, and it passed on to my dad, who built on that, and then now on to me. We're now in 2 geographic locations on either side of the mountain range. So basically two properties. This one over here is contiguous. This is somewhat removed. You have to go around the end of the mountain to get to one. We summer the cattle over here. We winter over here. Our main enterprises right now are custom grazing, sell by marketing, and our heart really lies in the grass finished industry. And so we're working with other branded beef companies to help to build them in a sustainable way, so that when the other model crumbles, we have something else that is a viable model that will be able to take its place, not only providing for families, but most importantly, in providing a good product. Not only providing for families on the land, but providing a good product for families wherever they live. So that's about us. And again, our journey started in 1996. I'm 3 short years after my mom and dad after we got married. My mom and dad came to Selena and me and said, "Hey, we would like to go, and we'd like to go serve missions for our church. And would you be willing, both of you, be willing to take over management of the ranch?" At that point, we had sold the sheep, and now we were 100% cattle, primarily cow-calf. And we were back from college, had a little boy. Our first was just a baby, and we said, "Yes, sign us up. Absolutely. It's what we want. It's our goal, and we'll absolutely do it." And so we did. My mom and dad were off to Mexico, thousands of miles away, and gone for 18 months, and left us in charge of the ranch. At that point, it was about 500,000 acres, over 1,000 head of cattle, multiple employees, most of them twice, sometimes 3 times my age. And I quickly found out that, holy cow, I'm in over my head. And I realized, okay, if we're going to be successful, what I saw were 2 pieces to success. When I worked on the Deseret Ranch in Florida as an 18-year-old, too young to really appreciate that I worked under one of the best managers in the world at the time, Paul Janot. I didn't know enough to ask an educated question, but I looked at, there were people who came out of college that were highly educated, and there were these old seasoned cowboys who worked on the ranch who had been there for years. The new guys had lots of ideas, the old guys had lots of wisdom, and they seemed to a lot of times clash. Like the new ideas would clash against the old ideas. I had a mentor once that told me you can't teach experience. Like, how do you get who was it? Was it Ray Hunt? How do you keep from making mistakes? Experience. How do you get experience? By making mistakes. So certainly both of these are important components, education and experience. And so I realized that there was also another piece, which I've come to term the profitable stewardship, which incorporates, yes, the education and the experience, and some other key pieces that we're going to talk about in this presentation today. Because really, what we don't know absolutely can hurt us. Like we can be driving out across what looks like solid ground and pretty soon find out that, wow, there's a lot of soil moisture there and we get stuck. And so what do we do about that? And so I've looked for years for this formula for success, right? I don't know. I like to think in kind of sometimes linearly that way. X plus Y equals Z, except sometimes we don't live in a linear and work with linear systems, like we work with evolving ecological systems, and we are our own system, or as they say within the Savory Institute, holes within holes, WHOLE, holes. And so this was what my formula for success was. It was hard work. And as you can tell, we're kind of praying people around here. We believe in God. We believe in a creator. And so we pray because we believe, well, if he's given us these stewardships, he'll help us to be able to manage those stewardships. And then we add the skills that we have, which include our experience and our knowledge that we've gained. And that should equal success, right? This is the formula for success. Hard work plus prayer plus skills. Maybe we need to add in a little bit of a team to help us and support us along the way, but that should equal skills, right? Well, what I wanted was, when I started out in management, were kind of two things that my desires were for applying this formula. Was I wanted to be able to, what I call now, steward the ranch. It might not have been in my vocabulary back then, but I would call it, I wanted to steward the ranch. I felt passionate, a love, a sincere desire to improve upon what God had given me, make it better, and return and report and say, and hear the words, well done, thou good and faithful servant. That is still my desire. Inside, I wanted to feel fulfilled. I wanted to feel happy. And I wanted to, more of a kind of internal and external desire was, I wanted to have a legacy that generations could benefit from, just like I had benefited from the generations that had gone before me and the hard work and the skills and the education that they had. But quickly I found out that there was something that was blocking my success. And while I was running headlong and saying, yes, absolutely, we want to be ranchers. And while the term regenerative ranching wasn't necessarily coined back at that time, there certainly was, it was probably more sustainable. And stewardship was kind of a word that was used. Holistic was something that I kind of chided at first when I didn't understand it. But I quickly found out, okay, those things that I thought were the formula for success, they'll get you so far and only so far. What is it that's going to either break down this barrier, break down this wall, get you over the wall, or build you greater than that wall so that you can scale it? What are the things that you needed? And this kind of, it wasn't a subtle epiphany, as we might say. It was more something that evolved. But the idea that, hey, there is a different framework that when applied, it will get you more consistent, lasting results with less challenge and frustration. Because the fact of the matter is that what got us here won't get us there. I think it was Einstein that said the significant challenges we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. So we created the challenges, and now we have to adopt a higher level of thinking to be able to get over this chasm, which might be called a challenge, or the wall that we might need to scale over. And so I realized, okay, this is where I want to be. This is where I am now. How do I get from here to there? How do I do that? And one of the reasons that I invited Kirk Duncan on is because he was a large part of my journey. Because what I thought was linear, what I thought was getting from here to here having a ranch that was basically given to us to steward, and being able to pass that ranch on to the next generation, I thought, well, that's easy. There's the path. But that path really, if I could draw it here, went from point A around and took a very different trajectory than what I anticipated when I first started out. And along the way, I realized that it's not so much about the journey, it's not so much about the destination, it's about the journey. And it's not so much about the journey as it is about the transformation that happens along the way, right? Because we can get to our destination, and how many people know people who are successful? How many of you know somebody who's successful, right? Who's successful, they've gotten to that point, but they've either left their family behind, they've sacrificed their health, they have forgotten who they were inside, that mission that God's endowed us with. And while from the outside looking in, they are super successful, but yet they're miserable. And I didn't want that for me. And so we adopted, and this profitable steward framework has evolved along the way, that couples the hard work, the prayer, the skills, the education, the experience, with some of the other things that, again, that Kirk talked about, some of the things that might be not quite as easy to measure, but just as important in that formula for success. And so we call it the profitability framework. So that's the background for what I'm going to share here in the next few minutes. So basically, after 25 years, 25 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in my education, and hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to the SHK. Anybody know what the SHK is? Any guesses? It's the, somebody write it down, put it in the chat, the School of Hard Knocks. Okay. Hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to the School of Hard Knocks. Anybody else have a degree in the School of Hard Knocks there? Go ahead. We should have a, what do they call that? A class reunion or something sometime. I think I've got multiple degrees in that, and probably working on a doctorate right now. School of Hard Knocks. Yeah, it's pretty unforgiving. It's not the easiest way to learn, but yeah, I discovered a lot of these things the hard way. But because you're here today, I want to share with you an easier way. I'm not saying easy way. It's not that there's not shortcuts, but an easier way. And we call this the 3 secrets of stewardship. We'll go through these. Profit first, invest in your education, and where are we at here? Number 3, net worth does not equal self-worth. Okay. So here we go. We're going to dive right in. So if, let's see, I can't see the chat right now, but if there are questions or clarifications, Rebecca or Selena, just if you have permission to unmute and interject that so that I can see. But okay, so the 3 secrets within those secrets, and this is kind of, if you imagine a framework, there's going to be other components that hang down off of that. Just kind of like the 2 great commandments, all the commandments hang underneath those 2 great commandments. Might be an analogy, a different way to be able to think about it. So secret number 1, plan for profit, and that includes paying yourself. Statistics show that 38% of divorces are due to financial problems. That's not 38% of people are going to get divorced due to financial problems, but of divorces, 38% are due to financial problems. So another epiphany. Well, why don't we plan for profit first? Would that help us to be able to resolve some of those conflicts that we might have in marriage and within our team. And how could that help? And so we take what the Savory Institute teaches and we apply that and we say, okay, let's put as our first expense, and I even do it, this is a balance sheet or profit and loss that we share with our clients. And we actually put it even above the income. So it's like the first thing that you see. What is our plan for profit for that year? Why do we do that? Because it is a law, and I can't remember the name of the law. Somebody smart, type it in the chat if you know it. But expenses will rise to meet income, right? We're in a super high, I don't know if it's inflated cattle cycle right now in some commodities, but yet expenses are high. In the last summit, I did a very informal, impromptu survey. And by far the majority of the participants in that survey said that profitability or lack thereof was the number one concern that they had in business. Maybe we'll throw that at again and see if it changes this time. But planning for profit, it's kind of throwing it on its head. You know, profit is generally figured up after income and you minus out the expenses. And if there's anything left over, well, great, you're profitable. But this is different. And we're not going to dive into, John Haskell next might talk about it a little bit, and maybe some of the other speakers. How do you actually measure profit? Because it's not just cash in the end of the bank. It's not, to me, again, the old paradigm was like, dang, if I've got paid off my operating loan and I can operate part of the year without dipping into it again, I'm profitable. Well, that doesn't take into account inventory and a lot of other things that go into profit. So step number 2, and this is the most important one to be able to resolve the marital conflicts, is pay yourself first and plan what that wage is going to be. So again, put that very second. Profit first, what your wages are going to be. And I don't know how many times I go through coaching calls with clients and it ends up being a little bit like this picture that AI generated for me. My kids make fun of it. But a little bit of like this where they're stressed, and that's cause of that stress is, 1, they don't know if they're profitable. 2, they don't know if and when they're going to get paid, because they only get paid based on what's left over. And sometimes there isn't anything left over. And so what are they left with? Sometimes that's eating into equity or whatever the options may be at that point, but they're usually not very good. They're usually not very good options. So that's the why behind doing that. Okay, so we got this. Underneath that first secret, step number 1, put your profit first. Step number 2, figure up your wage on an annual basis, and then you divide that up. 60 divided by 12 is $5,000 a month. Pay ourselves $5,000 a month. I suggest you pay yourself, and to be a viable business, like on an economic analysis, you need to be paying yourself what it would cost to replace yourself. Can you afford to do that always? Maybe not at first, but at least let's charge that opportunity cost against on an economic basis. When we look at your business, is it really viable? So without getting into the nitty gritty, talk about it, decide upon it as a team. This will save this. Got it? Okay. Step number 3 under secret number 1, monitor that plan. So that basically is, you start out with a budget, you input what you actually spent, you figure up your difference, you monitor that plan, ideally on a monthly basis. And I find that a lot of times it's helpful to have outside input on monitoring that plan, somebody like a CFO who can, or somebody within your business who can assume that role of CFO and be more objective. And sometimes even, question, probably, ideally it would be somebody outside your business who would fill that role. Okay, so basically who needs this? Definitely business owners, people who want to own a business. We get asked all the time, how do I get started? If you want to get started off on the right foot. Plan for profit first. entrepreneurs, it's a key part of that. Most businesses, I would say the majority of businesses that fail because they run out of cash. They run out of cash because they didn't plan for profit. Managers, this should be first and foremost on their mind when they're looking at what their responsibilities are for management. We think, well, it's just a family business. I only have one checking account. It's not really a business. Well, treat it like a business. I mean, really, from the time you start out, at least start managing your finances and tracking them separately. And ideally, 2 separate checking accounts, ideally a different entity for your business. And this is a key principle of stewardship. Like when Christ came, in the parable of Christ, that he came on the stewards, he asked for an accounting. He said, what have you done with the 5, 3, and 1 talents that I gave you? And they had to report. And so this is the way to be able to do it. So if anybody wants to screenshot that, that's the little doodle there about what it is, the 3 steps within this first three secrets. Or excuse me, there's too many 3s here. Secret number 1, first 3 steps. Okay, we're gonna stop share for just a minute so I can get reground here so I can see everybody again. Okay, thanks you guys for keeping your cameras on. All right, so there we are. That is secret number 1. We've got 2 to go. We're gonna keep rolling, but any questions, any clarifications, anything, anybody get lost? We believe in no stewards left behind here. So we'll go at a pace that is appropriate to make sure. Okay, cool. Again, I'm in presentation mode. It's kind of tough to monitor the chat, so we'll catch up with that at the end. But I will scroll down. Okay. Will we share our slides at a later time? Yep. Yeah, we'll make them available. A lot of the presenters will do so also. Can't guarantee that they'll all will, but okay. So everybody go ahead and type in the chat. Here's your cheat sheet. What are the 3 steps within the first secret? Plan for profit. Plan for profit, pay yourself, monitor your plan. So those are the 3 steps. Secret number 2. I'm not dissing on education. That poor young college graduate who has his head full of knowledge, I love him. We're grateful that he's there. We absolutely want and we need that. Education comes from the Latin word, however you pronounce that. Educatio, I'll say it, which means a breeding or a bringing up or a rearing. I've also heard that education means to bring out. And why that's important to me is that we're not, what I don't like about modern education is we're trying to stuff in. Here's this idea, boom, take it in, put it in your head, and you better know the answers when I come to ask them. That's not education. That's force feeding. Education means to bring out the genius that's inside of you. That's what education, true education, leadership education, the education that leaders throughout history have received and have promoted, that is the education that I'm talking about. So again, some of the places that I've learned, that I've gotten my education, Bud and Eunice, these schools, definitely go to the Word. How does what this person's telling me line up with what I hold to be true? Test it against what we know. So within this, the first step within secret number 2 of invest in your education, find a mentor. Man, I wish I would have had a mentor when I first started out. Partway down my journey, I learned from Bud Williams. Bud Williams' ideas were up here. I realized I was down here. I needed somebody to bridge that gap. And I got to know Wally Olson, and I said, hey, Wally, I don't know that I asked him to be my mentor, but I said, hey, can I call you once in a while? And will you help me figure out these marketing principles? He said, yeah, Jared, got to read a book first. Like, that's a good mentor. Bring out what's inside of you. So I read The 1 Minute Manager per Wally Olson's request. And then from there, I've worked with many other mentors. That's an important step. Kirk Duncan, that you heard from, being one of them. I would consider Bud and Eunice to be mentors, and even continue to be posthumously. Bud is still a mentor to me. Step number 2 within secret number 2 is manage the information. Like, we live in the information age, but wisdom is waning and lacking. So with all that getting, get wisdom. I think it says somewhere, garbage in, garbage out. Enough said. We have to say no to some of this constant bombardment of information so that we can clear out and make room for true and correct principles from whatever source they may come. And again, another AI picture kids make fun of, love it. Don't study on it too long, but step number 3 in this second secret is build a network. And because really our network, business owners understand this worldwide, that our network is, and our net worth are equal. As one goes up, the other goes up. And you know what I learned? I'm going to share a secret with you. You can buy your friends. You can rent your friends. You guys are here today participating in a network of awesome people. And in a way, you're renting your friends. You're joining the network from Alan Williams and from Kirk Duncan and from Chris and from all the others who have spoken and will speak. And so that's what I mean. Go to places where you can build your network. So there's the recap. You can screenshot it. Steps 1, 2, and 3. Type those in the chat. Step 1, find a mentor. Step 2, manage information. Step 3, build a network. You might be thinking, well, does this really work for me? I mean, I'm just starting out, or I live in the middle of nowhere, or I'm not really a networky kind of person. I would challenge you to expand your thinking just a little bit and say, yes, these are true principles. Other businesses do them and they're successful. And the more that we incorporate them, they're not all inclusive, but the more that we incorporate them, the more success we will have. Secret number 3, net worth. That is does not equal sign self-worth. Network does not equal self-worth. Several years ago, I think it was the springtime, and I'd gotten back from doing chores that morning, feeding cattle, whatever we were doing on the ranch, and I stopped by the mailbox as I walked up to the house for lunch. And walked over, opened the mailbox, pulled out the mail, started walking home, sorting, kind of looking through the mail. No checks. There's a letter from the bank. Pulled out the letter from the bank. Kind of a different looking letter. The one word that stood out, foreclosure. How would you react? Here I am, 3rd generation rancher. Is this legacy going to die on my watch? And it was a gut punch. Can I just be a second witness to what my friend Kirk said and what others have say in different ways? Like, when we're so full of emotion and we get a little bit of a trigger, it's going to come out. And I am grateful to this day for Kirk, for other mentors who've been in my life, who've taught me these tools, because when I received that input of information, it triggered a lot of emotions in me of, I'm worthless. Of all the things, all the lies Myron Golden said, "You are the only person who's ever heard every lie that you've told about yourself." And let me tell you, it was in fast forward all those lies that I'd told about myself. Like, boom, just right there. There's the trigger. Here's all the evidence. Take it. But as I walked to the house, I remembered, stop, breathe, be curious. This could be interesting. And this principle, although it didn't have a name right then, I had to implement that and say my net worth, which caused and triggered this response, even though I had still a huge net worth, like, let's face it, we would have sold out and been millionaires. That's a pretty bad scenario, right? And I know other people may be better, maybe worse. It's not a comparison, but to me, that emotion to build up so much that my thinking wasn't straight, my vision wasn't straight. And I had to clear that out and say, look, what's the reality? Net worth does not equal self-worth. How do you get to that point? You use the tools that Kirk taught. You forgive others. You make space so that when you're triggered. So what I'm grateful for those that are listening, that I had capacity. We talk about building resiliency in our landscape. We as stewards need to build resiliency in ourselves as well, because I had capacity. So when that came in, I didn't boil over on my family. And as I remember it, I went in the house and I calmly showed Selena, look what we got in the mail. Like, and it wasn't, understand, it wasn't a surprise, but it wasn't preceded by a phone call. So in a way, it was a surprise. I didn't know it was coming, but I knew we were in the financial state that awarded such a letter. So everybody got that? Enough said about number 3. Net worth does not equal self-worth. So to recap, the 3 principles of profitable stewardship, they are those. Profit first, invest in your education. Net worth does not equal self-worth. And there's a lot more that hangs on each of these, but we've touched on the high points. So let me ask you a question here. Think about, again, the question that we thought about at the beginning and the answer that you wrote down. And if you haven't, it's not too late. What would it be worth to know that you are on the path towards building a profitable business now and a legacy business for generations to come? I've shared with some solutions, some possible solutions, and other speakers will here also, but can I share with you some of the things that have helped me along that way and something that we felt inspired to build out as part of the profitable stewardship journey? And it does require an investment of time and of money. Many of you saw this website page come up at the thank you on the thank you page. So what we've created is the Profitable Steward Workshop. This is an opportunity for you to be able to dive in and take these high-level ideas and apply them to your business with a guide and a coach through these 2 days to help you to get from where you are to where you want to be and create that roadmap that helps you on that path and on the journey. Because here we're here, we want to get here. How do we get over the wall or through that chasm? And why is it even important? That's one of the first questions we ask. Why are you doing this? So this is the page that we'll share here in just a minute. The Profitable Steward Workshop. And we'll go ahead and pull that up. I think, okay, here we go. I think I've got it up right here. We want to talk through just what this is about. Okay, so here it is. Well, we'll share that at the end. Okay, so the Profitable Steward Workshop, this is taking all the high level ideas, breaking it down, getting it where somebody once told me, where the calves can eat it, where it's applicable to you. Here is the outline for the program. We work heavily on the mindset because I believe that, as studies show, success is 95% mindset, 5% skills. Education focuses more on the skills. There's lots of places to learn the other. We're going to balance that out, and we're going to focus more on the mindset intentionally, not leaving behind the skills. We're going to go in depth on the profitability framework that we laid out. Talk about the difference between being a business worker and a business owner, working on and in the business. Having the team that will support your mission that you are creating. Cash flow versus net worth. Again, net worth does not equal self-worth. Cash flow and profitability are super important. In agriculture, we are the most productive, least profitable industry in the United States. Maybe worldwide, I don't know. But in the United States, we're super productive, not very profitable. And I believe that it absolutely has to change. We need to change. We can't continue to rely on subsidies, whether that's subsidized labor, tapping into equity, off-farm jobs, government subsidies, surely, to be able to truly be profitable. We look for and identify clearly what are the weak links within our business. And then this is all focused on within this stewardship framework, this growth through stewardship. How you as a steward impact your business and how it can have an influence upon society at large, and specifically within your circle and sphere of influence within your community. So the details are November 7th and 8th, again, 10 to 4, both days. I encourage you to show up live. Like, although this is being recorded, the idea, this is a workshop. It is virtual. It will be online. It'll be on Zoom. We'll be doing it more in a classroom style, interactive. People will be going to breakout rooms to work on assignments individually, coming back and collaborating, all with the goal that when you walk away from this, like, oh, that's the path. Oh, there's what I need. And it doesn't matter whether you're starting out or whether you're down the path, the journey will continue. Right? Okay, so that is the Profitable Steward. That is the Profitable Steward Workshop. Oh, didn't mean to do that. We want to go there. Okay, so my friend Ed Mason from Canada said this about it when he attended it this spring. I just finished attending the Profitable Steward program organized by Jared Sorensen and Ag Steward. Wow, 2 information-packed days designed to help me build a solid foundation for my personal and ranching activities. Jared is one of the best facilitators, presenters I've ever listened to. His holistic and Christian-based approach to being an ag steward and ag stewardship was inspiring and uplifting. If you ever have the opportunity to listen or interact with Jared, don't pass it up. Thanks, Ed. Let's give Ed a round of applause. Like, thank you, Ed. That's a true rancher, taking the information, applying it, using it. And so I thought, well, dang, if you do this, this will help you get there. But that's the 7th and 8th. We've got some time in between now and then, and I don't want you to get lost between now and then. Like, we leave a virtual event or an on-site event and we're like, yeah, I got this. And we go home and the cows are out and something's broke down, and it's like, you go months and you're like, oh yeah, what about that? What about that Profitable Steward framework and that class that I attended? Dang, I just didn't even see it coming. So we're going to help you so that you maintain the momentum that you gain here. And one of the ways, when I looked at, well, how can I do that? I'm like, well, I've got something that works right now. Tap people into the 7-day regenerative challenge. This challenge will help you keep your momentum. And it is 7 recordings meant to be watched consecutively in 7 days. You can take Sunday off if you want to. We did when we did the challenge. But if the world can be created in 7 days, and the seventh day was part of the creation, God rested, but that was important. You'll learn why. You can also create wonderful things in 7 days. So you'll get access to this playlist. The 7 videos, encourage you to watch them. Some of you are going to binge watch them, I know, but watch them just 7 days. You can put them on time and a half. You'll get through them mostly in under 15 minutes. So 15 minutes to forgive, 15 minutes to input good stuff. You've got a recipe for success. So these are on demand. You've got lifetime access because it's just on YouTube. And absolutely, you can share this with your team, the people who aren't here on the summit today. And it keeps you learning, because learning is living. We live to learn, we learn to live. So this is what we're looking at. The Profitable Stewardship Workshop is $500 value, and the 7-day Regenerative Challenge is a $400 value. With that's cool. You know, $900. Is there anything else that people would need to be able to leave this summit on the path, started down the path, committed to the path? And I thought, well, they need a community to be able to plug into. So let's plug them into the Profitable Steward Mastermind, where you have access to our Facebook group community. You're able to tap into this like-minded community of individuals. And also what we do within this community is we have monthly calls. And on those calls, we work through specific challenges that you might have within your business. So monthly accountability calls, it's the first Monday of the month. We generally do them at 6:30 a.m. Pacific time. Translate that to your time zone. And it's 3-month access to this membership community. So that plus the Profitable Steward program, plus the 7-day Regenerative Challenge, that's a pretty good deal. I'll sum up what my friend Joe said here from Pleasant View, Texas. He jumped on the call this spring. We opened it up and we said, hey, who has an immediate challenge that they need some help with? He's like, well, I've got a lot of extra grass this year. We're going to be short on income. I don't want to go buy cattle. I've got room for 600 head of stockers, and I'd like to just custom graze them. Don't want to partner on them. Just want to sell my grass. And he attributes it to me. I realized that all I was doing was utilizing my talents, which one of my talents is a connector, connecting people. When somebody says, hey, I've got a problem or an opportunity, I'm automatically think of generally 3 people who could help with that problem or opportunity. That's just the way I'm wired. And so after the call, I texted him a name. Within a week, he had 600 head of stockers on there, creating over $600 per day, all because he showed up for a 60-minute phone call. To me, that's leverage of your time. That's the power of a Facebook. That's the power of an accountability group, of a mastermind. That's the word I'm looking for. So the question is, how will you maintain your momentum? If not this, what? If not now, when? So this is what you're going to get. We charge $100 per month. You got 3 months access to the mastermind group. So total value, $1,200. Will this guarantee success if you do the work? Yep. We don't do it for you. You still got to get out of bed. You still got to do the work. You got to show up to the class, watch the video, report back on this mastermind group. We set goals for the coming month. We report on our goals for the last month. It's pretty valuable. Simple, but valuable. So if this were able to create a plan for you to be profitable, would it be worth it? If it were to help you and your team be on the same page, would it be worth it? If it were to give you peace of mind, would it be worth it? So basically right now, you have 2 choices. The DIY choice, or the second option, plug into a system and a team that is built out to be able to help you succeed, carry on the momentum that you've gained here in the summit, and be successful now and for long term. So again, walk through what you're getting. What is the cost of inaction? Sometimes that can be pretty expensive. We have to look at it as it's not a cost, this is an investment. I believe education, I shared this with my daughter last night, education is the very best investment that we can make because education and knowledge is eternal. $1,200 is less than the price of a calf, less than new set of tires on a pickup. And I thought, that what is the price that we should charge? We decided to roll in for those who have already registered and those who are registered during the event. During the event, you will get the bonuses. So basically what you need to do, just type in that. There's 2 different landing pages. Margot, maybe you can put in this one, the events.agsteward.co. Walk through it. Super easy to register. It's $47, plus you get the bonuses. And we'd love to see you on the other side. For the next 15 minutes, it's going to carry into the next presentation, but we'll timestamp where we've got Kirk rewarded fast actors. I'm going to do the same thing. The universe rewards people who take action. I love this book. This book has changed my life. If we had time, I'd ask Tony Malmberg to share his testimonial about the book. This is an ebook. This isn't a PDF thrown together. This is a novel that was edited and that I put together about my regenerative journey. And I would love for you to sign up now to be able to get access to that book. And that's only available for right now. Like the other bonuses are through the end of the program, but this is only available for right now. So what do you need to do?
Jared,
Take the step. Yes.
let me ask if they've already signed up, like are they getting the bonuses as well?
Yep. We want to reward those who acted on faith before they jumped on here. Yep. So good question. We appreciate that. We're going to get our next speaker queued up here. I'm going to leave this on for just a minute. So basically this is what it is. The other question is, can we come as a family? It's encouraged. I really love it when a husband and wife team come and we're able to work together. Like that's where momentum happens. Adult kids, if you have a hired manager, or we'll just put it as decision makers within the business. So that's who this is for. It is a business. It's a business pass. So another question we have, how much time does this take? Obviously, it's the 2 days. Plan 2 full days. You might even want to go rent an Airbnb and be off-site, so you're not like me looking out the window, which I have my window facing where there's not cattle, so I can't see. But where you can focus for those 2 days. Treat it like the $1,200+ investment that it is. The Regenerative Challenge, that's at your own pace. Monthly Mastermind, that's once a month. So we're all about leveraging your time to be able to get from where you are to where you want to be with less time, effort, and the conflicts that I ran into when I started down my journey. And that's what this whole program is about. So I would love to be able to work with you. The question also is, what level do we need to be at to like qualify here for this? For this class, well, $47 isn't a barrier to entry, right? I would say you need to be committed to making a regenerative business. Like if you just want to come and learn, certainly you can do that, but you're going to get the most value out of it if you either have a business or you're starting a business and you have the focus that it can be a full-time business. That's who the class is for. Either you're already doing it or your vision is that it can be to replace either your income or your spouse's income so that it's full-time. That's really who this is. That's the language we're going to talk. It's going to be business speak, business focused, profit oriented, very much with that goal in mind. So with that, you guys, thank you for your participation. I would love to get from you the top takeaways that you had from this. And we're going to bring up our next speaker right now. All right. John Haskell, are you in the room?
I am. How are you, Jared?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. John Haskell with Ranch Right. That's why I couldn't find you. You're under Ranch Right. Okay, we are going to
I'm
make
in the
you
wrong
co-host.
alphabet. Very good.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, hey, John Haskell and his company Ranch Right are doing some awesome things in the regenerative agriculture and agriculture at large community. Those principles that we talked about measuring profit, those things, his company builds out everything that you need to be able to support that. Like that's what's going to be cool. And so we're honored to have you here, John.
Well, thanks for having me, Jared. I appreciate it. I have not been able to catch much today, but I caught the last 15 minutes or so. Sounded great. And I was glad to see Joe Lanier on there, possibly one of the nicest people on the face of the planet there.
Yeah, yep. He's good man, good family.
Yeah, really good stuff. All
So
right, well,
yeah,
let's jump
you
in.
are.
I'm gonna share my screen, and I hope give me just a second because it always seems like when I try to get this thing in presentation mode, things get weird for a second. So I will try.
Okay, we're all good. There, it looks like it's coming up.
Should just take a second.
Yep, we can see it now.
All right. Are you seeing the presentation or are you seeing?
We can see your background too, so you probably just need to go into presentation mode and it'll be like yeah, there you go.
All right. Awesome.
Yep.
Good. All right. I'll try to be well behaved with my mouse. Looks like you got good attendance. If I have to go back and forth a few times, I hope you'll excuse me. So awesome.
Not a
All
problem.
right. Well, glad you guys are all here. Glad you guys are sort of interested in taking this journey. One of the things that when we talked earlier, and one of the things we spend a lot of time now talking about on our team is when we work with people, and we primarily do, we work in the financial realm, so that's where a lot of our focus is. But what does it take to build a business that is worth passing on? And we're going to talk about a bit of a variety of things, but I am going to be fairly focused on financials today, but I'm going to touch on some other things just to make sure we have some context. And anybody that wants to jump in or ask questions, I believe I have some extra time built in, and I know we're on a fairly strict time schedule, but please, if there's something I'm, rolling through that you don't get, please feel free to interrupt me. And you can do that in Jared, I assume you were watching the chat. It sounded like maybe Selena was doing that, or
yeah, I'll help out now that I'm not presenting, so I can interject if there's any clarification that we need.
Perfect. All right, sounds really good. We've all seen those situations where we get the one day this is all going to be yours speech, and the best you can muster is, man, thanks. I'm not exactly sure what we've gotten our hands on here, but transitions and succession happen in a lot of different ways, and they're not always good. And that's one of the things I want to refresh us a little on. And some of this might sound a little negative today. I don't want it to feel too much that way, but I want to be real aware of when we are building a business and when we are passing a business, what we are creating. The first thing more than anything is I want most of us to recognize, especially if we are the builder of the business, that we are often building our dream. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that is the dream of whoever is going to come after us. And there has to be a little bit of discussion as that happens. Sometimes those dreams and aspirations are very similar between, either generations or management, teams, et cetera. But other times those are different, and we often need to be cognizant of the fact that there can be difference. The other thing I really want to think about is what type of business is successful across multiple generations. If we look across the broader world of business, there are businesses that do last through time, and they sort of have a type to them, and we want to think a little about that. One thing that is important to mention, if you look through particularly big business, so take something like the S&P 500, you may be prone to assume that those companies are big and have been there for a long time. My professional life, as an example, has shown huge turnover in that. And one of the things that alerts us to is the fact that there is a lot of turnover in business. And by that, I mean the types of businesses that rise to the top. Many of the companies that are in the top echelons of something like the S&P 500, they did not exist when I was born. They weren't even, sort of a known concern to the wider world, even when I was, graduating from high school. So when we think about, companies like Google and Meta and Amazon and all those, like those are companies that were born during most of our lifetimes and have come to dominate. And it would be a real mistake to think that a company that like GE, for example, that is very successful at one point in history is going to continue being that way forever. That is just not the way it normally works. And so when we think about the long term, we want to think about resiliency. We want to think about what are those characteristics that last through generations, not just a particular point in time. And more than anything, I really wanted people to think about why is this important? And this is going to come up multiple ways. We'll kind of talk about some of the details, but why would we want to build a business that lasts for generations? I talk with people on a fairly regular basis who have no kids and still want to build a business that they can pass off to someone else. Most of the time, we are doing it within a family context, but that is not always the case. Sometimes it's simply a professional aspiration to build something that really lasts. The first question I always want to know is, are we passing on an albatross? And the characteristics of an albatross type business are not that good. We've all seen them. We all know what they are, right? They often carry a lot of debt. They often have, either poor cash flow, no cash flow, low cash flow, something like that. We see family businesses especially, but it's true also in non-family businesses where the interpersonal relationships are terrible. We have a business that is devoid of recipes, where there isn't a plan, right? There aren't repeatable processes. And most of these businesses are characterized by huge amounts of work that don't automatically or easily translate or translate into some sort of productivity or some sort of satisfaction. Most of us are willing to work, raised with good work ethics, like to work hard, really even enjoy that. But it's so much more enjoyable and so much more sustainable if we are producing a product that we are proud of. And that could a product or an experience, producing an outcome, if you will, that we are proud of. One of the other highlights or hallmarks of an albatross business, in my mind, is a place where identity is inseparable from occupation. This is a little deeper topic that I'm not going to go into very much today, but we all know that situation where, the ranch is our life. The farm is our life, and we can't really distinguish between the farm and our family. There are certainly very valuable parts of that, but there are some places where that's a real disadvantage and can create a lot of lack of clarity. And I think when we look at our professional life in particular, the most valuable thing we can waste in is our time. And I really take this seriously at the age I am now. Jared and I have known each other now for how long? 20-ish? 20 plus years.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Time sort of passes. I have a few gray hairs in my beard. Many of my friends have lost a lot of hair. It seems like I look at these people and think, who are these old people that I'm suddenly surrounded with? And as I get to this age in my life, I realize that I can buy other people's time and I can buy a lot of stuff, but I can't buy a minute more of my own time. And that if I am going to work at something and I'm going to work at passing it to the next generation, I have to be pretty focused on making sure that that happens properly. All right, when we talk about creating value in a business, I'm going to approach this from a few different perspectives, but I want to talk about purpose and I want to talk about means. So this is the why and the how of a business that creates value. We all are familiar with having a purpose, right? Simon Sinek wrote a great book called What is Your Why? It's a wonderful exploration of that topic. If you have not read it, I highly recommend it. But at some level, there's lots of different language depending on who you work with on this, but at some point we need a real statement of purpose for the business. And that statement of purpose has a very galvanizing effect on people that work in the business. We keep hearing over and over again about young people that are, sort of underperforming or dissatisfied in their professional life. Most of the time, what we see in those cases is a lack of purpose. When we engage particularly young people in a cause, what we find is that we get much more than their backs, right? We get their heart and their mind with it. That's how we garner the best type of participation from people. And most of the time, that's what we're looking for. I don't just want people to show up and work. I want them to contribute their ideas, their energy, their passion. I want to get sort of sounds terrible, but I want to get all of that out of them. And I say that in some ways, not meaning it, but quite selfishly, right? If I spend time with someone, like I don't want it to just be a surface interaction. I want it to be meaningful. I want it to be deep for both of us. I want it to, sort of go beyond just the surface expectations. And that leads to this idea of, well, what are some of the purposes for a business? Well, there are many, and I give a few examples here, not as any sort of complete list, but without a doubt, making money in a business is absolutely required, right? I think most of us are familiar with this concept that, cash flow is like oxygen. If your business is not making money, it is probably not performing at its best, and it's probably not providing value to as many people as it could, or it is not producing value. Producing value, in my mind, is the critical part. That's what business has to do. And it does that for customers, it does it for employees, it does it for owners. We hear a little bit about stakeholder capitalism. I'm not really into that, but recognizing that a business serves multiple people and certainly does not exist just to produce a profit, but profit is an important part of what it needs to do along the way. Somebody with a question. Oh, good. And then I mentioned earlier that we need to make sure there is some room for change between generations. My grandfather and I live in a very different world. And while we may share a purpose in the most broad sense, we also have to when we get into the nitty-gritty of that, we want to make sure we leave some room for each sort of successive management team or group or member to put their own stamp on the business. I hate to see companies that whipsaw back and forth between, wildly divergent things, but assuming we're within, we have some sort of range of possibilities established, then within that, we can each customize that to our personal tastes and preferences. And that really helps, again, with successive management generations, if you will, really owning the business, owning the outcome of the business. Okay, then so that relates, those things relate to the why of, creating a business and how a business creates value. But then there is the means, or the how. So what does a business have to do or have or be in order to create value? And the first most important thing when we talk long-term, we need to figure out, how is success repeatable? So defining success obviously would be an important part of that process. But then what makes a company successful over and over again? We're all familiar with multi-generational ranches. They get 3 or 4 generations in and then either fail or begin to fail, or, various states of not quite doing it. And then we know other businesses that don't do that. We know other businesses that really are able to hold together for many generations and perform at a very high level. And those businesses are exceptional. I think that is not the majority, particularly in family businesses, but in any business, that is not the most common situation. And one of the things we have to recognize is that all of us, and again, I'm hearkening a little to my still young but advancing age, of the fact that at some point there's one way out of this deal. I know what my future in this company looks like if I go out far enough. We all know what that looks like on the ranch. Eventually, your grandpa's not going to be there to continue it. And if you are someone's grandpa, then that time for you is closer than it is if you're just somebody's dad. We see situations all the time where there's the terrible unexpected tragedies, and those are sort of present their own line of problems and challenges. But most of the time we see cases where we have, a septuagenarian who is still firmly in control of every process, and really we're not building a business for follow-on generations to come in. Good businesses, in my mind, are comprised of a number of important parts, and we often hear people talk about profitability and they say, oh, I run this like a business, so it has to be profitable. Like, I have a different definition of that. If something in my mind runs like a good business, it means not only does it have its financial act together, but it has a number of these other capitals, if you will, together. So there certainly is financial capital. There's organizational capital, human or social capital, and then intellectual capital. And all of these, developing these as a sort of suite of things within a business, are all the things that make a business thrive in the short term and often make it thrive for the long term. And with respect to that first bullet point, each of these contributes to repeatability. Okay, so good organizational capital is, I like to describe it as the stuff left in the business when the people have all left. So I may have a grazing plan. Well, if I'm not here today, my team can go reference that grazing plan and get cows to the right place, right? I may have a budget. When I'm not in the room, there's somebody can handle the budget. We just had the experience of being evacuated from our house for a week due to a wildfire in our neighborhood. And it was a really good opportunity in our company to see how things would continue to function, because we literally we had kind of had a rough, vague idea we might need to leave, but I took my kids to school and was not allowed back to the house. So I really was unprepared to be gone for a week. And I had my cell phone. We did have like a 3-day suitcase in the back of the car, because again, it had been a topic of conversation. But we thoroughly thought we were going to come back to the house and then evacuate later. So as an example, that's one of those things. What are the little stress events that we can use that help us understand, do we have a good organizational capital in place? Do we have good human capital in place? Intellectual capital is things like trademarks, copyrights, those sorts of things. And then, as I mentioned, budgets, grazing plans, those things fit in the organizational capital. Organizational capital is something that, and all of these capitals allow us to build a bridge between what our goals and aspirations say we want to do and what actually happens in the day-to-day. I had the opportunity to speak with business owners on a regular basis, and they roll out this mission and vision and stuff they poured a tremendous amount of time into, and it's fantastic. And then say, well, what are you doing today? Well, we're doing da 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 da. Well, how does that relate to this? Like, well, I don't know, but the cows are out, so we got to go deal with that. Like, okay, we're trying to build a system so that our daily activities, sort of sum to a larger purpose. And again, just like with our vision, not all of these things are locked down forever. None of them are really permanent. Our organizational capital documents, as an example, we consider always a draft. We are constantly modifying them. But as you can imagine, they have kind of a boilerplate part that is 80% of the document is well structured. We make tweaks depending on, things we decide as we improve processes or as we decide a better way forward. More than anything, we have patterns in our business, and those patterns lead us to success. Few of the obstacles to creating good businesses, to building the architecture, if you will, of a good business. One of them is just being bad at business, or having a bad business. So if our customer is not doing a good job of serving customers, of creating value for customers, that's a real problem. Sometimes our successors are incompetent, and I think when we are the preceding generation, sometimes we have to think about whose fault that is. Sometimes we have, fear as a problem. Sometimes the business hasn't really created any financial capital to build itself some buffer. And sometimes it's just flat out short-term greed. We keep doing the stuff daily that we need to do without a view to the long term. This is a far from incomplete list. I bring this up only because I want to go in my next example with an opportunity for all of us to consider buying a business. And the fun thing about this is when I look at this list here, if these are obstacles to creating value in a business that is then able to survive for generations, it's not rocket science. Like the opposite often works, right? So we don't have to get too complicated about this, but if we look at these two businesses for sale, and we have our business number one is what I would consider, a more typical farm ranch business, right? Really no repeat customers, just kind of, customers are a bit random. We don't have any or much profit. We have a lot of debt relative to our cash flow. The business might require outside input of cash, or might require somebody to have another job to sort of support the family. Every day is a new day type plan. I call this the goose plan. So you wake up as though you have no idea what happened the day before and no idea what's going to happen the next day, and just deal with what's right in front of you. Just like a goose wakes up. And then you don't have any long-term employees or any competent employees that have been around more than 9 months. The way we train people is we just chuck them in the deep end, and they either sink or they swim. Almost all of them sink. We're usually disappointed with them. It's hard to find good help. Business number two is a different business, and I am not suggesting any of these as recommendations, so please don't take it as that. It's just sort of examples. let's say I have a whole fleet of recurring subscription customers. So these people pay us on a monthly basis and their payment is automatically ACH'd from their account every month. Those customers, have a high, what we call net promoter score, meaning they tell their friends and their family. We get lots of good personal referrals from customers. This business has a 40% profit margin. This has debt payments. Although it does have debt, the debt payments are less than half of the annual net income. And that's net, not gross. So net income, not revenue. There's an annual operating plan, and there's a long-term team that is in place that includes both a management succession plan, a detailed training process, and an onboarding process for new employees. We have annual reviews in place to help, and an employee development program that helps with continuing ed and that sort of thing. And employees are part of a profit share program. There are a lot of you here. I think I've made this point brutally. Does anybody want business number one to buy? You may, if the discount, I guess, is severe enough. Price always matters. But if we look at which business is going to be more valuable here, it's fairly obvious that this business number two is going to be a lot better. So the question is, why do those of us that own businesses not own a business like business number two? Why do we own business number one? Again, it's not rocket science. It's not like we probably need to learn some things, right? There are definitely some things to add, but the contrast is quite stark. And I'm sure all of us can think of business number one examples that are there and have been there. Maybe even they're on their third or fourth generation of being there. When we talk about building a business to pass on to someone, business number one is really not that great of a gift. Business number one is probably not one somebody would pay us for. When we are leaving it to our family, we're not leaving them much of a legacy. Now we're leaving them a wonderful challenge, and I like to challenge my children. So maybe that's what we're trying to do. If you have teenagers and a dairy cow, you're not trying to leave them a good, successful, easy business. You're trying to get them out of the house so they'll go do work. It's a very different thing. If I want my family to persist in this business and for this to be sustainable, though, I want to build a business like business number two. All right, so there are a few main ingredients here that I also want to touch on that I'm not going to spend a ton of time on. Some I will. First off, in this process, we have to think specifically about the transition. I think most people make this far too difficult. Mostly because people don't get along or there's a presumption of not getting along. I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, but when we are talking about, and this is within families and with other types, even businesses that are not family, right? We need to have a plan for transition. I am not going to be the owner and the chief operator forever. We need to have a structure, we need to have people in place, and we need to have development. We need to be able to build people to work their way up the ladder or recruit people in from outside who can fill in those places. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about this, but again, we need a strong financial portion or segment of the business. Positive cash flow is something that always helps, right? Very few people go broke in a business that produces a lot of cash. Retained earnings are a very important part of a long-term business strategy because that is where compound growth comes from within a business. Tax management is something that applies both to the transition period and the ongoing operation of the business. And I have totally misspelled manageable debt, and I apologize for that. But debt, there's nothing inherently wrong with debt in a multi-generational business, but it has to be manageable. We can reduce risk in our business by getting rid of, maybe some debt, maybe all debt. That isn't necessarily required. If the debt is manageable relative to the cash flow, that can be a very good business to sustain over time. The other thing, we talk about this in sustainable agriculture and regenerative agriculture all the time about leaving residual in our pastures. We rarely leave financial residuals for a rainy day. And imagine a transition period from father to son, grandfather to grandson that doesn't go perfectly. Like, that's something we should plan for. Like, whenever a new manager comes in, I think about this all the time. Anytime we have a new employee, he's always the one that breaks the most stuff. If it's a female, she usually breaks less stuff, but when we hire a new male cowboy, invariably he's going to break something fairly significant the first 6 months of his tenure. We plan for that. we have a budget for that. And when we talk about, I think of this as excess capacity, and I really want to make sure we're thinking of it not just as financial. We also don't want our people burned to the end so that if something goes wrong, now the crisis is happening on top of an overcommitted schedule. We want to have some room. We want to have reserve in all aspects of our business. There are a few things here. Preparation for an emergency or unexpected event. I have a very good friend who is a year older than I am. He also has 3 young children, had a stroke, is probably going to be down for a year. It has put his family, as you can imagine, and he's got kids that are, 4 and 2, put his family in a tough spot. Not only are they enduring a lot of expenses that go with his care and treatment and all that, but he is not able to contribute anything positively to the bottom line other than a somewhat slurred, good job, guys. And that's a very difficult position for most of us to think about, but it is more common than you think. One thing I want to mention here, I see a lot of people that talk a lot about, well, we do handshake deals. I have learned over, especially the last 10 years, I do handshake deals, but we also have a contract. And the reason is if one of us that is shaking hands is not here in the future, the other of us is probably dealing with a spouse or a child. And contracts are not necessarily for the 2 of us that shake hands. They're for the people that might have to clean up what we did while we were shaking hands. All right, the last thing I want to cover quickly today is a quick model of financials. This comes from Robert Kiyosaki's series of books, Cash Flow Quadrant, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You may have heard about it. And I want to break our financials into a couple of important pieces. We have a profit and loss, which deals with income and expenses, right? Revenue comes in here, expenses go out, right? So this is gas and feed and all that kind of stuff. This is sale of livestock and crops. And then we have a balance sheet, which is our assets and liabilities. This might include pickup trucks and cows and real estate. And this, of course, is debt right here. There are a lot of ways to structure a business that the way these categories interact becomes very important. And I'm just going to show you a few quick examples. I can have a set of financials for myself personally, let's say, where I generate an income and I pay expenses, and I use the excess that is left over from that to pay liabilities. So this is, I go to work, I feed my family, I pay my mortgage, okay? That's one model of financials. Another is I go to work, I feed my family, I buy vending machines that I put in the local gas station, which then provide additional income back to my family. I can go out and secure debt, which then I use to buy a herd of cows, right? And if I'm doing things correctly, hopefully that herd of cows provides income back to our family, which then pays our expenses. And most of the time we work in businesses and in personal situations with arrows going everywhere. The worst case, I'm going to scroll back here real quickly. The worst case in the world, I think, Kiyosaki spends a lot of time talking about this, is this example, right? Money comes in and then it just goes out and goes away. What we are trying to do in our family and in our business is recycle this money as much as possible. I'm trying to wear these dollars out before they ever leave our grasp, okay? We have assets which generate income that pay our expenses and allow us to buy more assets. We also, from that income, can secure more liabilities, which allow us to get more assets. And the idea that we are trying to wear a dollar out in this circle is really where we want to get to. The reason I bring up this model and why this model is important, when we look at multi-generational businesses, we better be living in this area here where assets are what is driving it. This
hey, John.
Yeah.
This half hour snuck up on us super quick. I just looked at the clock and we only have like a minute left.
I think this is my last slide.
Hey, you're right on.
Last. Okay. I got 2 I can skip. So anyway, this is work. Okay. A person has to keep doing this. If you're going to pass this to the next generation, not so great. A little hard to sustain if the next generation doesn't work. This model has a very high probability of succeeding into the next generation, in part because the primary reliance is on assets. There is some work involved, but assets are an important part of the picture. And that's what I summarized there. I want to give you a quick picture and then I'll go. These are businesses that manage retained earnings differently. This is dollars on the left and about a 24-year period on the right. We deal with situations between the combination of profit margin and how much the owners take out of the business go very different directions. I apologize, Jared. That did go quickly.
That was
Happy
super
to
quick.
take
Okay.
questions. If you guys want to email me, you're more than welcome to. This is our
Yeah,
company
and
website. Yeah, good.
if you want to stick around in the chat, sometimes people, if you want to just respond to questions in the chat, because we're short on
bet.
time, you can
I
look
can
for
do
that.
that.
So if anybody
Good.
has questions, throw them in there. Throw up your insights as we've been doing. Teach back to this group, 1, 2, 3 things that you've taken away from John's presentation. What is your offer, John? Tell us about that, and we'll roll into
So
Jimmy.
the biggest thing we have now is through our website, ranching.fyi. You can get on there. We have a series of forums on there that discuss different topics within the world of ag. And we have a number of experts that moderate those forums. And I would encourage you to get on there. If you have questions, throw them in there. Find a forum that works. Get on there and ask questions. That's an opportunity for you to ask questions and maybe answer some for somebody else. But those discussions get pretty exciting at times. So jump in there, and that's a resource that, like I say, you can solve real problems there.
Love it. Love it. Very good. Very good. So yeah,
Thanks,
definitely.
Jared. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, thank you, John. Very, very, very applicable for the subject that we're talking about here about building a legacy business. Absolutely applies. All right, Jimmy, you are up next. Let's go there. Oh, there you are. Okay, got you. Jimmy Evans is our next speaker. It's going to be an honor to hear from him. I heard Jimmy speak Southern Utah at one point. I think he spoke down there for the Soil Health Conference a couple years ago. Thought when I listened to him, like, man, this guy has a depth of knowledge. And so appreciate our team reaching out and appreciate that you accepted the invite to speak at this, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Jared. I'm very delighted to be here. I've listened here for quite a while this afternoon and received a lot of knowledge and that I can take and apply here on the ranch myself. I farm and ranch in Northwest Oklahoma and multi-generation here as well. So I'm going to start sharing my screen here a little bit and can you see that now, Jared?
Not quite yet. Looks like you
should be seeing that now.
Okay, does anybody else see it? Is it just me?
Let me back out here and try it again.
Okay. All right. We'll get her here. So now it's coming up. All right.
You should be seeing it now.
Yeah, so you just drop into presentation mode. There we are.
So we've heard a lot of knowledge today about managing yourself, managing the operation, building a resilient business. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we manage our soil and how we manage our grass and our production. And weatherproofing your farm, keeping the raindrops where they fall, and that can apply to snow or what else. Because if you live in a limited rainfall area, that's your greatest need to grow grass, grow beef, to grow production, to grow forage. And I want to talk a little bit about that today. Just a little bit of information about me as well. I also work for Trust in Food, a Farm Journal initiative. I'm the Senior Vice President at Climate Smart Programs for Trust in Beef, America's Conservation Ag Movement as well. So multi-hat operation around here as well, just like others in this session that we have today. What I really want you to think about today is, do you look at this as an obstacle if you were the driver of this truck? There's multi ways you can look at this. Most of us today would look at this as an obstacle. You can look at this as an obstacle or an opportunity. If you're driving this truck and you get pulled over, that may be an obstacle to getting where you're going. Or is it an opportunity to explain your product and an opportunity to meet a new customer or friend? In agriculture, we have this ability to look at everything as an obstacle first. And I started down this regenerative journey about 15 years ago, whole hog, all jumped in. And I quickly learned if I will look at things as opportunity first and not an obstacle, that there is a lot of opportunities out there. And if we don't look at it that way, things can pass us by. And when opportunities come and go, sometimes it's too late to really revisit that. And we should have had a broader perspective in what we think. And what I'm trying to really say is, are there more than one way to do things? In American agriculture, we've always tried to do it the way it's always been done. A friend of mine bought this tank at an auction and brought it home this way. Now, if you look at the pickup, it's got a ball hitch on it. If you look at the trailer, it's got a ball hitch. The tires are up. The wheel bearings are fine. It was very secure. But most people would have just hooked on and pulled it home because it's a trailer. There are multiple ways to do things. And if we're going to change and be progressive, and I heard Jared talk about this today, I heard the last 2 or 3 speakers talk about, evaluating your program, thinking outside the box, look at the whole scheme of opportunities that you have that you can create. And that's what we tried to do at our farm and ranch. When we started changing our soil, it really changed our lives. And getting closer to Mother Nature, stopping and smelling the roses and listening to the birds sing, really start thinking holistically and looking at the entire operation. I grew up in a system that was on the left. This is one of my classmates that I went to school with on the left. If you'll look at up in that top corner of that left-hand picture, you'll see the stubble field across the road. That's the one on the right. That's me. We're neighbors and friends. There's an old way to do it. I think I found a better way to do it. And I'm going to talk about that as we go through the day to really show you how I look at soils, look at grass, look at crops. I want something green growing. You see, I've harvested a wheat crop there, and I've already got my cover crop coming up. So that was flown on in between before harvest. But I'm going to show you that the operation on the left is mine. This is my classmate on the right across the road. Same rainfall. Same, we're just a pathway apart. But do we have effective rainfall? When we say we got 2 inches in the rain gauge, did we get 2 inches in the soil to grow with? This is up in Kansas. These are 2 neighbors up there. Michael Thompson on the left, a conventional grower on the right. This is Alejandro Carrillo in Mexico. If you look at this, look at the rock layers that are showing up here, growing agave. That's the way they've always grown it. Is there another way to do that? Is there a way to stack enterprises in that field to make it more productive, where you have several streams of revenue? Same rainfall, same area, different approaches, different management. Does a desert have to be a desert, or can it be a lush pasture. These are all from Alejandro, a good friend of mine. Can we create atmosphere where micromanagement can cause rainfall patterns to be different? Why does it always rain in a rainforest? Because there's something green, growing, lush. It's cycling water in the small water cycle. In the desert, it rains very seldom because typically there's not much green growing plants in there. Is that management or is that weather? It can be a little bit of both, and it can be a lot of management. So I had to learn things that's out of my control. How do I manage that? Action of others, what people think, what happens around me. You know, I've got to realize if I'm going to manage my farm and ranch, what is in my control. I can't manage the weather. I can't manage the markets. But what I can control is my thought, my actions, what I give my energy to, the goals I set, my boundaries. How do I handle challenges? We heard about that earlier today in conference. So that's what I really try to focus on. What's in my control? Can I control how much water I take in? To a point I can. And when I read my rain gauge and people ask me how much rain did I get, can I say all of it? I'm not saying we can take a flood. I'm going to show you instances of that. But I'm just saying we need to make our rainfall the most effective that we can. So we cannot force someone to hear a message that they're not ready to receive. But we must never underestimate the planting of a seed. And that is so true. That is so true. You know, we just got to plant seeds of thoughts with you guys to really learn how to manage. And so that's what I do. In my crop production land, I always plant a seed. Whether it's raining or where it's not, if I can get it up, I'll plant it because I want that small water cycle working. I want, as Dr. White will tell you, that all these crops will grow biofilms and hydrogels that really put water so the biology is protected. That hydrofilm is non-evaporable, and that's the reason we see resilience built into the system. And we see that once you get into a good systems approach, you start seeing this. Now I'm going to step back in time here just a little bit to 15 years ago when we first started. This is our very first cover crop. Now remember, my neighbor that was in the first slide across the road, and this is the same field, likes to keep his land bare in the fallow period. A lot of ranchers like to keep their grass very short. They understand that grass growing, that is beef, that's something to sell. But taking it all is not the option. And I'm going to show you what I learned by simulating this. So we've got a moisture probe and a temperature probe right behind me there where the flag is. And back behind Colita, over her shoulder there, you'll see another flag sticking up. So we're monitoring, measuring water in, water out, temperature of the soils, and how we manage the land. Now you got to remember where I grew up, we were taught that clean fallow period saves water, because if you're trying to grow something 365 or as long as we can, you're going to use water. That is true, but what we didn't take into consideration was the evaporation rates. It's easy to see water coming down, but it's very hard to see it going away. So that same field, the next spring after we terminated the cover crop and planted wheat back, and I love my artist drawing here around this very pretty square, but you can really see the difference in the wheat. Now we're still in a mega drought in 2011 and 12, Now, Noble Research Institute, Jim is with me here with his back to us. My NRCS DC is standing there with us. And Jim says, what's going on in this square? And I said, well, Jim, you're the Research Institute. Help me figure this out. And he said, well, there's something definitely going on here, because outside of that, where we had cover crops, it was much, much better. So what we done, and the NRCS said, we need a probe. So he went and got a probe. We probed around, and it was a hard layer underneath this soil profile. Once we moved outside that square, the probe would go all the way in. So we went and got a Giddings probe, and we probed that. And what the core samples showed us was where we had bare soil, we only had 16 inches of moist dirt in the profile, and where we had cover crops, we had 33 inches. I want to tell you that was a game changer for me. And we've done this in rangeland too. And I will tell you it's the same if you manage your grass. I'm just showing you what's happening in cropland today. But what did that really mean to my wheat crop growing was when they took that back and weighed it and dried it out in the lab and re-weighed it, it showed there was 4.6 inches of water in the profile where we had no cover crops, and where we had cover crops or more residue on the ground, we had 7.5 inches. 3 inches can make a lot of difference if you're trying to grow grass or if you're trying to grow crops. So we quickly learned some key points. We had residue on the ground and had something growing, and this was last summer at 113-degree ambient temperature. I can keep that profile near the surface about 80 degrees. 75 degrees is optimal for biology to work. Across the road in my neighbor's bare field, it was 130 degrees, 129. Biology cannot survive that. And I tell everybody, if you had a flat tire on an asphalt road and it was 113 degrees outside, would you change that tire right there? Or if you pulled up 100 yards and there was a shade tree that you could pull under, would you change it there? Most of us would limp up there and change it in the shade because we wouldn't want to work in 130-degree weather. Then probably would be more than that on an asphalt. This is south of me, about 80 miles at Alan Mindeman's farm. And I want to show you how the water cycle is really supposed to work. So we were having a field day there. By the way, that's a soil scientist, Greg Scott, in the pit. And you'll see that looks very hard in the bottom. That's sandstone. So this is all the soil that Alan has to work with. And if you look at the banks there, you'll see about 20 inches of darkening layer, and that's carbon moving down from a good system. And we actually got run out of the field that afternoon because a rainstorm come. But I want you to look around the edge of that pit and see the huge berms. Now, Alan dug that morning with a track hole in a big hurry right before we started the field day. So it come a big downpour. Now, this water didn't fill the pit, and I wished I would have took in that pouring rainstorm, went out there and took a camera and filmed it. Water was pouring in the sides of this pit like nozzles off a spray nozzle, where the earthworm burrows, the old root channels, and everything. So it was coming down outside of the pit, going down, and it'll come out the least resistance. That's the way the water cycle should work. Most of us think to fill a pond, it's got to run off the top, out of the field, down the ditch, into the pond. It should go in the profile and come out least resistance in the creek. And I'm going to show you an example of that here in a minute. This was a game changer again for me to think about how we look at soil. Can you hear this, Jared?
We can't hear the audio. We can see it.
Okay. So Jim was talking about we're taking in 2-inch rainfall here in about 20 minutes. Now, this was about 4 years in, and he's put a second inch in now, and it's taken about 10 minutes for that to go in. So can we take a 4-inch rainfall in 2 hours and take that all in? And I'm saying you can when you really start working at that. Here we are in Tennessee, they call this field the Garden of Eden. These are soybeans, and I am standing in this field. This was absolutely the best crop I've ever saw in my entire life. Now, everybody says, how do you do that? So if you look down into the canopy here, you see all this rye residue on the surface. And to understand the points I'm trying to get at here, if I'll take and pull that rye back, well, I'm sorry, I got the wrong order here. I'm going to talk about the power of seal rye here. And this is Rick Clark, and I'm going to go back to that slide in just a second. So why do we use cereal rye at 12 inches? If you were going to buy the 82 pound in that it creates at 12 inches, it costs you $82. If it's 18 inches tall, if it's 28 inches tall, and Rick clipped this and sent this into a lab and had this diagnosed of what the nutrients were in this rye. If it's dead, even afterwards, as it's breaking down, it's still releasing nutrients. And these were based on 100 pounds of rye that he planted. And that was in 22. Now, back to that slide, I pull that residue back and looked at the surface of this soil. Look at all the earthworm holes, look at all the porous material that it's building aggregates in that soil. And on my microscope on my phone, if you look at it that day, then this is what it looks like at 200 power. So when we talk about airflow into the soil, water infiltration rates, this is what you want it to look like. That way you can take it in. As the biology is working, and Dr. Haney measures CO2 respiration to get the numbers of the biology by the respiration of the CO2. Well, they're like us. We can't be in a garage and have our vehicle running if we can't get rid of the CO2. So they've got to have gas and airflow here. So it's not only being porous to get water in, it's to get oxygen in and it's to get CO2 out. So if I go across the road in Tennessee to the neighbor that's a good no-till farmer without cover crops, really managing the soil, this is what his looks like. A very good soybean crop. But if I look at the surface of this field, it's the same soil profile. Where is the water going to go? No cover crops, no management of the soil. If it rains today, a 2-inch rainfall, is he going to get 2 inches? Only in the bar ditch and only in the creek. It's not going in here. If I look at with my magnifying 200 power, that's not the moon. That's that same surface. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. And if we look at both of them soils side by side, see the life on the left, see how porous that is, see any roots on the right. And I dug this in the middle of the furrow on 30-inch rows. You see how there's hardly no porous aggregate stability in that on the right. These are popular tools in agriculture today, and everybody says it makes a wonderful seed bed. Dwayne Beck at Dakota Lakes will tell you that this one pass will reduce your water infiltration by 50%. If you really think about aggregates, if you took a I don't know how many of you like breakfast cereal, but Cocoa Puffs really makes a good demonstration of this. If you'll put your bowl or put your cereal in a glass and pour milk in it, it will infiltrate all the way down to the bottom really quickly. If you'll take them Cocoa Puffs and crush them up into fines and pour the milk on top, that's where it'll stay. So it's a really good test. But another point I want to make here is in 1947, this tornado come into our small town of Leedy, Oklahoma, and they saw it coming. And this is what happened.
We're about 5 minutes, Jimmy.
Yep. Okay. 5 minutes? I thought I had an hour, Jared.
Hey, let me check.
Okay.
Margot, am I off base or who's off? Just keep rolling. We'll figure this out.
Okay. Well, I can go through it really quickly. If you look at this, there's no infrastructure left. There's no water for them. There's no electricity. There's no way these people can really work like biology works. On the left, the biology is alive. On the right, it's not. So I'm always going to plant. I'm always going to grow when I can, but I'm going to graze it. I'm going to use polywire. I may stack the cattle up.
You are right, Jimmy. You are right. False
So I
alarm.
can slow down a little bit. Okay.
Well, you're doing great. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, we're good.
Okay. But we want to leave residue back. And remember, I also said that this works for snow. When I get snow here in Oklahoma, we normally get a 40 or 50-mile-an-hour wind. So we don't want to trample that all to the ground. We want some of that up to catch snowfall. We want our surface to look like this. And this could be rangeland. This could be grass. This actually is a warm season mix, but that's the way I want my pastures to look also. I want a big sponge there on the ground to take that water in. And I want to give the biology the best opportunity they can to live and to free up nutrients for me. All I want to do then is cut a slight slot in it, drop a seed in to grow something. For a warm season mix for me to rest my native pastures, this works very good for me. These are pictures from here just the last few months here in Oklahoma. These are multi-species cover crops because I believe in mimicking Mother Nature. I want lots of diversity in my rangeland. Same thing in my cover crops. But it also, in the background, you'll see my neighbor, my classmate. Again, this is the same set of slides from the same fields. But I also want to stack the story, and the story being the profile of the cover crops. If you'll look down into this photograph, you'll see a bunch of real low growing proso millet in the bottom. And I want to stack that as it grows, so I have stock density in that to graze. But then when it goes to not raining and everybody says, oh yeah, Jimmy, I tried to tell you, you couldn't do that here in Oklahoma because, we don't get enough rainfall. Crops are struggling, my cover crops, and I'm starting to look like, wow, maybe the neighbor's right. But we're going to continue to plant. We get a little rain, I jump back in where I hadn't planted, and I'll plant again because I can take the rainfall in. Starts looking a little better. And then we got a good rain. So now I have lots of winter forage growing for my cows. I'm actually weaning calves on this particular track. Right now we're doing fence line weaning in this here. We'll have all our calves weaned. We just got a frost the last couple of nights. So we're not going to be quite as lush here as we was just a few weeks ago, but the calves are really doing well. Another field that we had with a different mix in it. This here is going to be for winter grazing through and to save buying a bunch of groceries for my cows out on the land this winter. Now we're going to get down to how I know I'm taking it all in. I have 2 center pivots along the river. We're putting 2 inches on with this pass. The center pivot, I'm standing right at the pivot. It's coming towards me. We just got 4.5 inch rainfall during the night. I drove down to shut this pivot off early that morning, but look behind there. You see no standing water, no runoff water, and we had equivalent of 4.5 inches in about 4.5 hours. So I went and got my soil scientist with NRCS, 2 soil scientists there, and then we wanted to document it with the film crew with Macy there on the left. So we parked this pivot stationary, and I'm proving that in the photograph because that sprinkler is anchored in the ground with a sharpshooter. I've got a GoPro camera up above that. You'll see there. So we're proving that we're not moving. I put 7 inches on in an hour and 54 minutes with that pivot not moving. That's a 4-foot wagon wheel that I've adapted to be a ring that we drive into the ground. So this hour and 54 minutes later, we shut this off. The rain gauge is plumb full. It's been running over for a little bit. The water quickly goes away. You'll notice up in the top outside the wheel, there's a little bit of water standing there. And literally it went away while the soil scientists then dug in the middle of this ring to see how fast and how far it was going down. Because we do these practices, this is what that profile looks like in this field. And this is the carbon that we're seeing that we're capturing and moving down. Now, this was very hard to hold together because this soil is so porous now, and it's pretty fragile. It'll come apart. But we like about 4 inches left of getting this carbon moved down to the original plow pan in this soil. But if you'll look on the right there, you'll see earthworm holes into that, and you'll see darkening streaks within that soil profile. That's the earthworms moving that carbon down. They mix that. And if you look on the left, you'll see earthworm castings coming out of the earthworm holes there of the light colored soil. And they're the ones that really mix that for us. So to tell the story in this field is Steve Allspaw. Was my state soil scientist. He's just retired. And this is what he found that day, that the original soil survey mapped this field as it used to fluvent that were a very young soil, about 500 years old, that typically didn't have a very dark surface. And he didn't see this 8 years ago when we started this project. But today he sees a very dark soil now that we can reclassify a molic that's a fluventic haptosoil. I see this, Jared, all over the country that people are changing their soil classification. Now, not every NRCS office is going to want to reclassify and come out because, first of all, they don't believe it can happen. I was very proud of Steve that recognizing that we have changed that. David Brandt got his soil reclassified in Ohio. I've got it reclassified, and I know there's a few others, but literally there's probably hundreds of producers in rangeland and cropland all across America that's done this. So what does that really mean? Well, my mom always talked about her crust when she was baking a pie. And I always told her I loved the filling. I didn't care about the crust. But how important is soil aggregation to soil health? Well, literally, it's everything because it's beginning of water infiltration, water holding capacity, carbon storage, keeping nutrients in the field where they're at. So if we get an 8 or 10 inch rainfall event, can we take it all in, or at least most of it? This will provide multiple benefits for future water to grow crops, nutrients that stay in the field, not downstream, and our soil stays in place. That is the key to really building resilience in the system. We can build the best business plan we have and mismanage our soil and not utilize the rain and the snow that God gives us, and it's not effective rainfall. So now I'm going to take you outside of my area to producers I've worked with across the country here and show you that it doesn't happen just in Oklahoma. This actually is in Southwest Oklahoma at a good friend of mine that has done an excellent job. We actually had measured his water infiltration on the left that week before this rainfall event of 6 inches an hour. And when Russ Jackson called me that the morning that he saw this happening, his folks live in that house on the left. His neighbor's house is on the right down there behind them trees. He got 5.3-inch rainfall event. He has 6 inches an hour water infiltration rate. He has good crop rotation, cover crops, planned grazing, and management. His neighbor is a conventional tillage, clean till guy, small grains, no cover crops, no management, no grazing. Who do you think is going to have the best opportunity to grow the next crop here? The guy that stores 144,000 gallons an acre or 16,000 gallons an acre? 2 weeks after that first event, it rains another big rain event. We're coming out of the drought that we were in. Normally what happens behind the drought? We have huge rainfall events. You can start seeing over on the left a little bit of puddling still in Russ's field as it's starting to slow down the infiltration because the profile is starting to get full. The water is draining away from us in this photograph, going down behind that house into a creek. When we had a Giddings probe out in Russ's field at 16 feet, we hit a gravel layer. When we pulled that gravel layer up, Russ said, "Oh my gosh, that's what the creek bed looks like behind Mom and Dad's house." Remember a while ago when I said it should go in and then it goes least resistance? Well, it comes out in the spring behind Russ's folks' house in the creek because that gravel layer is the creek bed. So when the profile gets full and it gets down there, the excess then goes out into the creek. And it was a real game changer for us. I turned around the other way. This is what the neighbor's field looks like the next day. It's crusted over. Look at all the nutrients and the turbidity in the bar ditch that the water's still draining out of the field. This is Russ's field across the road. Water is there. Russ is going to plant a cotton crop behind this, and what a cotton crop he had. This is in north central Oklahoma. A great cattleman on the right, Mark Thomas and Annette. Conventional on the left. That conventional farmer on the left never planted that lake of water up through the middle of his field because it was always too wet there and it was too dry everywhere else. Mark and Annette had already planted their winter forage in this field, and the water stayed where it fell. Mark went out just as soon as the rain was over, and he captured water that was in his field as it was going down, captured water across in the neighbor's bar ditch. They actually sent these samples into a lab, high nutrients and bacteria on the left, very little nutrients, very little. The water quality was exceptional on the right. So it's not all about taking it in. It's also about the water quality that we're dealing with down the road. So it's really good management. I'm going to take you now to North Dakota in the Red River Valley. I've been working with Michael Larson on the left. 3 years when we took this picture. The Red River Valley is an old lake bed, glacier lake bed, that when the the glacier receded and the water went away, everybody went to farming it because it was such flat bottom land. And they've just beat it to death, so to speak, on the right. If you'll look over here, Michael's only been on the left 3 years. Look at the difference in the water in the bar ditch and look out in the field. You see very little still standing in the field. There is just a little bit in the bar ditch, but nothing like on the right. That's how quickly you can turn this around. And like I said, this applies to ranching as well. Now I'm going to take you to Jamestown, North Dakota, to a fellow Leopold winner of mine, Jeremy Wilson up there. And it has rained 14.5 inches in 12 hours in this field. A lot of this water is coming off a neighbor, and a lot of the sediment was caught with the residue about 3/4 of a mile up the stream. This is a video, and I know you can't hear it, so I'm going to commentate as I show you this video. It's just quit raining. Jeremy's went out. He's standing in this lower indention in the field. It's not a ditch. That's what I really want to point out. It's just a lowering. It swept a big area of his residue away, but the soil is aggregated and it's holding. And the water that's leaving, the profile is full, but it's clean. And Jeremy's actually took a drink of that water, and he talked about how sweet it was. So my point being is, I'm not saying we can take it all in a big rainfall flooding event. Jeremy took about half of that in, of that 14 inches, before it started running out of the field. So this is what you can do. This is back at our farm in western Oklahoma. I had a sesame crop here that was late harvested in December, real late harvest last fall here. We planted cereal rye in December, and most people will tell you you can't grow rye planting it that late. I planted about 90 pounds because it was really late. This is in April. We had a good wet winter, a decent spring before everything cut off. So when it rained, I planted right directly into the rye. And these were soybeans that I planted. And I don't grow soybeans very often because I'm not in a soybean area. But it's kind of a double dog dare, so to speak. I try some different things. Really great residue on the ground. These are the soybeans in the early spring as they're growing. Much like in Tennessee, if you'll look down in here, look at the residue, they're blooming. We had a wonderful crop in the making. And then guess what? Summer heat caught us, the rain quit, and them soybeans didn't make, but I give them the best opportunity I could. But once again, I still got residue on the ground. My land's not blowing, it's not eroding it away. I know Jared talked about investments and cash flow, and investments in your soil is the same way. I'm baking nutrients here. I'm banking water when I need it. A lot of times in western Oklahoma, this is what it looks like. This is after a warm season cover crop. My point being today is we're running out of time to manage our soils and really regenerate our soils across the country. I truly believe that. They can only stand so much. And we can continue to just do nothing. It is impossible. I want to continue doing what I've always done. And I want to tell you today, you can just do it, that nothing's impossible. One of the greatest soil scientists that I had out on my field told me one day, he said, the only thing impossible on your ranch is something you won't try. If you won't try it, it's impossible. And I truly believe that. Has everything I've tried worked? I showed you a soybean field that failed. It did rain here in the fall, and I've got wheat growing in them soybeans. I didn't get a picture of that to show you today because I just can't show everything I want to show. But I had it managed to when it did rain, I could plant. Most producers in here want to take everything and leave fallow when the weather goes bad. In the summertime, hot and dry, I want to graze my grass off. I want to leave it bare. My goal is 365 if I can. I can't always. Mother Nature won't allow me to always do that. But that's a goal. And Jared, I rushed through a few slides there for a little bit ago. I'm going to stop right here if there's some questions. This is how you can get a hold of me. I always say long live the soil, and I actually trademarked that, but our
Nice.
lives really depend on it. We have to manage God's resources the best we can. I am giving away a couple of hour sessions, 2 hour sessions with me, strategy sessions for the first two people that will email me at this jimmyemmons@hotmail.com. So I'm going to kind of leave that up there for a minute, Jared.
I like it.
So I've got, looks like to me, a few minutes left here
Yeah.
for some questions.
Yeah. Yep. And Margot also put that in the chat. That'll be a link over to what Jimmy offered. So where, just interested, Jimmy, as you talked through this, when you go and you consult with somebody, where do you start? Like, what's the, do you have a
Well,
common place, or does it depend on the person?
so the first question I ask them, are you willing, are you going to try this systems approach and see if it works, or are you going to try to make it work? And it depends on how they answer that question. Is it how much I'm willing to do? If they tell me, well, I'm going to try it and we'll see if it works, we got to have a pretty long conversation. If they'll tell me, I want to make this work, help me through that, I'll stay with them from till the cows come home. I'm not going to give up on them. And that's what it really takes. And to get people to understand, Jared, when you and I took over the ranches and started managing them on our own, we had a great asset, and our generations before had give everything to it to manage it, and they done whatever it takes. And that's all I'm asking out of people is, if you're going to change your thinking and change what's happening in between your ears and your mind, because this is a total mindset, because we got to throw out what we've been taught, even in soils class, to understand how this works. You got to be dedicated. You got to be all in. And so that's kind of where I start.
I like it. I like it. What's a common denominator for you that you see amongst the people that are highly successful?
It's the ones that's willing to change the quickest. Most of them are women that change the quickest. And if you really think about that, it's who wants to change the house color, who wants new shades, who wants a new recipe the quickest. Men tend to be, give me a steak and potatoes, leave the house white. It's good enough. So I see women changing. First generational people that come in that has no background really embrace this the most. I was 50 some years old when I started this journey. My father-in-law was 75 when he changed. So it's not age demographics. It's a mental. We talked about mental in this summit earlier today. I really appreciate that, because it is mental. And you have to drop everything, just like Kirk said, everything behind you. You have to forgive. You have to forget that way. You've got to start now and move forward.
Mm-hmm. I love it. That's good. Well, yeah, please type in the chat what you folks took away from Jimmy's presentation. Take that opportunity to teach each other. Jimmy, I always like to ask people what their definition of stewardship is.
So the definition of stewardship for
Your
me
own.
is taking care of God's land and looking at it as a complete ecosystem that's living, everything below ground and above ground. The thing I enjoy the most in life is going out and moving cattle around and just sitting there. Last night, Ginger and I moved some calves out on some new cover crops, and we just shut everything off and just sat there for about 30 minutes, listen to them pulling the forage up, listen to the birds singing. And when you know that you have a complete living system, when you can hear so much life, I've been to people's farms that it's just dead silent. And it is the kiss of death that when I hear that. So stewardship is really taking care of it as a whole living ecosystem, not just soil, not just plants. It's the biology, it's the birds, it's the wildlife, it's the animals, and it's us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's really good. I think it is an honor to be involved in a business where we are so connected to the creations that God has made. And I know that, man, if you're a construction worker or work in IT, whatever it is, you can certainly receive inspiration. You can certainly do good for the world. And it's not saying we're better than anybody else or any other industries, but um, it's a connection that I'm glad that I have and that I can pass on to my children. It definitely helps you feel more grounded, and it's something that is enduring. I
Yep.
believe it's these elements have always been here. They'll always be here. They're always going to change, and we get the opportunity to change it. Somebody asked a question earlier in a prior presentation, and we didn't get a chance to ask that, but and I know, as always, the answer is depends, but how long does it take to increase 1% soil organic matter in your soil?
So it's going to depend on where you're at and the quality of your soil. The better quality, the less degraded it is. If it's bottom land, it's going to be a lot quicker. I had some bottom land that I increased 1% in 3 years, 3.5 years. The sandy soil, the upland had been highly eroded. It takes me about 5, 6, 7 years. It depends,
Okay.
and it also depends on rainfall. There's a lot of factors that because you can only change it by how much you can grow.
Mm-hmm.
So the more limiting rainfall out where you're at is a lot slower, and maybe it's
Yeah.
slower further south of you than even where you're at in the desert region.
Yeah.
So that's all factors, and then understanding how cattle graze. People think that cattle, and they can be like people, they can be dumb at times. We put a GoPro camera on a heifer and watched her graze for 4.5 hours and then condensed that down to about a 4-minute video. If you get a chance on YouTube, look at that cover crop cow. NRCS helped me do that. And when I do this live, I show that video, and this heifer walks through the crowd of yearlings up to this terrace, and she stops. And I tell everybody, if you were at a buffet, what would you do? And she looks to the right, she looks to the center, and she looks to the left, and sat there a minute, and then she took off grazing. And she ate every species that we had planted, plus others is around the edge in that 4.5 hours. Now she ate more millets that day because the brix level, the sugar level was the highest.
Mm-hmm.
So understanding that they are just like us, they know what they like, They know what they need or what they think they need. And if you give them a diverse diet, they're going to balance that. And that's the reason cattle do so well in regenerative grazing, because they're getting a balanced diet. And most ranchers in overgrazed systems don't have a balanced diet. So you can build soil organic matter quickly where you have a balanced diet and have them cattle moving in the same way.
Yeah.
It's a long answer. I'm sorry, but
that's perfect. Yeah, it definitely depends on our context, where we're at, and I think a lot, how much we're willing to do, how much we believe in it. And for me, I knew the concepts of management intensive grazing. I mean, Jim Garrish had been to our place, but it probably took about a decade before I believed it. And then once I believed it, then the change was quick and it was easy. It was like, okay, this can be done. You can train cattle to electric fence. You can move them every day. You can figure out the water, all the reasons why it won't work. And so now with authority, when somebody says it can't be done, if they work for me, then I walk them through it and say, well, actually it can. Here's what you need to do. And if they don't, I just smile and say, well, keep doing it your way. At some point, maybe you'll be open to change, and then we can talk. So
yeah.
So
I see Lola in the chat there, Jared. Lola, you're proof that you're trying to get your husband to change. I see this all the time, and keep at it. You'll get him to change in your operation. Love to talk to you sometime.
Perfect. Well, Jimmy, thank you. This has been a great addition. It all starts with the soil, right?
It does.
God's given us these elements. We can improve upon them. We're made of the dust. We can change ourselves. We can change the soil. We can change our businesses, change our relationships, and what a tremendous opportunity. So we certainly appreciate you being here with us. So if you guys would just, send him some gratitude in the chat, let him know of your appreciation. And again, your key takeaways from this. Jimmy, it's been an honor.
Well, thanks a lot, Jared. Appreciate it. Long live the soul, everybody, and enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of the conference and the summit here. Great speakers the rest of the day and tomorrow. So enjoy it, learn, live long. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. If you need to take a quick break, run to the bathroom, stand up, shake it out a little bit. We did our exercises, our stretching. If anybody needs to do that for a minute, now's the opportunity to do that. Get movement. Our bodies like to move, and it's an important part of life. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Thank you, Jimmy. Lots of gratitude going out to him. Questions are being asked about how do we access the replay. Generally the raw recordings of this will go out pretty immediately, like by Thursday. We're going to do our best to pull out some key segments for people to watch and replay as soon as we can. And then we do these sessions, individual sessions will be in a playlist on the Profitable Steward YouTube channel. Those will be made available, and it usually takes about a week or 10 days for our editing team to get those edited and uploaded into that playlist. So look for that. They absolutely will be available. Again, the raw recordings, you'll just get everything, all the background noises and everything. Those are pretty easy to upload, and so we'll send out emails, text messages. I know you're kind of bombarded with text right now, but from what people say, they like the reminders so that they don't get past and say, wow, what happened? How did I miss that? Tomorrow, we are going to start at the same time, just so you can put it on your calendar, just so you know. We appreciate those who have registered for the Profitable Steward program. That registration is still open, and the bonuses, along with the 2-day class, the 7-day challenge, and access to the mastermind, that is still available through the end of the program tomorrow. So the additional bonuses, the ebook and things like that went away, but the the other two core products are there. Dr. Olivia, glad to have you with us here today. Where are you calling in from?
Hey, Jared. I'm glad to be here. I'm calling from the East Coast in Virginia.
All right, East Coast. No effects from the hurricanes where you're at. Are you far enough north?
We were fortunate to not have any damage. Very thankful for that.
Cool. Well, that's good. Well, we'll jump right into your presentation. We're grateful that you're here with us.
Thank you for having me. I will go ahead and get my screen shared. Are you able to see that all right?
Yep, we can see it. Looks good.
All right. I will go ahead and jump into it to be respectful of everyone's time. Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia Caillouette, and I am a Soil Health Program Manager at the University of Missouri Center for Regenerative Agriculture. We affectionately call that CRA. I'm really excited to be part of the Regenerative Legacy Summit and discuss cover crops and the impacts on soil health. This presentation is one of 11 training modules on cover crops that are available for you, free to download. I think Margot will share a link to that towards the end of the presentation. You can also access the modules at cra.missouri.edu. And I'm excited to follow Jimmy's presentation because I think a lot of the things I'm going to touch on complement what he covered really nicely. We're used to determining progress with crops by what we see above ground, but with soil health, it's really all about what's happening down in the soil out of sight. We have a lot to cover, so I'm going to go ahead and dive in. This presentation will cover 10 specific ways that cover crops impact soil health and how cover crops influence farm regeneration and legacy. Because of my screen view, I'm actually unable to see the chat, but I'm going to try to leave time at the end for Q&A. And Jared, chime in and pause me at any point if needed.
Will do.
So first off, cover crops feed the soil food web. One of cover crops' most important contributions to soil health comes by providing living roots for a great portion of the year. That could be a cover crop like radishes pictured here, or other plants that provide living cover at time of the year when cash crops are not being grown. You may have seen a diagram of the soil food web like this one. While this is a very simplified view of the complex web of life in the soil, it does help illustrate some of the connections taking place. Two key categories I want to point out are the soil fungi and the soil bacteria. Both play major roles in exchanging nutrients with plant roots and helping to break down that plant residue and build that organic matter. Healthy soil in a field can contain as many as 600 insects right beneath your shoe. Tilled fields with bare soils have been a common sight in crop fields. However, we've come to learn that bare soil with no living roots makes for a tough environment for soil life. Imagine going to the grocery store in November and being told there's no food available till April. That's a rough equivalent to what soil microbes are facing when we leave fields barren from fall to spring with no living roots to help support that food web. Another way to picture this is an analogy. Jerry Hatfield, a director of a major U.S. Department of Ag Soil Research Center, calculated that the amount of biological material needed by soil organisms in 1 acre, which is roughly half a hectare, is similar to what 2 big African elephants would eat. So in other words, that's a lot of biomass that those soil organisms are needing. Another analogy for cover crops is to solar panels. They can work for us year round, and we want our crop fields to do that too. Some innovative soil health focused farmers talk about how they want to take advantage of a free resource, namely sunlight, by having living plants out there to capture that sunlight and convert it into organic matter and generate improvements to their soil health. Number 2, cover crops increase earthworms. Earthworms are one of the most visible aspects of soil health changes that may be stimulated by cover crops. And research has shown that earthworm numbers do increase in fields with cover crops compared to fields without. There are 3 main types of earthworms that occur in fields, especially where tillage is minimized, and cover crops provide more of a food source for these earthworms. And along those same lines, a green cover crop is noticeably different than seeing a tilled conventional field, but it's below the soil where these differences are even more apparent. A tilled soil will be uniform on top and may have a restricted root zone at the bottom of that tilled area, pictured here on the right, known as a plow pan. Moreover, the tillage destroys macropores, which are channels created by earthworms and crop roots, including cover crop roots, that allow that rain to infiltrate the soil more quickly and help with root growth as well as gas exchange. Number 3, cover crops build soil carbon and organic matter. And when I think about legacy, Dan DeSetter comes to mind. This is a photo of Dan, who farms about 5,000 acres of corn and soybean and grazes cover crops with beef cattle in west central Indiana. Dan has frequently stated that one of his goals before he stops farming is to rebuild or restore his soil carbon and soil organic matters to the level near what they were at when farming first started in Indiana. A big part of Dan's motivation is his 3 sons, all in their 20s, that are farming alongside him, and he wants to leave the land in better shape for them. This is a figure from a soils textbook used in undergrad classes in the US called The Nature and Property of Soils. And in the short, the diagram depicts how on average, half of the soil organic matter has been lost from cultivated soils in the US, which is that green portion. The good news, however, is that the soil organic matter can be rebuilt over time when the active organic matter rebounds, first when cover crops are implemented, that's shown in that light brown section, and then over time, that passive organic matter, the more stable fraction in the dark brown, will gradually start to rise as well. A simple way to visualize a key benefit of soil organic matter is to think about a sponge versus a brick. When we have that higher pore space and lower bulk density of soil with improved soil organic matter, it makes it more like a sponge, better able to soak in and hold on to water from rainfall events. The higher levels of soil organic matter also improve crop rooting and feed those soil organisms that have long-term benefits for overall soil nutrient availability. Number 4, cover crops help manage soil nutrients. This is a photo of crimson clover blooming in mid-spring. Now, crimson clover is the most popular legume cover crop in the US, but it is best suited for the southern half of the country since it doesn't reliably overwinter in northern areas. Overwintering means what it sounds like, the ability of a plant to survive the winter and continue growing into the spring. In past years, there was some thinking that nitrogen fertilization could be viewed simply as an input-output approach. For example, put on an extra pound of nitrogen per acre for every extra bushel of corn you expect or hope to gain. But now we realize that nitrogen cycling and nitrogen management are much more complex than what's illustrated here. And this is even what I learned in undergrad. Even though this diagram seems complex, it illustrates just part of the actual complexity of many different types of soil organisms interacting with plants and the soil to affect nitrogen cycling. Of course, legumes can fix nitrogen in conjunction with symbiotic bacteria, but we also have free living bacteria that can fix nitrogen and other bacteria that cause nitrogen to change forms, including denitrifying bacteria. Overall, a healthy community of soil organisms will help nitrogen and other nutrients stay in our root zones rather than leaking out of the system, either leaching into groundwater or going into the atmosphere or running off the soil surface in large rainfall events. Cover crops have also been shown to scavenge leftover crop nutrients at the end of the growing season, keeping those nutrients in the root zone until they can be used for next year's cash crop. Number 5, cover crops keep our soil covered. And this is one of the Natural Resources Conservation Service principles of soil health, is to keep our soils covered at a minimum with plant residue, but ideally with those living plants. Increasingly, farmers are letting cereal rye grow fairly large ahead of soybeans, sometimes even 4 to 5 feet tall. In some cases, the rye is rolled before planting soybeans, but more often, farmers are getting confident planting soybeans directly into standing rye, with the planter knocking down much of the rye. The rye mulch helps control weeds, and the residue from cover crops can help moderate soil temperatures, keeping it cooler, especially until those cash crop leaves shade the row completely. The cooler soil temps help with our soil microbe function and reduce stress on our cash crops on sunny days. Ultimately, cover crop plants and residue can help with our moisture retention and even trap in snow. I love this phrase, the soil is meant to be covered, because I think it helps remind us that the soils we farm were always covered by living plants in the past, whether it be prairies like pictured here or forests. Thus, those soil microbes that we depend on for soil health have evolved in conditions of year-round plant cover and living roots. Those microbes and other soil organisms are not as adapted to our modern farming approaches of just having living crops for 4 or 5 months of the year with bare soil for the other 7 to 8 months. Cover crops, while not providing as much diversity as a native prairie, can at least help provide living roots and cover year round. Number 6, we highlight cover crops add biodiversity. If we can get more biodiversity either through cover crop mixes or at least rotating a variety of cover crops over time with our cash crops, it helps improve overall diversity and soil organisms. More biodiversity in the soil helps with farm resilience to pathogens and pests, and as we've discussed, more effective nutrient cycling. In cover crops with just 1 or 2 cash crops being used, it's especially important to try to add cover crops so that we can increase that on-farm plant diversity. Here's an example of a popular cover crop mix of crimson clover, hairy vetch, and cereal rye. One of the key soil organisms that cover crops can help support is mycorrhizal fungi, and that fungi is associated with plant roots, including cover crops as well as cash crops. The plant roots release carbohydrates that are taken up by the fungi, and in return, the fungi can supply nutrients and water to the plant roots. The fungal hyphae often spread throughout a larger soil volume than our crop roots, which give our crop roots a greater access to supply of nutrients and water. This is especially helpful in dry years when crop root growth might be limited. Number 7, cover crops get rain into the soil, and you've already seen a similar example of this rainfall simulator, but the idea being when we have cover crops, we have more water infiltrating through these perforated trays into that back jar. The cover crop is that center tray, in comparison to that bare tilled soil directly to the left, where we have that soil running off into that front jar. This is even more apparent when we flip those trays over. We can see that that front tray, the tilled bare soil, has no water infiltration. And that's because when water hits that bare tilled soil, it actually creates a seal. That seems counterintuitive because you'd think loosely tilled soil would be able to soak up the rain, but this is actually what happens in most silt loam or clay loam soils. Whereas with that cover cropped example, we have rainfall soaking in due to those macro pores created by earthworm tunneling and cover crop roots, leading to better soil aggregate structure. And that will really help in large rainfall events to avoid soil ponding and help farmers get into their fields more quickly. Number 8, cover crops reduce compaction. Now, cover crops can't fix the type of severe compaction caused by this tractor, but they can help prevent the situation. And we've heard that term soil aggregates, and that's synonymous with soil building blocks. We need 4 main things to enhance our soil aggregate structure, and that includes minimal or no disturbance of the soil, which goes hand in hand with our reduced till or no-till practices. We need organic matter to be available, which can come from cover crop residue, both above and below ground. We need those fibrous roots that contribute to that aggregate formation. And we need mycorrhizal fungi, if at all possible, that can aid in the formation of aggregates by releasing a type of soil glue. So we need to ask ourselves, which is less expensive? As we see in this equipment photo, the normal response to soil compaction has been to get a high horsepower tractor and go out with some type of soil ripper. This can provide some temporary relief from soil compaction, but we find that our soil slits will swell back together in a year or less. And using this type of mechanical approach comes at a high cost of equipment, fuel, and labor. Whereas cover crops have been found to be a more affordable option for reducing compaction in a multi-year study by Ohio State University. By building soil aggregate structure with our macro pores, cover crops can help provide long-term solutions to soil compaction and reduce the chances of it happening in the future. Number 9, cover crops support the integration of livestock with row crops. More and more farmers are realizing the benefits of reintegrating livestock into their crop fields, typically by grazing cover crops. The manure, urine, and saliva from grazing livestock has been found to stimulate soil biology and improve overall soil health. Grazing cover crops can be a very profitable management approach, as the cover crops can provide high value forage at a time of year when other forages and hay may be in short supply. And animals that are grazed on cover crops can be healthier than those in a feed hay, animals fed in a dry lot, and spring calving can also be improved. Along those same lines, we see cover crop grazing become more accessible with portable fencing, water tanks, and we're seeing the development of virtual fencing technology as well. We want to keep in mind that our soil microbes have evolved in systems that had foraging animals historically, whether it's the buffalo in the prairies or deer in the woods. Soil microbes perform best, leading to healthier soils when animals are a part of our farming systems. And Number 10, cover crops help stop erosion. With bigger and more intense rainstorms, many areas are getting soil erosion is a very large concern. Past approaches of building terraces may no longer be sufficient, but planting cover crops and using no-till or strip-till between terraces can dramatically reduce our erosion by 90% or more. There's an example of those best practices being implemented. Cover crops can reduce water erosion by living in dead cover crop leaves, intercepting raindrops. We can get better water infiltration, and those cover crop roots can anchor the soil and the residue in place. Cover crops can also reduce wind erosion. Even just a little bit of cover crop growth, as seen in the bottom right photo, can stop wind erosion from happening. To highlight the importance of cover crops, the most biologically active and nutrient-dense part of the soil profile is in our top inch. So by saving that portion of the soil from erosion, we are ensuring that that upper layer can be maintained and improved for continued soil health. The bottom line is that cover crops are a very unique agronomic tool, similar to a Swiss Army knife, that can provide a variety of benefits towards improving our soil health. And I'm not going to go through each one of these again, but this is a recap of the 10 ways that cover crops help with our soil improvement, farm resilience, and you can learn more about cover crops through SARE, which is SARE.org/cover crops, as well as the U.S. Regional Cover Crop Councils. And with that, I'll highlight those 11 cover crop training modules I mentioned earlier that Margot will share in the chat. You might also want to check out the Living Soil documentary by the Soil Health Institute. And with that, thank you again for this opportunity to be a part of the Regenerative Legacy Summit. Very grateful to be here, get to learn from other speakers. If you'd like to learn more about the University of Missouri Center for Regenerative Agriculture's work, please contact me at oliviacaillouette@missouri.edu. And if we have time, Jared, I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, Olivia. That's great. A great overview of the value of cover crops. I first heard about cover crops probably about a decade ago. We're not farmers, and it was actually from a rancher. Somebody had heard Gabe Brown speak in Idaho, and I just started learning about it, and then actually took my then, what was he, 17, 18-year-old son, and we drove to Colorado to hear Gabe speak and Ray Archuleta. And that was really like what boosted my journey into soil health. And while I can't say that I have successfully integrated cover crops into my perennial pastures, maybe Colin Seiss tomorrow is going to tell us how to do that. I can absolutely say the principle of biodiversity works. So with that, there's a question, Dr. Olivia. Somebody asked with biodiversity, I'm growing grass for forage. Why do I want voles and moles? We get that they're breaking up the soil, but they're also creating bare patches, and their tunnels are destructive. Any thoughts on that, on some of those things that we might see as rodents that might actually have a place in our ecosystem?
Yeah, Jared, that's a really great question. And I'll plug those training modules again, because one of them is actually on pests. And I think the main takeaway with that is you don't have predatory birds if you don't have rodents. And there's a balance there where I completely understand the challenges of voles and slugs and that threshold where it becomes overwhelming. But if we can find that natural balance of creating predatory bird habitats to help manage those pest populations, I do think and strongly believe from the farmers I've spoken with that nature will find a balance there.
Yeah, I definitely echo that as well. Something that we learned in the Savory model of holistic management is Tony still on here? I might get this completely wrong, but you need to ask what we need to add, not what we need to take away. I think that's the principle. When we see an excess of something, we tend to say there's too many moles of voles. We've got to remove them. No. And you pointed it out. What do we need to add? The predatory birds. So super good.
Great question.
Next question here, can cover crops in hillsides slow down flash floods into the valleys?
Absolutely. And, you know, I would say that the tools, the cover crop species selector tools, can be a great guiding resource for identifying which cover crop species can help best with soil erosion prevention. So that's what I would highlight, would be honing in, okay, you have identified your on-farm need. That will help make cover crops pay for themselves. Now we need to identify which cover crop species will help best meet that need you've identified.
Yeah. So water infiltration is huge. One of the biggest benefits. And then another one, and this is my question too, because I've tried a lot, planted thousands of pounds of cover crop seeds, and not all of them have grown. But do we put cover crops in pasture? So I'm assuming in perennial pastures, do you have any keys or guidelines for implementing cover crops? And maybe even the broader question, are they necessary in a perennial pasture?
That's a great question as well. I will say I don't have as much experience with perennial pastures. Over the past year, I've been working a lot with row crop producers. I will say that I see many soil health benefits when we have 2 or more species growing. So that's where we can see a lot of carbon sequestration, improved soil health, is if we have even a little bit of plant biodiversity. Now, I'd have to look to some experts as to which species that would be, but that would be my initial take.
Yeah, I'll echo that. And the challenges that we've had are, we've attempted to integrate cover crops both in dryland situation and in irrigated fields. The perennial pastures are so tightly sodded that doesn't create a good environment for them to grow. There's a lot of competition, and so there's definitely some challenges there. Somebody just dropped in the chat the other, and maybe after, if you want to respond to any of these questions that might not have been answered, you're sure welcome to stick around. But is there a link to types of tools, cover crop selection tools, things that you want to recommend, and drop in the chat there? That would be good, and encourage y'all to copy and paste and kind of save these things. One of the things that I like to do when I'm taking notes is I'll usually have a Google Doc opened. When somebody's given a presentation, I'll take screenshots of the slides that I want to remember, take my notes beneath them, and then if there are relevant links, just copy and paste those. And then you've got it all in that Google Doc. You can title it Regenerative Legacy Summit, October 24. And then when you're going back and you're researching, you can pull that up for that, and it's kind of a way to be able to store it. So, okay, well,
Great
with
thoughts.
that, we better wrap up. But Olivia, any quick final thought that you have for us here before we move on to our next speaker?
Always learning, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. I think that is one of the best ways that we learn.
Absolutely. Yep. Gabe Brown
Thank
says,
you for having me.
yeah, you are very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Gabe Brown says they try really hard to fail at 2 or 3 or 4 new things every year. That's how we learn, right? Always be pushing past our comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone. There's no growth in the comfort zone. And so failure is part of that. Awesome. Well, Dan Daggett is our next speaker. Dan, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute, pull up your presentation. We'll get you front and center here. We're grateful that you're able to be here with us, Dan.
Here.
Um,
Okay, let's see. Oops.
there we are. Yep,
Share. Oh,
you're on. Tell us where you're calling in from this
I got
afternoon.
a thing in here. I gotta get my presentation up and going here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep, that is
there
it.
we go to
So
the
just
beginning
scroll to the top.
and play. I think. Are we there? Oops, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think if you just hit the present button, you should be good. Looks like it.
Okay, there we are. And let's see, one more click and well, I'm learning a little bit now. As I look at my screen, I have a menu at the top that covers up some of my words. But anyway, here we'll start off with this is this is a slide of some of our. Wait a minute. What?
Where are you calling from?
I'm from here. Well, my wife just said, "Tell them where I'm calling from."
Oh,
Arizona.
perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
down in Arizona. Yeah, just down off the mountains at the beginning of the desert, right outside my window is Dry Creek, and it's very dry right now. I'd like to change that. But
Okay.
anyway, I'm an environmentalist, which we'll find out about in just a little bit. This is a picture of us out looking at some rangelands over near in the area of Prescott. And as I was researching information for this particular presentation, I ran across a website called Science Alert. And, why rejoining nature via regenerative agriculture is so valuable for all generations. Well, Science Alert said when people feel they are enmeshed with nature, they are not only greener in their behavior, but they tend to be happier. There you go. So sciencealert.com, the guy wrote it, said absolutely he wants his kids to grow up feeling they're part of nature. And I think we'd all like to be part of nature. I know when I first moved west in 1980, the picture there on the left, me and my wife and a nephew-in-law, I said I wanted to feel I was enmeshed with nature. So I immediately became involved in environmental groups' efforts to keep the West wild and wonderful. And that's the perspective that I'm speaking from. I'm not a producer. I'm not a rancher. I'm an environmentalist. And when I was after I was Atlantic Monthly wrote about me as an unlikely defender of the cowboy because I had been a relentless environmental advocate organizing demonstrations for, of all things, Earth First and similar groups. And I received an Environmental Hero Award as one of the top 100 grassroots environmental activists in America by the Sierra Club for his John Muir Centennial Celebration in 1992. And that was based on my work to limit the open-ended character of predator control programs directed at mountain lions and black bears by, among other people, Arizona ranchers. So that's the issue that I first started meeting with ranchers about. And some of those first meetings, it's the picture of one of them, were a bit contentious, as you can see by the looks of things here. The guy pointing to himself is a government agent, and there's other enviros and ranchers there. And but when we were contentious, but then the thing that surprised us is when the ranchers and enviros started talking back and forth, we found out that in the West, we want, in most cases, the same things. Those of us, ranchers, enviros, recreationists, and even government agents want the same things. What do we want? Well, we want healthy ecosystems and healthy grasslands, stable and diverse wildlife populations, healthy flowing streams, less erosion, less desertification, fewer wildfires, and less climate change. There you go. So we started comparing land that was being grazed in ways intended to achieve our shared goals. The ranchers started taking us out and saying, look at how we're trying to achieve the things we're talking about as our shared goals. And one of the places we visit, here's a picture of it, one of the first visits we did, a regeneratively grazed ranch in southern Arizona by one of the first really active applicants of the savory method, holistic grazing. And then we compared that with the land right across the fence that had been protected from grazing, supposedly to achieve the same goals that we just listed. And this is protected land, as I said, right across the fence from the previous photo. Photos taken same day. So what happens to land when ranching's removed? Well, here's a place not too far from where I live. And this used to be a ranch for sure. As you can see, it's a big division, a city in a grassland. So here's something else that we don't think about, or a lot of people don't know happens when we remove grazing to supposedly achieve eco goals and make the land healthier ecologically. This is a U.S. forest study area that is over near, well, it's pretty near that city you just saw. And grazing was here. Well, let's see. Grazing was removed from this forest study plot in 1946, and this photo was taken in 2005. And they removed it, I think, to show the ranchers exactly how healthy the land would be if they'd get their cows off. Well, the cows are off, and this is 2005 after 1946, and you can see how well it's doing. So here's a more recent picture, 2014. And well, as I asked the question here, how well did this achieve the shared goals of ranchers, enviros, recreationists, and government agencies? Is this a healthy ecosystem, a healthy grassland? It's in a grassland area for sure. You think it's supporting stable and diverse wildlife populations? How about desertification? Is it reduced desertification? Has it been returned to nature? Well, let's just step outside the fence of this study area. And there we are, right outside the fence. You can see the sign for the study area and the arrow pointing to it. This photo was taken the same day as the last one. This is not very far away, as I say, one fence line away. And so it's shared goals achieved, I would say, because what we're looking at here is healthy. This looks like a pretty healthy ecosystem, certainly a healthy grassland. And this is actually the area where the first photo you saw of all of us standing out there monitoring was just right across the road from this. Stable and diverse wildlife populations. Well, I believe this supports wildlife and certainly not as desertified. And well, you could say it's returned to natural function, the natural functions that we've been talking about with cover crops and things like that, because what we're looking at here is a cover crop of grass. And it's actually been created by regenerative grazing. So, what about climate change? That's one of the biggest issues that we see and hear so much about on the media these days. How's this doing for climate change? Let's compare the two on that too. So, climate change, the area that you're looking at, the grassland, is 78 degrees, and these temperatures were taken within a few minutes of each other. And inside the study area on the barren land, it's 122 degrees, 44 degrees hotter. So it seemed to me as an environmentalist, and I think about it as we remove more and more grazing from more and more of the areas here in the West, and it seems like we're changing, and we're going to see more examples of it, more and more of grassland into this barren land here. Maybe I'm beginning to think that's one of the major contributors to the problem of climate change. So, and then when I started going on these field trips with these ranchers, I began to realize that regenerative ranching, or they called it holistic management at the time, or bison mimicry, is really a way to work in partnership. What we're doing is we're working nature. In other words, we're rejoining nature. And then that's beginning to think that's a good way to talk about it and think about it and to feel good about it. Because however, there was a thing when you are talking about rejoining nature by putting animals on it. The standard definition of nature is all the animals, plants, rocks, etc. in the world, and all the features, forces, and processes that happen or exist independently of people. So if people are doing it, it's unnatural, so according to the definitions. But wait a minute. Here's some Native American rock art affirming the fact that early inhabitants of the Americas did work in partnership with nature by herding bison, elk, and other hoof grazing animals. Doing so they sustain the Great Plains and the grasslands and stuff of Arizona. A friend of mine used to be one of the top bison scientists in the world, and people would say to him, "Wait a minute, there didn't used to be bison in Arizona," and he'd say, "Wait a minute, how many bones you want to see? How soon you want to see them? Today?" So, and so I to just show you the herders here, I put headdresses on the Indians that are included in the petroglyph. But and as I point out, here we're doing the same mutualism. We're using it today. That same mutualism is in action today, and sustaining ecosystems via mutually beneficial relationships, like we're seeing here, the cowboys herding cows instead of bison, instead of Indians herding bison. Humans are as much a part of nature as other animals and plants too. So if we're, I'm not trying to say that nature's message is that grazing is good for the environment, period. I've seen enough unimpressively grazed land to make that clear. And here's a picture of some fairly unimpressive land that's obviously been grazed. But as I've read more and more about this, I'm finding scientists who have cited the value of evolved mutualistic relationships by which species interact in ways that each provides a benefit to the other. In other words, what they seem to me is they're thinking about nature and interpreting it and actually recognizing it in terms as a matter of synergy and relating to it in that way instead of just scarcity. In other words, doing less doesn't mean that you're always going to get more, because one of the things that one of these writers, Peter Corning, in his book Nature's Magic, written is, without the benefits of mutualism, one or even both of the interacting species can be diminished or may even cease to exist. Wait a minute, I've got to add another species here to my list of mutualistics. The cow right next to the bison down there. So without the benefits of mutualism, one or more of the interactive species can be reduced or cease to exist. Really? Well, let's look at an example. Here is another Forest Service study plot near my home in Sedona. This is while it's being grazed and monitored. As you can see, the monitoring thing included there, the 1 yard square. In 1963, well, grazing was removed in the 1980s, and here we're going to see what happened. Here we go. So there is in 2016 when I first found about it. That's how we can move the monitoring square down there and see the grass plants have gone. And take a look to the left, and you're going to see, get a better idea of how much this has changed since mutualism has been diminished. There you go. And talk about climate change. We were talking about that. I went out here the other day, and I haven't included the photo in the presentation yet. But I took my little surface thermometer out there and measured this area to see what it was, and it was 140 degrees. At the time, I couldn't compare that to any well-managed grasslands around, because there aren't any near here, because grazing has been removed from a lot of huge areas in the West and a huge area around here. And what that seemed to me is nature is telling us something. It's telling us that actually is. Mutualism ended, one or more of the interacting species actually was reduced, and some may have ceased to exist. Not surprisingly, here's another one. This is just upstream a little bit of that area, grazing removed here, and you see how the water course through the drainage, the main water course, has deteriorated even more. And this will give you some idea of how the erosion has happened. Now, we've been hearing a lot about how when you remove cover plants, covering not necessarily crops, but just plant systems that cover areas, when you remove the plant coverage, the erosion starts. Well, it sure has started here. And here's more testimony, here's opposite testimony from nature about let's see, restoring mutualism. It's about what effects we can have by restoring mutualism rather than ending it. This is you can see we've been having, the erosion is starting pretty good here. We're having ORV trails and all that sort of stuff. This is a ranch that was owned by a friend of mine who's no longer with us, unfortunately. And he was just getting into applying regenerative grazing. He looked at this and said, "Let's try something here." So we did. We put the critter, did a little bit of rocks, didn't need the rocks, turns out, we'll see in a minute, and put animals on it, fed them, and had them stomp it in and stomp in the seeds and took them off and let it recover. And this is 1 year later, that's the result. That's there you go. Erosion is diminished there, you betcha, and probably climate change diminished as well. And I'm sure there are critters coming back and saying, "Boy, this looks a lot better habitat than it did before." Well, and here's one of our workers saying, "What are we waiting for? Why aren't we doing more of this?" But what about the surge of wildfires? So that's a real problem we're having around here. I've been weed whacking across Dry Creek to keep my house from being in danger. And can we partner with nature to help mitigate the wildfire danger? And this is from my book, the book that is the gift that I've only got a few of them, but I can give one to as a gift to 1, 2, and 3 callers. Notice where this fire stopped. You can see the area where it stopped. The area that didn't burn was grazed in a manner to make it vital, green, growing, and therefore less flammable. And here's some more examples. You see the grazed didn't burn, the house is still there. Ungrazed burned, the houses burned too. And some other areas where the fire burned right up to the fence, the ungrazed burned and the grazed didn't burn. And even where the fence is really irregular, it stopped the fire. So regenerative grazing can not only reduce wildfire danger, it can reverse some of the severe damage wildfire causes. So here we're looking at a mountainside up by Flagstaff where I used to live, actually right above my neighborhood that I used to live in. And I'm glad I had left it when this happened, because we're going to see rain that falls on fire denuded slopes rushes downhill, and it bears lots of soil, ash, and litter. And this is pretty close to where I used to live, flooding neighborhoods and communities like Flagstaff. You can see what it did to the cars down there and carried in all that mud, made quite a mess. And well, how about can rejoining nature mitigate some of that kind of damage? This is land near Grand Junction, Colorado. It was burned by a large wildfire 4 years before this photo was taken by a fellow who was really into applying regenerative, restorative grazing, Terry Wheeler. And Terry brought me these photos. We'll see some more of Terry's work in a minute. He used a flock of sheep to regenerate the land. There is regeneration workers, and they stomped in the seeds and mulch from the hay that he and his workers provided. And they, of course, they added a little fertilizer of their own. And here's the result. After 1 year's worth of results, green and growing, sequestering carbon, resisting erosion, and recovering from habitat loss. And compare that with 4 years of leave it alone restoration. So, well, bringing this to Terry's work here, this is probably one of the most impressive ecosystem restorations on planet Earth. At least it's the most impressive one that I know about. It's near a town called Globe here in Arizona. And I say that brings us to one of the most eye-opening restorations ever that affirms regenerative grazing really is partnering with nature, working together with nature. And this is a pile of copper mine waste. It's 1,000 acres or more and a few hundred feet high. A number of attempts have been made to restore it using conventional methods. You can see the bulldozer there at the top. And here's some areas that have been left up to nature to heal for quite a long time, 100 years or so. And you see, that hasn't really, the nature's having its troubles here without help. It needs to have some workers, some partners. And partner Terry Wheeler, he offered to apply the plant-animal mutualism that he believes sustains natural grasslands, and had learned about it from Savory and by watching the land around him. And here is the first time that the cows were put down on the side of those tailings. You can see they're sinking in almost to their chests and bellies, chasing that little bit of hay down over there. And so an offer accepted. He applied seeds and hay plus what he called Flosbees, 4-legged organic soil builders, to stomp in and fertilize the mix. And he believed that nature creates and sustains grasslands with herds kept moving by predators, including humans. So he kept his Flosbees in herds, and here we could see them in the herd with a fence and moved them regularly, like nature. And here's the results after Flosbees. This is not a, I don't think it's more than 1 year, but not all that long actually. And I'm sure there were results in years, but I just do not have a photo to prove that. We're going to see a slightly older photo here in a second. Here's another. You can see the unrestored land in the background. There are tailings and mine waste, and a more picture of the restored areas. And here the Flosbees doing a little touch up because you have to sustain it. It's a sustainable thing. You have to keep putting them back. When Terry Wheeler died, they took the cows off. I drove by and looked and saw how it was beginning to erode badly again. I called them up and said, "What are you doing? Why did you do that?" And they said, "Well, don't worry about it. We're going to put them back on. We figured it out. If something works, you don't stop doing it." So climate change, well, we talk about how, cows put carbon in the air. Well, and I've heard a lot of people talking about on the presentation so far today about how plants and interaction with, this kind of thing, plant and animal interaction pumps carbon into the soil. Well, here's an affirmation of that. As you can see, the white tailings are brown down in at least a foot and a little more than a foot. And this is not all that long. And so as we learned that rejoining nature via regenerative agriculture is so valuable for all generations, we need to come up with a way to reward it for all it achieved. We need to come up with a way, we've been talking about that too. When are we going to start rewarding the regenerators for, instead of just paying them for producing meat, why don't we start paying them for producing stuff like this, for pumping carbon into the soil, for, sustaining biodiversity, which we're going to see an example of here. Well, luckily, people are beginning to get the idea. The word is getting around. I'm researching a presentation tomorrow for Audubon here in Sedona. And here's a conservation ranching, Audubon certified, grazed on Audubon. There's empowering consumers to make a difference in grassland conservation. Audubon has initiated a program to enable ranchers who are healing and sustaining grasslands and bird habitat to label their beef with Audubon's grazed on bird friendly land label and sell it for an extra 50 cents to $2 a pound. And so I've been researching that, and they say that so far that program includes 100 ranchers on 3 million acres around the U.S., and it's the largest regenerative grassland partnership in the U.S. is what they described it as. I mean, you may know of larger ones. I probably do. You probably do. But that's from Audubon. They're not the only ones. Here's a sustainable ranching initiative supported by the World Wildlife Fund, which is partnering with ranch communities in the northern Great Plains to protect grasslands. And they have on their magazine cover on one of them, grasslands evolved to be grazed. And it says intact grasslands not only conserve biodiversity, but ensure cleaner streams and more carbon stored in the soil. The feeding activities of herbivores provide patches of vegetation across the landscape, which wildlife utilizes. They break dry ground, allowing water to be absorbed into the soil and return nutrients and organic matter to the soil through manure. So they are supporting it. We're beginning to make a change. We're beginning to realize that we need to feel enmeshed with nature, and it makes us feel good to be able to make good results happen, like some of the ones you've seen. Here's the Nature Conservancy involved in the same program too. Regenerative grazing lands. This is one of the covers of one of their magazines. Livestock grazing on intact working grasslands can help secure clean water, enhance habitat, address climate change, and sustain rural communities. There you go. We need to, I love living in a rural community. Here's restoring the prairie, mending the sacred hoop. This is another group supporting the Cheyenne River Sioux tribes' efforts to use grading to restore and sustain the comeback of America's magnificent grasslands and the people, culture, people, and wildlife it supports. The Quivira Coalition, well, I was around for the beginning of that organization. It's doing supporting some of the same programs too, the Carbon Ranch. So one other thing, just want to mention. Let's see, we've got a few minutes. I just I wanted to show you all this one. One of the things we have to also realize is doing the wrong thing. Well, we've already seen how when you end the mutual relationships in nature, you cause problems. Well, here we're going to end another mutual relationship. This is the riparian area along the Upper Verde River in 1963. It was grazed at the time. It included 80% native fish, including a threatened species, the spike dace. And then there was a lawsuit that had the cattle removed in the mid 1990s, 94 to 97, in order to save the threatened spike dace. And here's what started to happen to the river. The Forest Service scientists said, wait a minute, this isn't working, we've got to stop. And they said, their bosses said, well, we can't stop because they've been sued. So they kept it up. Here is one part that they were pointing out that it was a good reason to stop it. This is private land. It continued to be grazed. And this is it in 2004 after the animals had been, after the livestock had been removed. And one thing I didn't mention is in 1997, after they removed grazing in the mid 1994, started removing it, the number of spike dace in the Upper Verde River reduced to 0. I just ran into a scientist who worked for the Forest Service back in those days. He still works for them. I said, how's the spike dace doing? He said, that's a bad topic. He said, now in the Upper Verde, above one of the main confluences with it that defines the Upper Verde, there are 0 native fish today. 0 native fish. And so here, this is downstream in 2005, about the same time the last photo. You begin to see one of the reasons there may, one of the things, the bad things that's happening to the river. There's the spike dace. It's no longer threatened. It's now an endangered species. And here's a little slice of private land still in 2016. Shared gold grazing continued. 2019, still looking pretty good. Oops. 2022. Now you're beginning to see what's happening to the private land rancher has been removed, well, because of some financial intricacies. He ended up, one of them ended up giving their share to another person who sold the land back to the Forest Service. They removed the grazing from the little slice of heaven, and here you're seeing what's happening to that. And to finish things up here, we'll go back. This is another ranch that is being threatened with a lawsuit to remove grazing. This is down in New Mexico. It's the Gila River, and it's I just called them the other day, and they said things are still going well because it is still home to one of the largest known populations of spike dace. The environmental groups that eliminated the spike dace from the Verde and were never held accountable for it. We got to start holding everybody accountable for doing bad things to nature. But it's also the home to one of the largest known population of an endangered bird, the southwestern willow flycatcher, and a threatened bird, the yellow-billed cuckoo. So we've got to learn that when something works, as they said about the mine in Globe, you don't stop doing it. So that's pretty much my presentation. Ooh, what do you think?
I love it. Very good. Very good. Well, Dan, thank you very much. What a treat to have you join this group.
Well,
Most of
it was
us.
a treat for me to join you too, and to listen to all the other presenters. I'm really learning a lot.
Well, great. Yeah. We love to have outside perspectives that, as we talked this morning, challenge our paradigms. I'm glad to hear that you're an environmentalist. I believe truly regenerative ranchers, we must be environmentalists, right? From the true sense of the world, not the activists. But what do you see, Dan, that the average rancher is probably the cow-calf producer. They've got some private land. They've got, at least here in the West, maybe some BLM land. They've got a cow herd. What's the most influence, the best thing that the average rancher, whatever that means, can do, I guess, to kind of turn the tide and promote what your view of what ranching actually is versus cows are bad and they're destroying the climate and they're causing global warming and all ranchers are evil. So what can the average person do when we're super busy and got plenty to do and big families to raise?
Well, one of the things, one of the ranchers that I know and relate with quite a bit and go monitoring, helping him monitor his land. We were just back down looking at the little slice of heaven the other day. Is we need to get ranchers working more with these environmental groups who are now offering to help ranchers who they realize, the environmental groups realize the value of what regenerative grazing really effectively applied can do. And we need to start working just like those first meetings we had. Really, let's start working together and let's start going out and there are environmental groups that are now willing to help get support for ranchers who are actually doing this well and who are willing to show how well they're doing it, like the fellow that did the ORV trail that had us come out and look and help him do it and help him put the cows on and all that stuff. So we're, we've done a lot of different things, and some are more eager to work with us and some are not, but there are opportunities. And what I'm hoping is more and more ranchers start making working with those opportunities, working with those environmental groups, and start having more field trips and showing people what they're doing and having monitoring to come out and say, look at this and look at that, as we do with the Drake exclosure, where there's absolutely nothing growing, and right across the fence, 44 degrees cooler.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
A lot of comments in there about how, a picture says 1,000 words, they're visually compelling. And so that's great. Thank you, Dan, for being willing to join this summit for your well thought out presentation. Margot put in the chat the gift page. And so you can go there, and it was for the first 3 people that jump on, they get a copy of your book. Was that right?
That's the first 3
Okay.
copies of the book. Yep.
Well, very good.
The book is available. The book is available through Amazon and University of Nevada Press,
Okay.
which just got an article in Range Magazine that got a second best environmental reporting award from Nevada.
Nice. Very good. Okay. Yep. Margot just put that in there. And definitely, to take advantage of that offer. What a great opportunity to connect with Dan and be able to read his work. So thanks again, Dan. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
everybody.
very much.
You bet. We've had a great summit so far. How many of you learned at least one thing? Go ahead and type in the chat. 1, 2, 3 things. Put a digit in there for how many things that you've taken notes on that you've learned during the summit today. I'd love to hear from you guys. Let's make sure we're meeting our needs here, right? Remember, my intention was that you would have clarity around what your next step is on your regenerative journey. So yeah, type in the chat. Have you learned more than one thing? If you've learned one thing, put it in the chat. If you've learned 2 things, put it in the chat. If you've learned more than 3, just put 3 and we'll say, okay. Well, it could be 3, could be 12. But remind you that our next, there we go. There we go. And trying to figure this out. Okay. Our next speaker, yeah, somebody's learning stuff in the chat. Thank you. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, Gail, appreciate you jumping on, and I know a lot of us are multitasking. Appreciate those who are out and about and doing things. Art, good to see you. Things are good in Canada. I see you've got maybe the 3rd generation running around there with you. So that is good. That's probably why you're muted. We'll keep, I understand. Yep. So yeah, at least 7 things, Jim. Very good. Yeah. That's the goal of it, right? we don't have to take action on everything that we learn. Sometimes it's just, you know, it might be the third time that we hear it before we're like, oh man, that's how you know, if I hear a book twice, I'll probably, like somebody mentioned a book twice and I remember it, be like, okay, I'll write it down. If I hear it the third time, like you should really read this book, then I take action on it. And that's kind of how I work with principals too. We know that there are more things to do than there's time to do it. But as we're taught, for everything, there's a time and a season. Take action on those things that we know we need to do right now. And the next season will take care of itself. Appreciate those who are signing up for the 2-day Profitable Steward class. That is still available. Some people have asked, how do we continue to connect with Ag Steward? I'm going to drop some links in here. You guys can copy and paste them. Here's some things that we do. We've got, okay, so 2-day class. Again, that is still available with the bonuses currently available through the end. We reward action takers. Check out the YouTube channel. The replay will go up on there. You can view the replay from past summits. Our podcasts are on there with the video. Encourage people to go and watch that. They're also available on all the podcast channels. Podcast is The Profitable Steward. Notice stewardship is kind of something that is, it is something that is within all of our naming, and it's a big part of our branding. The gift page is there. The next webinar is happening Thursday night. There's the link to be able to register for that. And then our Facebook page, if you can go jump over there and like it, do what you do on that social media platform. Then whenever we're having an event, the algorithm should push that to you. You'll be made aware of it. You're also on our email list. And so stay in tune there. Most of you will get text messages when we have special events coming up. But the email list, that's the thing that we stay the most current with. We will send out every time we have a webinar, every time we're going to have a summit, you'll be getting an email with the registration page. We have you register each time because that's how we track what messages are resonating with the group, who likes what, and then we send out the text message reminders when you register to remind you to go to that event that you've registered for. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, well, our next speaker is Dr. Jill Clapperton. I got to know Jill, oh boy, it's probably been 8 years ago, and I was managing an organic farm. It was here just in the valley, absentee owner, and it was my first experience managing something that was certified organic. We manage our properties organically. We don't have the organic certification. And so there were certain things that we could do, certain things that we couldn't do on that farm, and it had already been, the farm ground had already been tilled, and when we took over management, and so we were looking at, okay, what do we do? Water infiltration was very poor. It had some challenges. It had been just taken off of kind of the chemical treadmill before we took over management. And so it probably a lot of salt fertilizers applied for multiple years. And so definitely some soil fertility issues, water infiltration issues, compaction issues, just overall neglect, and pivot wheel tracks were big enough you could lose a cow in them. I mean, literally, it was kind of some crazy things. The overabundance of rodents and things like that. But I learned a lot during that process. One of the things that I learned from Jill Clapperton was how to be able to integrate cover crops. We did integrate them into a tilled situation, and then we came back and no-tilled into the stubble later that fall with our second follow-up crop before we kind of put the field to bed for the winter. And so Jill actually visited the farm. She was in the area. We spent some time on our ranch property and got to know her and have been in contact with her since, on occasion when we've been in the same time at the same place for speaking engagements. And so I'll just read Dr. Clapperton's bio here. Dr. Jill Clapperton is an international speaker focusing on creating healthy, productive soils that yield functioning agroecosystems. And she says that her goal is to use cropping systems and strategies, preferably with integrated livestock grazing, to regenerate healthy soils that are the foundation of agriculture and nutrient-dense food. Healthy, productive soils efficiently cycle plant nutrients, increase the water holding and ion exchange capacity of the soil, produce healthy crops and livestock, and rebuild the environmental integrity of the farm or ecosystem. If we want to increase and sustain economic viability of farm families and rebuild rural communities, we need to start with healthy soil. And so her company name is Rhizoterra. Encourage you to check her out. She's got different presentations that you can tap into. And so Margot, can we queue up Dr. Clapperton's presentation here? So we're actually going to, Dr. Clapperton is on an airplane right now as we speak, traveling to Australia, so down under. She's not able to join us here live, but we're going to view the presentation that she made exclusively for this summit, and then we will do a short wrap up and conclude the proceedings for today. All right, let's see if this will play.
Everyone, sorry I can't be with you in person, or at least virtually in person. I'm on my way to Australia. You're catching me in flight right now. So I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I'm going to talk about healthy soil, something that, that's my jam. And if you have any questions for after the presentation, please, by all means, reach out to me on email, and I'd be happy to try and answer any of the questions that you actually have. And, we're going to get right into it. Okay, so I really like the slide. This is from Groundswell, and I love my soil, and no earthworms are left overnight in this van. This is all, it really is about taking that time to really focus on your soils. And we're going to really focus hard on soils today. We're going to start with the Gaia theory, though, because I think the most important thing is for everyone to remember that everything is connected. Everything we do is connected. Every practice that you use, every plant that you put in the ground, all of them are connected, and all of them have consequences and changes and all of these things, as we'll see later. So every different plant you put in the ground has its own rhizosphere root exudates, leaks its own signature of chemicals, and that drive that really define the microbial community around the roots. And so this is a perfect example of Gaia theory. I think this is a friend, Johanna Jakola in Finland, with her new son and her purebred Hereford cattle. And I think this is what it's really about, right? Generations. She farms with her father and her brother. And together they have one of the first regenerative high-density stock grazing operations in Finland. So Gaia tells us that all our actions have consequences, and they can be positive, negative, or really neutral, but they're cascading. So which means that you start something in motion and then it just stays in motion. And hopefully we want to keep everything going in a really good way, but occasionally things are going to go in a way that we might not like them, but that doesn't mean we can't reverse. And I think a really good example of something that we can reverse with soil health is that when soil erodes, for example, into the Great Lakes, into the ocean spaces, it's not about the nutrients in the water that's leaking in there. It's really the actual sediments. And the sediments carry a lot of nutrients that are bound. And they're the ones that cause most of the problems, not only because they cloud the waters, but also because they are carrying way more nutrients, and they're also carrying a lot of carbon with them as well. And that affects fisheries, in particular, like in the oceans, it affects shellfish. In freshwater, it affects fisheries as well. It affects our ability to have recreation because of blue-green algae blooms, and it affects the quality of our drinking water. And those are all things that if we just stop soil erosion, we could prevent all that. So it's one of those things where every action has consequences. And like I said, in this case, it's not a good one. But if we stop erosion, then it's a great one. Regenerative agriculture integrates the conventional with the alternative. It also integrates organic with traditional agriculture as well. So it's really in the middle. And that's what I love about regenerative agriculture. I think we don't know a lot about what regenerative agriculture is, but we know what it isn't. And I think that's okay. I had that conversation once with Dr. Temple Grandin, and she said, Jill, seems to me we don't know a lot about what regenerative agriculture is, but we certainly know what it isn't. And that's okay. And I think it is okay. I also believe that regenerative agriculture is this beautiful place where it's sort of like a free space where it's not a set of practices, like it's not defined practices. You do what's right for you. You do what gives you the right results, and you do what drives your soil health forward. So yeah, I think that's the place where we're at with regenerative agriculture. And soil health underpins all of that. Without soil health, there is no regenerative agriculture. There certainly is conventional agriculture, but there certainly is an organic agriculture, and we're really not going to grow any kind of decent quality food. And overall, we're seeing that our health declined. I mean, Dr. Mark Hyman said it himself. He said the quality of food is linked to the health and the functioning of our healthcare system. And I think that is correct. So, these are the kinds of things that we really want to focus in with this talk today. Okay. And sharing good food does create change. This is a group of farmers that I work with, Life Unlimited, and we were on a tour in Lleida, Spain. And we saw the difference in some of the farmers that we met with, where they were really just trying to get to the point where they can embrace no-till. And a year later, they were all no-till farmers, and they had really diverse crops, and some of them were intercropping and cover cropping. It was really quite marvelous. So a lot of you have seen this before. Biology really drives the whole system. There is no soil health if the soil isn't alive, and the soil can only be alive if it's biologically active. Now, that soil biology can change the chemical availability of the soil, so it can change the way nutrients cycle in the soil, and it can also change the physical structure of the soil. But once again, these things are all connected. And then soil health is connected to soil productivity. What we grow, what the quality of what we grow is, whether or not we have environmental pollutants or some of our nutrients leaking into our environment. And we certainly don't want a leaky soil system. We want everything to stay in the soil. We want everything to go into food quality. We want everything to go into making that plant as healthy as it can be. And ultimately, when we do that, we have health and wellness for us and our animals, and our plants are thriving. But first, we need to figure out how we go about doing this. So first thing that we do, especially if we're thinking in the legacy, in the legacy framework or in the legacy lens, we need to conserve soil so that there's something to regenerate and sustain. And you can see the difference here in a potato field in Switzerland. Where there's mulch, we're actually retaining the water. It's not pooling. We're holding on to it. It's leaking in. As Jimmy Emmons would say, how much water did you get? And you want to answer all of it. And in this case, I think on the mulch side, we've got most of it. Maybe not all of it, but most of it. Plant cover and leaving stubble stops erosion. I mean, you can see this was in North Dakota, minus 30, soil blowing. And you don't see, if you look at the side of the ditch, and these were just opposite sides of the road, you can see no soil in the ditch where we actually have stubble cover. So another important thing, if you're using reduced tillage, if you've got any kind of tillage, you want to have some cover on there so that you can prevent soil from eroding, because you're losing all the capability of having soil biological fertility when you blow off all that light stuff. Because what's blowing off? It's not the rocks, it's not the sand, it's the organic matter, it's the topsoil. And who can afford to lose that? We can use technology to our advantage too. A stripper header prevents erosion. It catches snow, and more importantly, in the early spring, after we've seeded into it, it actually protects the seedlings from drying out. It gives them a little microclimate that they can actually grow and thrive in. So there's a lot of reasons. So take advantage of the new technologies too, if you can. Take advantage of everything that you can get in your toolbox. And healthy, well-structured pasture soils, I don't want to just focus on cropping. I want to focus on grazing as well. Healthy soils in a grazing situation, soils can be a lot healthier in a grazing situation, but not if they're overgrazed, not if we're not leaving enough cover on to prevent erosion, and not if we're grazing so much and we're keeping cattle in one place that we have a lot of erosion. So not erosion, but a lot of compaction. So one of the things to do is, you want to be moving, using your stocking skill, your stockman skills, and be moving paddocks as often as you can. Create smaller paddocks, move them more frequently. Andre Voisin in the 1950s talked about the need for actually moving cattle more often, creating smaller paddocks, and not ever allowing them to take more to have a second bite. So the idea was only to have one bite and then move on. And in that way, we don't have any problems with runoff. And you can see from in the first jug, we actually have soil runoff off that paddock. We don't want that. We want everything to be in the back jug, and we want very little in the front one. So, these are things to be aware of, even if you're ranching. All right. So healthy soils, like I said, are alive. They've got roots in them. They've got fungi. They've got lots of microarthropods, because nothing breaks down if we don't have microarthropods. And we have earthworms, which are sort of the high end of the ecosystem engineers. They're the ones that make tunnels. They burrow plant material from the surface and drag it down. They actually mix the soil, the topsoil and the subsoil. And they're very sensitive to tillage. That is the one thing. They really don't like their habitats being disturbed. Healthy soil is a habitat, and that's the first thing. So on our journey now, as we are making this transition to healthy soil for the long term, we need to think of our soil as a habitat. And a habitat healthy soil habitat is really characterized by water-stable aggregates. So that's your slaking test. And a continuous soil pore network. Because how does everything move around if they can't move through this infrastructure like you see on you're looking at this, so it will be on your top left. They have to move around between the pores. All the small animals like protozoa, nematodes, and bacteria, none of them can burrow. So they rely on good soil structure that's created mostly from plant root exudates to move around and have access to prey. So we need the protozoa to have access into the bacteria so they can feed on them, so they can control their populations, and also so they can concentrate things in and around the roots. And I am not going to talk a whole lot about the different parts of the soil biology and what really all the animals and the bacteria and everything that are part of having a healthy soil. We're just going to talk in sort of a stratosphere kind of view. So once you create the habitat, so to create the habitat, first things first, you have to minimize the soil disturbance, and there's just really no way around that. You have to eliminate the use of anhydrous ammonia. I've seen that for myself. We did trials in Washington, and where we used solution 32, and then we also ran anhydrous, and we ran, multiple real replicates of that in blocks. And within 3 years, we still had the same amount of earthworm activity, which wasn't very much. We still had the same poor soil structure, but where we had switched to using solution 32 and we switched to some other things, we had way more soil activity and our soils were far better structured. So I'm pretty sure that this is something that we should be doing. And I do realize that anhydrous ammonia is cheap. I do. But the other thing is that some of them are better bang for your buck. You get more from it. You can use less, and sometimes less is more. We need to reduce soil compaction. That doesn't necessarily mean going control traffic, although going control traffic can work very well. But just trying our best to reduce compaction. Maybe not haying a field every year, maybe not haying our cover crops or our stubbles all the time, and creating those increased erosion events, increased compaction events. And if we are going to create some compaction, then to actually try and use plants in the off season in order to reduce that. Deep roots, big deep roots, yeah, all of that can help with erosion. And always have roots in the soil, because that's the other thing. If there's roots in the soil, then we're building organic matter content in our soils. And if we're building organic matter content in our soils, then it's much harder to have compaction issues. Soils that have very little organic matter tend to be very compactable. So we want to build the organic matter. We want to have roots in our soil. And think about that. We often focus on, oh yeah, I've got all this residue. Look at all the carbon I have. No, the carbon that's in the soil are the root exudates and the roots. They're what's in the soil. And the soil microorganisms. They're what is creating the soil organic matter, not the stuff on the top. Stuff on the top barely contributes to any of our net soil carbon budget. So let your soil work and build and rebuild the infrastructure. Because once we have a really stable infrastructure, then we can start really working on our system. I put this in, this comes from DSV Seed. Soil compaction is primarily a problem for germinating plants or seedlings, as it shows here. And we don't want our seedlings to spend a lot of energy trying to push roots. We do want some secondary roots, but secondary roots are always take a lot more energy. So the plant will produce secondary roots, or the lateral roots will produce lateral roots after it really gets to where it wants to be from a nutrient perspective. And then it will put more resources into lateral roots. If it's stuck, then you can see from the middle one with even light compaction, it will start to put energy into lateral roots to see if it can pull more resources, because it can't go down, so it must pull resources from the side. And then you can see with even moderate compaction, the plant just is putting out a whole bunch of roots, trying to find some way down. And part of that's for water too. The last thing we want to do is deplete the resources of our seedlings. They can last by themselves for a good seed, and I say good seed, can germinate and last for about 10 to 12 days on its own. But after that, it needs help. And so if we want a strong crop, then we have to make sure that we have strong seedlings, and we have to give our germinating plants their best opportunity to establish. So let's think about phase one then, as we go forward. So in the first 0 to 5 years, right, of our transition, we want to start with stable soil. So you're creating the habitat. You've got no-till in place, or you're doing reduced tillage. Excuse me. And you're creating the habitat. Now, you can see when we have slightly compacted soils, we don't have as many roots. And we have roots that are just exploring all these poorly structured soils. But when we have well-structured soils with a really good crumb structure, it's easy to put the resources into producing lateral roots because there's more nutrients to find. It's easy to move. I'm not putting a lot of effort, energy into creating more cells so that I can push. And so, as you can see, when the plant isn't stressed and the plant isn't working too hard, when it can get all the resources it wants, it grows really well. And that's what we want. We don't necessarily want luxurious amounts of nutrients because that causes some other issues, but we do want the plant to work a little bit. We just don't want it to work super hard. And this is a very nice, on your right, this is a very nice little test using recycling water bottles to show well-structured soil. And you can see with the clear water, we have well-structured soil. And so it's an easy way to look at the differences between some of your fields. Do I really have well-structured soil? Pretty easy. Some water, 2 water bottles, and off you go. Creating soil structure is a dynamic process, and it is a dynamic process once you've reduced soil disturbance. And then it becomes about growing roots. It becomes about diversity. It becomes about crop rotation, because just because you build a habitat using, reducing the amount of disturbance, you still have this whole plant community that you need to be working on in order to really get your soils up and moving and working for you. And plant roots have the ability to affect soil structure themselves, and they do. And some plants like peas prefer to have really fine textured soils, and you can smell that. And you can smell it with beans too. You can smell soil, the tilth is very different from a corn plant or any kind of grass crop. And certainly you see the difference between your mixes. If you're growing cover crops, you'll see the differences. Some of them are tighter, others broken up and a whole lot looser. Once again, this is about planting with purpose. We can actually use plant roots, we can use our crop rotations to actually make soil properties and create this dynamic process the way we want it. So for example, canola is not very mycorrhizal, that's fine. Canola really stimulates soil animals. So I need to break down all those residues. I want to make my soil really light and flat. Canola can actually help you do that. Peas are the same because they're rich in protein. They also drive a lot, they sort of balance because they're mycorrhizal, they have good microbial activity, but they also stimulate all the soil animals because once again, they have a lot of protein in the residue. So you can see how these things are all connected and they're all starting to work together. So this is mustard in a forage cover crop, so mixed species. And then you have mustard as a monocrop. And you can see the differences in the soil structure. Every different plant you put in the ground leaks its own unique signature of carbon. And that carbon, root exudates, is what really drives the whole carbon cycle in your soil. It drives the microbial community too, because not everybody prefers the same kinds of food. So if you think about that from a microbial community standpoint, some of them like some of the like more amino acids than they like sugars. Some of them like more sugars, some of them like more organic acids, and some of them like some lipids thrown in there. And all of them are going to modify the habitat, which is that area around the root, to their own liking, which will allow their friends to come in and probably prevent some of the bacteria or the animals that they don't like from coming in. Some of them may be pathogens, or some of them might be just, I don't like you. But the point is, in the end, that we can actually drive soil structure ourselves by growing roots, and we can drive the soil cycle. So once again, build the habitat, start adding plants, start adding diversity, and start making your system more resilient. Now, we can also use soil organic carbon pellets, in this case, for feeding the soil. And so what we have here, I'm going to go back. Oh, I'm going to go back. Let me see if I'm going to go back. So when you go here, you can see that we have eroded knolls. And there's just nothing that you could do. Like nothing was growing plants. Like there wasn't any mix. I mean, even multi-species mixes were just not growing on there very well because there just really wasn't, we were at subsoil. And then when we added pelleted compost, so we increased the soil organic matter and the water holding capacity and the nutrient holding capacity in the furrow, and then we seeded, we started to reclaim the eroded knolls. So evaluate the products and always do test strips, and always test it against your normal practice to see and make a comparison, because it's the only way you can really evaluate if a particular product is going to work in your system. Integrated livestock, that's the beauty of regenerative agriculture. And regenerative agriculture, at least I think, was built on integrated livestock grazing, or built around integrated livestock grazing, because all of a sudden my cover crops, my companions after I harvested my main crop, became fodder for my animals, and which meant that I had another enterprise. And I was increasing diversity on the farm, not only plant diversity, but also animal diversity. So that was our 0 to 5 year. Now we're at the 6 to 10 years. So we've made it through the first transition. We have a habitat. We've started playing with diversity, crop rotation, thinking about all the other things we're going to do. Our soils are starting to build on themselves. They're starting to recycle. We're seeing more organic matter build up. We're definitely seeing our soils start to work. Now, within that first 5 years, you can have setbacks. And because everything isn't stable yet, there's still a transition happening. So it doesn't take much to take a step back or take a step sideways. And you need to be aware of that. And those first 5 years are not the time when you drop back to no fertility. You can't do it, because if you do, then as you build that whole population of organisms in your soil, well, they need resources. And as you're building them, yeah, they're like, well, I'm going to use those resources up. And that means that the plants can't compete for the resources. And so sometimes getting around year 3, 4, and 5, we can have real problems. And the other thing, which I didn't mention earlier, was that the easiest way to start into making your transition is from a pasture or a cover. It's just easier because you sort of jumpstart that whole biological step, because you have the diversity, you have lack of disturbance, and so then you take the first step pretty easily. But now that you're through that, you get to the 6 to 9 year mark, and I broke them into these groups. You definitely you're going to see more surface residues. You'll certainly have better soil structure. You can do a slaking test. You can do infiltration. You can even get your soil aggregates looked at. Soil organic matter is accumulating. You should see improved cation exchange capacity and definitely see more water holding capacity in your soil. So once again, we are climate proofing our soils. There'll be more biological activity. You should be able to dig in and see earthworms, and you should see more earthworms than you did at least the first 2 years that you were working on this. Phosphorus will be accumulating, and you will be recycling nutrients. You won't always see this in a soil test, but you will see it in how the plants are thriving and the health of the plants. And this is where tissue tests are going to be really valuable for you to see what's happening and how your plants are responding to this change in soils. Now, as you build organic matter and whatnot, you actually change the temperature of soil. So once your soils start becoming more organic, they actually increase in temperature, especially early in the spring, because they're working. Respiration. There's work going on in your soils. There's earthworms, there's all these bacteria and fungi and protozoa zooming around in there, and they are creating heat. And actually, plants themselves actually create a lot of latent heat. But the most important thing is that really, we want to be maintaining soil temperature in that somewhere between 15 and 25 degrees. We want to be maintaining the temperature in there because that's where things are all working really hard and they're working at their optimum. If we get any lower and we get any higher, things aren't working optimally. And that's why the surface residues are not that important for carbon. They are really important as insulation. And I just not to get away from grazing, we also see that oversowing of our pastures is also important for the quality of soil structure. So this is adding plants in there. And in this case, you can see it sort of worked out. This was the first time at oversowing. So there were strips of cover crops in the field or oversowing in the field. So it's really easy to go from 100% ryegrass to this mix. And you can see the differences in soil structure. Once again, soil diversity, plant diversity, creating better soil structure, more stable soil structure, which is allowing actually for better rooting, better aeration, better water holding, all those things, which is again making our soils more resilient. Surface residues insulate the soil. So I can see these slides were a little bit out of order here, but surface residues insulate the roots and soils from temperature, and that's so that everybody can work more efficiently. This does speed up the biogeochemical cycle. It reduces evaporation, which we all really want. It keeps your soil cool. And if your soils are cool, that means the roots are cool. And if the roots are cool, that means there's more water and oxygen in there. And if that's the case, then we're pumping more calcium and boron and more of those things that actually respond to transpiration up through the steel. So, you know, there's nothing, okay, it can delay you in the spring, but generally speaking, having insulation on your soil is a really good thing. And diversity, once again, is the key. Plants have greater biochemical diversity. So like I said, every different plant you put in the ground has its own unique signature. And plants produce a whole raft of chemicals that are very different from us, from animals. And so there's a lot more diversity of them. Plants are constantly altering their chemical structures of compounds to fight diseases, pests, or just to have them on hand in case there's a problem. And they'll also do it with light, changes in light quality, which will happen over the season or as the canopy comes in. With monoculture farming, we definitely have plants we actually have a system where we're really set up to fail, because we frozen plant genetics. And so sometimes mixing like wheat varieties together will give you a little bit more stability and certainly allow for that diversity even within one species. And I'll show you a bit later on that also can change the quality of the crop itself. We can also intercrop, we can companion crop, mixed varieties. All of these things are important to creating stability in the system, creating resilience in the system. This is a case of intercropping pigeon peas. There was a whole series of trials with about 6 or 7 different legumes. But this is about like pigeon peas actually sharing the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and the zinc with the plant that they're growing with. And they're also promoting all these plant growth promoting rhizoorganisms. So the rhizosphere of both the plants is altered because they're growing together and they're touching each other. So they're sharing. So they're sharing microbial communities, they're sharing resources, they're sharing water, all of these things. And so this is actual like dynamic feeding of the plant, of your crop plant at the same time. This is a win. This can be a win-win situation as long as your companion is not competing with your cash crop. And that can take some trial and error. I'm not going to kid you about that. Now we go from 11 to 20 and we do a big jump here, because really this is about just renovating. Like you're tweaking. It gets to be more about tweaking. And soils do have a carrying capacity. You have innate soil properties. You can change them over time. I mean, David Brandt changed from having, clay pot soil to having, more humus and higher organic matter soils, and actually changed his soil type over time. So it's not that it can't happen. But even that has a carrying capacity. And you can improve that over time, but it's never going to grow in rapid leaps and bounds. You're seeing greater soil organic matter. You're getting carbon accumulating. You should have even more residue. So now you're really insulating. Certainly have higher water availability. And you're getting to the point where if Jimmy Emmons asks you, well, how much water did you get? You can say all of it. Nitrogen mineralization is greater than an immobilization, which is what I was talking about earlier, where you have hit a predator-prey balance where your microorganisms population is not so great, where it's eating up all the nutrients like the nitrogen and all the trace elements and starving the plant. You've reached an equilibrium where both of you, the plant and the soils and the soil organisms, are all working together. You definitely have an increased cation exchange capacity. And depending whether you've been growing more dicots or you've been growing more monocot plants, so grasses versus broadleaves, you'll also change that CEC a little bit. And you have active biologically mediated nutrient cycling or biological fertility. So now this is where you get to the point, and maybe a bit sooner, depending on whether you have integrated livestock grazing, whether you're using cover crops, whether you have forages in there. It all depends on your system. Some systems will go a lot faster. Some systems will go slower. It depends on your tolerance, your risk tolerance. It depends on what you're comfortable with. It depends on what you want out of your own system. So you'll either go really fast or you'll go a bit slower, or you go somewhere in between. But either way, when you focus on soil health and you focus on soil health building practices, you are going to move forward in that direction. Relay, now you get to play. I mean, once you hit the 10-year mark, let's play. You have the ability to do some relay cropping. You should be thinking outside the box now. Like, what else can I do? I can use buckwheat that mines magnesium, phosphorus, and calcium. And so my soybeans take that up, and I get all the pollinators from the buckwheat. I get the advantage of having magnesium, phosphorus, and calcium put into the next crop. all these things. So now I'm understanding the synergies. I'm starting to understand synergies. I'm starting to understand how the nutrients all work together. But that, and so in the end, and underpinning all of this again, is an awareness of rhizosphere dynamics, because all of what I've described are rhizosphere dynamics. It's all happening in the rooting zone. The rooting zone is the most biologically active part of your entire soil. That's why when we grow companion crops, we build a rooting zone in between the rows as well. This is all, so now we're improving the soil, not just improving half the soil, we're improving all of the soil. So you do need to have some idea about rhizosphere dynamics as we, because they are really they are driving your soil health. No way around it. And in fact, the rhizosphere, of course, can't exist without the plant roots. So you don't have plant roots, you don't have a rhizosphere. You don't have plant roots, you don't have a carbon cycle. So you need to have the plants, and they all work together. And this is a perfect example of Gaia working together for our benefit. And the rhizosphere, like I said, is the most biologically active part of your soil. You can see that in this banana root. See all the secondary roots, and you can see this huge rhizosheath where everything is built in there. All the mycorrhizas, all the fungi, everything is binding that soil to the root. And, roots are really the masters of carbon trading, and mycorrhizas are the original carbon trader. The soil carbon from the roots, like I said earlier, is the most important part. It's what really drives the carbon dynamics of our soil. And this is what goes on in the rhizosphere. We've got root exudates. We've got symbiosis going both ways. We've got nutrients going in and out. We've got water going in and out. We've got plant growth promoting substances coming from the microbial community. And we've got growth inhibiting substances coming from the pathogens. And all of this is affecting the plant. And the plant is dynamic in how it deals with all this. It's going to, as a seedling, it's going to be trying to create a rhizosphere that is growth promoting. It's going to have the symbionts that it really wants. And we're going to create the environment as farmers where the plant isn't going to have to leak nutrients into the soil. Our soils aren't going to be so salty that the plant's going to have to, the seed's going to have to lose water into the soil in order to balance the salts. Or the seed is going to, and we're going to use good seed. So that seed has everything it needs and doesn't need to give up something so it can pull something from the soil. We don't want any of that. And we want it to attract the right symbionts. We want this synergistic effect. Mycorrhiza, and I have talked about mycorrhiza before. This is an example of mycorrhiza, and you can see mycorrhiza actually live inside the plant root itself. They don't grow without a host, and that's like most endophytes. They don't grow without a host. They are working with the host. They're providing something for the host, and the host is providing something for them. And in this case, the plant host is providing photosynthates, which are amino acids, carbohydrates, organic acids, and lipids, and other secondary plant metabolites. And the mycorrhiza are providing water, hard to get mineral nutrients, and they will be they actually change the way the plant translocates photosynthate to the roots, and the roots become more of a sink. And in that case, we actually grow a bigger rhizosphere. We grow a bigger microbial community because the mycorrhiza are actually pulling more photosynthate from the plant itself. But because they're providing more water and more nutrients, the plant maintains its growth rate. Mycorrhiza fungi, well, yeah, they're the original carbon trader, as I said, but they have, with their highly effective network, they also stabilize the soil with glomalin, and also just their hyphae that act like nets, and they bind all the soil particles together, and they bind them in and around the roots. So they're creating this beautiful environment around the roots, like this. And you can see so much more activity. And look at how hard a pathogen is going to have to work to get in through the mycorrhizosphere, as opposed to on the other side, when there's no mycorrhizosphere, pathogen doesn't have to work very hard to get at the root, and neither does a nematode. So there are advantages to having a really strong rhizosphere and a really strong mycorrhizosphere. One size fits no one. There's no recipe for what I've just talked about that will work for all of you. They're only, the process that you go through. How you go through that process is up to you. What plants are you using in your cover crops? Whether you use intercrops, whether you use companion crops, these are all uniquely yours. Your soils are uniquely yours. The equipment that you have, the equipment that you have access to, the technology you have access to is uniquely yours. There's a suite of proven practices and strategies that you adapt to your own farm or ranch. High density stock grazing. Well, some people can make really small paddocks. I mean, Neil Dennis was a master at it. Others, like me, are using like 100-acre, 50-acre pastures in my grassland, and smaller paddocks on the forages, but without the same resources to move them every day. So I'm moving every 2 or 3 days, so I have bigger paddocks because I want my cows to move without going back and taking a second bite. It's going to take time, and it's going to take patience, and it's going to take flexibility. You're going to have to be prepared to pivot. Some things are going to work, some things aren't. And I know I got a growing season. Sometimes we can pivot in the middle of a growing season. Sometimes we don't have a choice. And you will have to pick your own path. There's no way around it. You pick your own path. I was reminding you all of our model and how everything is connected. And that includes nutrient density in our food. When we have healthy soils, I think intuitively we all understand that we have more mineral nutrients and we have more nutrient dense food. And there's definitely some organizations that are working to prove that. This is an experiment I did with Bob Quinn, where we were really looking at new varieties and old varieties of wheat, and trying to compare. Dr. Ishmael Chakmak in Turkey has done a lot of this work on Aegean wheats and looked at, what was driving zinc uptake and whatnot. And so we looked at the old varieties and the new varieties, and every variety differed for the most part. And one of the things we talked about was, well, what if we mix varieties as long as they mature at a roughly the same time, and then we could have a full nutrient profile. So we could balance out. So for example, a wheat that was low in calcium, like Tiber, but is sort of higher in zinc, we could grow, a higher Cheyenne, which is high in calcium, with a Tiber, and then actually grow them together and actually have a really balanced nutrient profile. The take home: open your mind to change. The biggest barrier to change is you. Seek and evaluate new ideas. Not all of them are crazy, and maybe some of the ones you think are crazy, if you actually took the time to not dismiss them, might not be as crazy as you actually thought. Seek community. So in other words, find a peer group. Find people who are of a like mind of you and start working together, start talking together, start sharing ideas and working on them together. And there's been a lot of talk about that right now, of how important community is to our well-being, as well as our productivity. Focus on soil health, and remember, all your actions are connected. Build the habitat and then keep going. Don't just stop with no-till, because that's not going to work. You need to play with crop rotation. You need to play with cover crops and companion crops, and you need to really evaluate what crops you can grow and what the rotation can be, and what things you can grow in the middle in order to keep your system really working. You want to be aware of the rhizosphere dynamics can create powerful beneficial changes. And sometimes you think, oh, that doesn't make economic sense, but does it? Maybe I don't have to spend fossil fuel to go through and do a tillage operation. Maybe I don't have to use my time to get onto a piece of equipment. I can just go and seed it once and walk away and have a vacation. Yeah, if that were only true, right? And lastly, when you're standing on your ground, you're really standing on the rooftop of another world. And that's your soil health. And that is the foundation of agriculture. It's the foundation of regenerative agriculture. It's the foundation of your agro-ecosystem. It's the foundation of the water cycle and the atmosphere and everything. So learn from yesterday, live for today, and change tomorrow. 3 generations of farmers out in the grazing field looking at earthworms with the next generation. And let's grow and learn and innovate together. We have an online community, Global Food and Farm, and it's an international community. There are people from all over the world in the community, and we share our experiences, and we share our problems, and we share our successes, and everybody's open. Ask questions. Yeah, you never know. Sometimes some of our African friends know more about certain things than we do. And sometimes it's the reverse. And sometimes the people from down under. And you're going to get a slightly different perspective, but sometimes that really helps to guide you and push you and propel you forward. I hope that this will help you future-proof your farm and your business, and certainly propel you on your journey to have better soil health. Thank you very much.
There we go, folks. Hey, a big round of applause for Jill Clapperton. Let's let her feel some of our love and appreciation. Share it in the chat what your key takeaways are. Jill's email address I posted in the chat here, so I know there are some questions, and she is super busy. It might take her a little bit, but she does have a team that helps her respond to some of the emails. So encourage you to reach out to her and let her know what your questions are. So as we wrap up for today, I would love to just have you, I would love to have a couple people unmute. If you have something that you feel like, man, this was just made my year, this, whatever it was that I learned here today, this principle, this story, this concept, this challenging of my paradigm, this was why I needed to be here, and you'd be willing to share, go ahead and raise your virtual hand, or come on camera and raise your hand, and I'll ask you to unmute. I would love to hear from one or two of you here what your key takeaways are from day one. So day one of the Virtual Legacy Summit. Key takeaways, things that stood out to you. I know some people have had to be in and out with different responsibilities. Looks like in the chat, Grace says everything is connected. Like it, yeah. Lola, thank you for being brave. Okay, I think you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, I think I just did. I'm new to this, but I've gotten very, very interested in all the regenerative practices. And I just really appreciate what everyone presented today. It gave me so many ideas of starting places and people to reach out to, so I can grow my knowledge and get more involved. So I just want to say thank you.
You're calling in from?
near Austin, Texas.
Oh, might be.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
beautiful. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, you bet. You bet. Thanks. Okay, let's go. Milky. Let's see if we can do this. Are you able to come on camera? How do we do this? We'll figure it out here. There we go. All right. Okay, there we are. There we are. We found you. All right. How do you say your name?
Milky, you said it right.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, this was very informative. It gave me a lot of knowledge. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is very dry. And me and my husband are planning on starting a farm.
Okay.
So he's very not sure if we could do it here or move to Texas or something like that. So I'm like, I've been telling him it could be possible to actually work on the soil and make it actually, soil that's able to grow good crops. It might take work. It might take a lot of trial and error, but it made me this summit might kind of help me realize that it's possible to turn a desert soil into healthy soil. So
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Well,
Yeah, thank you.
that's cool. I think I saw you. Were you the one that commented in the chat earlier?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Las Vegas is definitely a lot more arid, a lot drier, tougher climate than
Yeah.
where we are in northern
Yeah,
Nevada. So,
for sure. Yes.
just curious, do you have an action step that's come to you to this
What
point?
did you
Like
say?
something that,
An
is there
action
an
step?
action step that you feel like you need to take as a result of what you've learned here today, Milky?
Actually trying to work on do the practice of creating healthy soil here at my home, like in my backyard. Probably starting a compost, see how well I can help regenerate the soil. And then I can multiply that. And once I get into a farm, then we can scale that up, stuff like that.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then maybe reach out to some of the people that you guys mentioned. So
Yeah.
look into their work.
Okay. Yep. Let's see. Resource that could be of benefit to you is our colleague William DeMille, and
Okay.
his I might have to pull it up for you. Hold on with me here. I'll pull up his Georgic Revolution.
Georgic.
Yeah, do you know how to spell Georgic, like George with an IC? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, not the Georgic, it's just Georgic Revolution. So, oh no, it is the Georgic Revolution. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this and put it in the chat. So for anybody who is on a smaller scale, especially if they can't integrate animals, he grows all of our vegetables and a lot of our food here on the ranch. He does on-site learning opportunities and things. And so there's William's website.
Okay.
If you're kind of at
Thank
that
you.
level where it's more homesteading or gardening for your family, then that's where we refer folks to, to be able to really learn. And hey, we're here in Nevada, so
Yes.
not that far away if you wanted to come and do one of the on-site classes. So
Okay. Thank you.
okay, awesome. Thanks,
All right.
Milky, for joining us.
You're welcome. All right. Bye.
Okay, well, very good. Okay, was there anybody else that wanted to share while we were visiting there? Cool. This has been a great day. For me, one of the key takeaways is that no matter what's happening in the world outside, we absolutely have hope. That hope doesn't come just from the knowledge that we learned. It's because of who we believe in, whose we are, combined with the knowledge And if we add some of the tools that we've learned here today, I believe that we can really set ourselves up for exponential growth. So let's, okay, let me share here again, the opportunity for you to be able to take the next step. Appreciate those who are action takers. Again, the universe rewards action takers. We love it when people take action. So, all right, there we go. Okay, so we talked about this during my presentation. I know some of you weren't able to be on during that, so I just wanted to share again. This is the opportunity to be able to dive in and work with Ag Steward in an intimate setting. This is where we have hundreds of people in the summit. This is a smaller group that we have for the 2-day class, the Profitable Steward Workshop. So many of you saw that when you went to the thank you page, when you signed up for the summit. The way to be able to access that page directly is to be able to go to events.agsteward.co. The price for that class, and we've also decided to include the bonuses that will help to maintain the momentum for you and for your team. And those bonuses include the 7-day regenerative challenge. The idea of that is to be watched one video every day consecutively for 7 days, and the 3-month access to the mastermind group where we meet every Monday, no, the first Monday of the month at 6:30 a.m. Pacific time. And the purpose of that group is to provide accountability for last month's goals, to be able to set goals for the coming month and declare those goals to that group, and also to network and find answers and solutions to the challenges and opportunities that we have before us. And we've seen some awesome success from that. So total value on that is $1,200. And we've decided to include those things together for the price of $47 for the participants here at the summit. So if you go to that events.agsteward.co, that is your opportunity to be able to jump in to this opportunity to take the next step with Ag Steward. And really the focus of this is building a profitable legacy business for you and your family. We've scratched the surface here on some of the principles that we'll dive into on that one-on-one class. And so, yeah, that's, yep, Margot, I think you've got the right link there. She's dropped it in the chat. That will take you directly to the registration page. So, with that, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we're going to be kicking off 9 o'clock Pacific time. Please translate that into your time. We ran a little bit later today because of Jill Clapperton's presentation. Appreciate those who stuck on. That presentation will be made available as well. We'll just include it in the playlist on the summit. And actually, it'll probably be one of the ones that we get out, that we send out because it's already edited. So that'll be kind of handy. We can send that one out. Lots of information there. If you're new to the regenerative agriculture movement, it might be a lot to take in. For those that are more seasoned, certainly it never hurts to be reminded about some of the principles that we may know. Very good. I saw some of the folks here. I think it was Brent. Brent has been here. Brent, are you still here? Not sure if he stepped away. He was on camera most of the day. I just want to acknowledge some of the people who were here and participating, even if they had to be multitasking. Brent, we noticed, was on most of the day. I think he signed up for our class. I'm going to reach out to him and gift him a registration if he hasn't already signed up. We like to reward the people who are here and are engaged. Again, this is play 100% was one of our rules that we committed to at the beginning. I also noticed, I think, Tom, you've been in and out today. We appreciate that and acknowledge that you've been able to be here. And you're, let's see, your teacher, your pastor, is that right? Is that? Oh, I got to unmute you. Ask you to unmute. And then I'd love to hear from Gail. You've been on a lot today too. So let's hear from you too and kind of where what you feel like your next steps are based on what we've learned here today.
Yeah, I'm a teaching pastor in Massachusetts, and my wife and I were slowly growing towards a market garden probably, and maybe someday a meat production ranch. That's more on my end than on hers, but
Yeah.
for my heart's desire. I really appreciated a lot of the things that were presented in today. The holistic approach to regenerativeness and legacy building. I appreciated talking about the life insurance. I thought that was a nice thing to include in a summit like this. So yeah, you're right. I was in and out today, but I appreciated what I was able to be part of. So
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you. And you've signed up for the 2-day class. Is that right?
yes, sir. Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing you on there. Hey, whoever your helper is there, we see
That's
pop
my
in.
daughter.
Hi, how are you?
It's Esther.
Good. Esther. I love that name. That's a pretty good name.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you've got a lot to live up to, Esther, to fill out that name.
Yep.
But
I
I'll
want
bet
to
you're
be on
able.
a ranch.
Yeah, she said she wants to be on a ranch too someday.
You want to be on a ranch. All right. All right. And where do you guys live, Esther?
In Massachusetts. In
Massachusetts.
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Lancaster, Massachusetts. Awesome. I'd love to visit there sometime. And you
I
are
have a
welcome to.
huge house
Do you? Oh, cool. Well,
right
we
next to the
have
conference.
you guys could come and stay at this house that I'm in right now. If you ever come to Nevada, this is our guest house. So tell your dad you got to come visit us sometime in Nevada. We'd love to see you.
Like that part of the world.
You bet.
Thanks, Jared.
Okay, Tom. Thank you. Thanks,
Yes,
Esther.
sir.
All right. Do you say your name, Gail?
Yes.
Okay, very good. A little different spelling there, but I noticed, you were multitasking. Sorry if I called you out on that, but
No, that's
I
all right.
appreciate that you're willing to do what it takes to be involved. So tell us a
Well,
little
the
bit about.
tracker.
Yeah,
Oh,
tell
okay.
us.
Well, we run beef, pork, and poultry, and a little bit of vegetable. And I started trying to follow regenerative soil, kind of, we called it conservation, soil conservation, about 5 years ago, and just kind of switched down to large paddock rotation to small paddock rotation, and we just really saw a lot of benefit from it through busyness and just complacency. Kind of moved away from it for a little bit, and this has really kind of brought me back and said, hey, I've got to just really be consistent and just true blue about this, because the benefits are just exponential.
Okay. Okay. And where did you
So
say where
I
you're
enjoyed all of it today. Yeah, we're a little bit south of Houston, on the coast,
on the coast? Okay.
Texas. Mhm.
Cool. Cool. Very good. Very good. Well, we're grateful that you were able to join us. And
Oh, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
so do you have who all's involved in your operation?
My husband and my son. I've got 4 kids and 9 grandkids, and everybody helps when they can, but I do have one that's employed here.
Okay. Okay. Very, very cool. And have you signed up for the 2-day class?
I have not yet. I have not.
Would you attend if I gifted you a registration?
I certainly would. I would. Yes.
Okay. All right. Margot, could you make note of that? And Gail, let's see, what is your last name? And I'm gonna.
My last name is German. It's Kraus, Kraus.
Okay, and you do say it Kraus, because.
Kraus. Yep, we're with Kraus Family Farms.
Okay, I'm gonna make note here. And maybe let's see. Okay, and you spell your name Gayle.
L-E, yes, sir.
Krause.
No E.
And sorry, what was?
No E.
Oh, Kraus.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. And okay, Margot's got it also. But okay, well, we'll do that. And that's how you registered, is under your name?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if we
Yes,
do
sir.
that, then,
Thank you so much.
oh, you're very welcome. I do, I do reward, I pay attention, appreciate those that stay to the end and those that participate as best they can.
Well, I
Lot of
didn't
fun.
drop you in the water trough on accident, so I think it was a good day.
That's a good day. That's a good day. Okay, Gail, very good. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, very cool. Okay, you guys. Well, very good. We appreciate you being here today. We will see you in the morning. Ponder on the things that you've learned. Come back with questions tomorrow. No doubt there's going to be added questions and things. But let's hit the ground running in the morning, 9:00 a.m. Log in 10 minutes early. Be ready to run with it. We certainly appreciate you guys being here. Margot, just if you want to copy and paste, this is all the ways that you can connect with us right now. Again, we'll go over that tomorrow. Most importantly, take action on if the right next step for you is to join us in this class, if you're ready to move forward with Ag Steward, developing a profitable business that extends into future generations. Take advantage of the 2-day class and the bonuses that we had today. So with that, God bless you all, and we will see you tomorrow morning, 9:00 Pacific time.